Hello guys, welcome back to our MERN Stack application, full stack e-commerce application. So today we are going to focus on the admin panels. So we are going to build all this admin panel, orders, request orders, sellers, transactions, preview all of this. So we're going to build all of this step by step. And then we're also going to create the models where we start now making the orders, transaction, all of that. All right, so make sure to hit the subscribe button if you haven't subscribed. So if you don't have the application, if you don't have the startup application, so I recommend you to go to our GitHub repository. So where you can now download our startup application, and then there you will find two folders, client and then server. So you download and then install the dependencies. All right, so you can also follow along with you can also watch our previous videos. Here is the URL for our previous videos playlist for a MERN Stack application. So there you can find the different videos for the settings, setup, all of that. All right, my name is Shaban Mswamba, so let's go and start building. All right, so first thing first, this is our current application. So we need first of all to log in. You need to log in as admin. As you know, our application is role based. So we have admin or managers, and then we have the sellers, and we also have the customers. So in order to start building the current admin panel, so we have to be authenticated as admin. So if you go to our application and then try to navigate to login or sign up, so you see that we have these two roles. So these three roles. So we need to log in as admin. All right. So let's get started. Create an account as admin. You remember the email address is required, and then whatever else is required. So you have to make sure that you have the email, which is allowed email. So if we go to our back end, this is my back end, this is my front end application is running, and then also the back end. So if I search for manager rules, you see that we have this this is our emails, these are emails who are authorized. So I can copy one of this email, so to check, or I can add another email here. Let's just add a different email and then copy. So remember also we have the verification code. So you can take this one. I'm using a fake filler, so I can just change the name, and then also the verification code. We need to get verification code from this one here. This is our email, remember. So we're going to sign up, and then now we need to log in as manager. All right, currently now we are logged in as manager. So now we can see in from our admin panel, we don't have anything. So we don't have sellers, transaction, all of that. So we need to build all of this one step by step, so that we can start getting orders, seeing the transaction, overview the account, all of that. All right, guys. So to get started, first of all, we need to use we need to start with the dashboard overview. So for that one, you can choose to use a material UI, or you can also use just Tailwind CSS. You can just style it with the Tailwind CSS. So in this case, we can use Tailwind CSS. We can speed up by going to Flowbit. Let's go to Flowbit, and then I'll check for dashboard layout. Search for dashboard layout. Here we have dashboard layout, and then just down here, so we can use this layout, this dashboard layout. So what do you do? you can copy the code and then copy the code, just copy the template and then go to your application. So remember, you go to application, remember we have admins where we have this folder. This is where we have admin partials components. So for example, we're looking for dashboard, admin welcome dashboard, this one. So this is actually the component. You can test it to see if this is the component for, yes, this is the component. So just to refresh your memory a little bit, this is admin dashboard, and then here, if you go, we have admin dashboard, and then we have the partials. So these are partials. We have other cells. So we created this in our previous video, So we created this in our previous video, so you can check out the video. So in this one, this is what we are returning, checking. We are just doing a if statement to check which component is required then to return. So we have admin welcome screen, admin orders, or whatever. So check out the previous video to see about this one. So currently we are just going to focus on building the welcome screen first of all. So the code, the HTML template we will copy. So if we just paste it here, we're going to have a lot of errors. We don't worry, we are going to clean up all of this. So first of all, remove this one, remove this one, and then also get rid of the sidebar. Remove the sidebar. Okay, so after that, this is the only thing we have right now. So first of all, we need to change the class name, class to class name. So if you follow, you press on fix, you can come here, you can follow this one says fix all. So just click fix all. So this will fix all errors. So you can see now you change from class to class name. Right, so actually if you save this one, save it and go to our dashboard, this is what we have. We have actually the dashboard layout, and then here you see we have margin left, for the small screen. Margin left is 64. So we can remove this. We don't want that margin left. If we remove and then save, this is what we have. We also want to change some few things here. First of all, if you see if you see the layout, we have so much here, but you don't need all of this. We just need the first one, and the first one is just going to be title. So if you go to our original application, we just need this title. You need to add this title here, so we can close this one. So we just need this title here. So what I can do is, right, go scroll up a little bit. We have grid. This is the first one actually. So you can get rid of the first one. You can get rid of the first one. Just scroll up, and we want to remove that grid. We don't need the grid. This is the one. So we can remove this one, and then just add title here. Save it. So this is what we have, but you can make change. You can in this case, to speed up, you can use a material UI. Use a typography for title. So we will show the title. So we don't have this. We need to import it. Import typography from material UI. Save that. Actually, from material UI. Yes. For this one, just going to be, let's just keep it as title. H5. And then save that. Can try to, we need to reload. The way that Material UI, the fast loading is a bit slower. So just be aware. Try to understand that. So one thing is this is the heading. So admin overview. So can welcome to admin dashboard. That's okay. Another thing, what also you can do is so this first of all, this is going to the can say this is account overview. This part here, going to use it as account overview. So copy and then just change here, remove this and then add the account overview. This account overview and then these two here. So we need to, we can have sales. So we have sales here and then can have total product here, sales or total orders here. Let's say sales. And then another one. Then orders overview. So if you save that, go back, this is what we have. We also need we can just show total sellers. The following one is a two. So this the following one also we can have total sellers. Total sellers. Say for example, say equal to 30K. And then these are total sellers. Can also say total. The following one could be total active products. We can say we can show anything. So here we're just showing an example of what we can do. Something like 300 something product. Right. So this is it. The last one you can say store credit. Depend on how much you want to show. So we're just working around to show you the way you can actually bring your idea to life. Right. So the last one, let's show this one. Store credit. Now we show store credit. So we can actually delete this one too. This four, we don't need them. So for that one, take from here, clear this one. So now this is our admin overview. So if you are in dashboard, you'll see this one. If you go to orders, we don't actually have anything. Orders, this one is failing to load. This one failed to load. Something went wrong. So this one, don't worry about that. Sellers, just can load all sellers and then show the active sellers, all of that. And then transactions, we can also see the transactions. All right, so go back to our application. So we want, first of all, we want to focus on overview, because overview will help us to load to create models, transaction. So we need a transaction, we need delivery, we need the orders, payment, all of that, and then the ratings, all of that. So first thing first, if we want to show the account details, before that, before start creating now the models. Okay, let's go and create that. All right, guys. So to show now the overview, to see now, to add an overview here, account overview like this one. So where now we can click and then edit the admin. To start now editing admin. Okay, so first thing we need to go to our application client. Then we need to go to component. So we need to create a component which can be reused to edit any user. So in here, let's create a component here. So for example, edit user dialog. Edit user dialog is okay. Dot JSX. Right. So in here, I actually have I have a template here. I can just paste it because I don't want to type everything. It's actually the same thing we have been doing. It's the same template, material UI model. So we are importing our API. So here is our API, importing our API, and then also user authentication. This is our user authentication. This is we created all of this one. So this is actually the same thing. So we are just going to create a edit user account so we can actually change this component to make sense, to match our function. All right. So edit user. So this component accept the some params, take some params which you have open is just a boolean by default is equal to false. And then we have on close is a function, and then we also have on save is also a function. And then set account details section, all of that one. So this is all we have in here. So the only thing this component does is if you go to our original application, this is our original application. If I click here edit, so this account, this this is only it only open the model to show the account information and then save to editor. So the information was the account was updated successfully. That's it. This is what that component does. All right. So after this one, so we want to use it. Can save this, and then we want to use it in our account details. So we want to go to overview. Yeah, this is account overview. So we want to just show a text here, so we can actually change this to like H1 or H2, and then now add a paragraph here, which now we can let's copy a text from this one, and then add the text here. So we can change the class, you can add some class if you want. And then for the bottom, now we need now the button. We can use material UI button. So we need to import the button. We can also let's try to see import button from material UI. So you can actually import it from here because we are importing something here already. Right. So button just container, and then we just going to say here edit account, edit account info. Save that. We want to see the button, but we want to the button. We want to make sure that this is going to be block, not grid. So what we can do, we need to wrap this in a div called block, and then add this information, add all this content in here. So we can give it, we can add some, give some space between space y, let's say 1, and set 1 or 2. This depends on what you want to do. So this is on the middle. If you don't want on the middle, you can change, remove this, justify center, remove this one. That will change. If you don't want to height, you can also remove the height. As for example, padding, and then also padding y, the 3. So that's how you can change the component dynamically. All right. So now if you click here, you don't see anything. So we want to do the same thing here. If you click here, so that you can open and then edit the account information. Right, so to do that, we want to bring in our component. Want to bring in this component. So to bring that component, first of all, you see that we have some requirement there. So we need to bring just down here, bring edit account information. All right. So we need the open is false, and then also on save, on close, and then also on save. So if you save this one, you don't have any error. I want to see if you have any error. We don't have error. So if I can try to set this to true, just set that to true, and then reload. So you can see now we have the current user information. So we don't want to show to true like that. So we want to, let's say, for example, let's set a variable here is open edit info is a variable. We don't have it. So we can now create that variable here. Do const is open, sorry, is open account information. So we set that to false, and then also can we create another function, handle edit information. So we set that to true. So we can also create on close edit information, set that to false, and then also const on save, handle on save. Right. This one we don't need to take any param, so we're just going to set this one also to false. Okay, and then scroll down a little bit, and then we're just going to pass set on close. Want to pass on close, and then also we want to pass on the handle save, and then edit our account information. So we need to pass this here. So on click, we want to pass this our function here. Color is primary by default. What else you need here? Use state, so you need to import all from React. Use state, also use effect. Right. So if you save, we don't have any error. If you open, you can now open, and then also you can close. But if you click save, you get an error because this is not going anywhere. So we're supposed to define the route. So to define the route, we can go back to our application, go back to edit account details. So auth update. So we need to create this route. We don't have this route. I believe we don't have it. So just copy the route. Well, first of all, go to our application, our back end, save application. You can close this one temporary, and then also close this one. So we need to go to route. Route, we have auth, so we don't have edit auth, but you can also see we have manager, we have manager route, and then also we have product route. So we are going to focus on auth. So we have route dot patch. I'm going to do patch, and then update user information. I believe we don't have this, so our route was update, and then you pass the username. So we don't need to pass the ID actually. Let's see. We don't need to pass the ID. We just need to make sure that the user is authenticated. So, and then so that you can now update the user. So auth that we need to pass here, auth, we need to import the authentication const. We need to import the authentication. If you go to route, to product route here, you see we are importing. We have authentication here, which you can see. We are importing authentication here, so we need to copy this authentication and then pass it here. So you can use this authentication here. So if you want to confirm about authentication, because this is our middleware authentication. So you can see authentication in this function. We just take the request, get the token, authenticate the user, and then call next. So once you authenticate the user, and then you assign the user to a request. So this is what we are doing here. So in here now, we're just going to call here update. We don't want to pass the ID here. So you can only update, you can only hit the patch URL, patch URI if you are authenticated. So this is what we are doing here. So update user, if you go to controllers, we can close this for now. If you go to controllers, you want to see, if you go to controllers, we want to see user auth. We want to see update. So we don't have update, so we can create this function. So called update. So this is an update. Just going to let UI. We are just going to let AI helping us. So this is the update. So in update, we're supposed to get the user. We're supposed to get the email, password, what all of that, and then just update the current user. So we will come back to this one. For now, let's just go back to our URI, our route. So this is what we have. First of all, we just want to confirm. We don't want even all of this for now. We can just console log a message here, the body. So we will update everything. All right. So what is happening here is, okay, we get the user, we get the email, name, email, and whatever information we will pass there, and then we check if they are empty, or if name or email or password is empty. So please provide all the field. Yeah? And then for here we just console.log the body to see what we are getting, and then we will update the user. So updating the user, we don't have this from the ID, because we are not passing ID. In fact, we want to get the user from the request, so we can say user. So now we can create user ID, or create user ID, or if you want, you can create as a const user ID is equal to user, because we are getting the user, so we don't need this one, user.id. Yeah? But also, if there's no user ID, we can also return error. If there's no user ID, we can also return error, which I believe you will also always having user ID there. All right, so now instead to pass this one, so you're going to pass user ID. You could also just use the same thing here, for example, pass user and then ID, but I prefer using it. I prefer this way. Yeah? It's okay. All right. So if you get the user, we update everything, but we don't. If you want to update password, also is okay. We don't want to password. We can forget about password, so we can work on that topic another day. We can just update for now. Update email, name, and email. It's just an example to show you what we can do. So remove this one. Remove password. Okay, guys. So we don't really need the from here. Let's see. Okay, we don't need the password, but we can actually use the ID. ID. So we don't need to check. The ID from here. We can get rid of this. Okay. So we can check get the ID from param. But if you want to get the ID from param, so that means remove this one, but update here, add ID here, and then we don't need we can remove authentication, remove authenticator, authenticator middleware. Just leave that, since we are passing the ID, so we can use it from here. We can just grab the ID from the param, and then grab the ID from the param, get the user, by ID. Okay, check if the user is empty, and then return the error, user not found. Else, we don't want to hash the password. Remove that one, and then also remove this one. So update the user, and then also return the message. So that's it. So if you go back to our front end, this is our front end. So front end, okay, we pass the ID. We pass the ID. So the ID is coming from our authentication. So we get the user from the session. So here is the session. If you take yes, so here is the session. If you are search for session, we have the session here where we sign the user, we sign the token plus user. So now here, so we get the user, and then after we get the user, we also update again the session, update again the user, and then we're just going to close if everything is okay. So there's nothing complicated in here. It's just the same thing we have already done. So uh, here session, I get the user details, update the details, make requests, send patch request to the server, and then update the details for the new update the details with our new details. So first of all, let's just go and try this. Go back to our front end. We want to update this one. For example, let's say Shabani. Change this to Shabani Muswamba, and then update. Now update successfully. All right, so this was it for updating. There's nothing complicated in here. So next, let's go and first of all, let's go and create now orders. Let's go and work on the orders. All right, guys. So let's start now building our admin panel. So we need to build orders, order requests, sellers, transaction, all of that. So example, if you go to our original application, you see how we have order. So order, admin can see order, add the tracking, update the tracking, all of that. You can see the sellers, available sellers, and then also see the transaction. So we need to create the models to manage all of this. So go back to our application. This is what we have. So we don't have models here. So the way to handle that, we can go to our backend, backend. First of all, we need to create a controller where we can manage. So we have admin controller ready, or manager controller, but we are missing the models. And then also we are missing another controller, important controller called orders controller. But before that, let's go ahead and create, first of all, some models here. We need to create orders controller, orders, orders model, order.js. So for order.js, we can bring in mongoose. Mongoose is equal to require mongoose. And then also we need, that's it. So we just need to create now the schema. So the schema will have order, so will require user. So user is equal to, user is actually the object. So we use the ID. And then product, which is going to be list, going to be a list. And then also going to have total price. This is going to be number, and then also delivery address. So delivery address, we don't really need it, but we can still add delivery address here if you really want, because we are going to use we are going to create also another model for delivery address. So in this case, you can actually let's just go into add this one. So you can say shipping address instead. Shipping address. Shipping address. So for the shipping address, address is going to be string. Let's say. So in this one, actually, we are going to have let's say address, which is going to be a string. So for address is type string, and then in address is also required. Secondly, we also need to have like state. You can have something like state. So this is optional. We can choose to use here. Let's say to use this one here, or you can create a different model. So I'm just going to show you how we can use this one. So this is going to be required. The state is not required. Is, by default is false. Is nil. We also need the country. So you can add the country, and then for country is required is equal to true. Now we can remove this one. So we have address, state, country, and then um, you can say we can also add zip code. So zip code, and then it's string. Okay, also is required. All right. So next, let's have a look. All right. So next, we're just going to export our model. All right. Going to export our model. Right. So this is it for orders model. This is it for orders model. So we will come back to this to see some changes. We can decide if you want to keep the shipping address here, or we just want to place it in a different model. Next, first of all, let's create, since we also need payment transaction, so we need to add payment. It's a payment transaction .js. All right, so for payment transaction, we can also, I can just paste some the model here. So I don't want to keep typing everything. So since we already know how to create the model, so this is how you create the model. So you don't need, I don't need to type everything again. So let me just paste the code here. All right, so this is a transaction model. So what are you going to do? What are you doing? We just, okay, we require a model. So this is a model object id, which is our model, and then seller, we pass the seller id, and then also you pass the buyer, and then we pass now the product. We can pass now the product. All right, so we also need payment. We also need another model called payment. We can also create another here called payment, which is going to payment.js. So I'm going to paste it here also. All right, we have a payment. You can also save it. We have payment. So for payment also you require the reference to model or order, and then we have user, reference to the buyer, and then we have amount, and then we have payment method, and then the transaction ID. So the transaction ID is actually this one, the transaction model, and then we have the status if it's completed, pending, whatever, and then we're just going to export the model. Um, we need another model, since we also want to add a delivery. We also need a delivery, so we need a delivery model, a model called delivery. Or can we say tracking? This is actually about the tracking. Delivery. Sorry. Uh, delivery. Delivery tracking. Mm, for tracking.js. Sorry. And then So I'm going also to paste some code here to just save some time. So let me paste some code here. All right, so this is the delivery tracking. In here also we are requiring the order object and then the statue. So this is the statue we have: pending, dispatch, in transit, delivered, cancelled, all of that, Then estimated delivery, all of this. Yeah. So estimated delivery, we have a message, and then required is also required. And then lastly, we have update by user. So since we have multi function admin based, so we can have a different admin can update the delivery. So that we pass the user ID, the admin ID. Another one is the sellers. So we need also the seller's order. For example, a seller need to have to see the orders. So admin can see the order different way. Seller also can see the orders. Can track the orders for his for he or her product. So let's just go and create that, the seller order .js. So I also have the code for this, the model to save time. So I'm just going to paste the code here and then up. All right, so here we have a seller order. So we just have a transaction ID. This one just show the sellers, to show the seller the transaction ID, the store ID, and then we have the product ID, and then we also have the commission paid, all of that, depending if the transaction, the order was completed, the transaction was completed, all of that. So this is it. Lastly, we need actually we need two models. We need two more models. So we need another. Let's say we need shipping address. So shipping address. We need shipping address .js, and then we also need another model called let's call this one suspended seller. Since we want to suspend the admin can suspend the seller, so we need to have this suspended sellers. Suspended seller .js. So let me paste the model here. I just paste it and then I'll explain to you. All right, guys. So here we have a suspended seller. So we're just going to we require user, which is the seller, and then require um, require the which is the reason, which is just a string, and then date, the default date, suspended date, and then duration, or whatever lifetime, or lift at. So if the suspension was lifted, right, and then we have the shipping. So for the shipping address, so we just the user, so the customer can put can create the shipping address. You put a city, state, country, pin code, phone, zip code. So is actually is the same as the one we added in here in order, but we can actually, if you want, we can make this one or remove this one, the shipping address in here. So if you want, you can remove it. So just depend on how you want to organize your stuff. But you can add created that. Say created that. You can add the time. this one not supposed to, this is supposed to be dot. All right, so for the time, just going to use a type is equal to date, and then date dot now. So this is created at, what else we need to add created at here. Let's see this one and close this one, and then suspended that. We have that shipping address. We have also the time. All right, so this is it for this one. For models, so now we know, okay, we have models. We can now go ahead and um, start building now, making now requests to get the data. First of all, let's close this one. We need a controller for model to control the a controller to control the orders. So we can create a controller. So we can create a controller. Let's call it a controller order controller .js. Right. So for order controller, we also we want to get some fittings in here. So what I can do, can create a kind of an order controllers. Let's see. Const orders controller is equal to object. So in here, first of all, we can let's say a manager order, or we can, to make for this one to make sense, we can, let's say, for example, manager get orders. So this is if manager make a request here, so we know manager can get orders from here. But for this one, we can also move this one to manager. Since we have manager controller, this is a manager controller. So we can move this one here, or we can create another controller called manager controller. So this depends on which one you want to, how you want to organize. Okay, but what we can do, we can keep this one here, and then we also want to create another controller, which just, let's say, sellers, or it's a seller controller, seller get order, sorry. And then we can also call another one customer get orders. Right, so we need a route. Since the orders, we know we are going to have a lot, so we need a route where we can now manage all these orders. So we need to register a route for orders. So we can go to our app. Since we don't have the route yet, we can actually create that first. So you go to our route, minimize this one, and then this one. You go to our route here. We create a route called order route .js. All right, so in order route, we can bring Express. It's actually the same thing. We have been doing this the other place. So we can actually go and copy here. Just make some change. Okay, we bring Express, and then we create the router, and then also we want to get the order order, what is the name for the order controller. So we get order controller from controllers, and then we can also bring manager rule. That's it. So we don't need this. We want to change this one. We will change this one. We don't need this one too. Yes, and then we export the route. So we can have, for example, manager orders. So we pass the manager rule, customer orders. This one we can only pass. We need to pass auth. We need to call the auth const, and then we call authenticate. So we require authenticator. Let's just give some space here so to clean the things a little bit. So this one we make sure that the user is authenticated, and then also seller we also need to make sure that user is authenticated. Um, a manager rule we also need to make sure that the user is authenticated. But remember we have check if is manager. Check if is manager. This is actually the rule we are going to use here. So we need to import this one. Sorry, here instead of manager rule, because manager rule is only to register, but this one check if is manager. So we use this one to make sure that the current user is making a request here is actually a manager. So after you hit this middleware, and then you also call this middleware, you also hit this middleware. So this middleware will check your details to make sure that you are actually a manager. So this is the job for that one. All right. So we have match. So we'll have add match here to create. Say for example, create order, all of that, or make order, all of that. So for now, let's just go and register our route. So we can bring in the route first, const um, order route, and then we also want to bring in we want now to use now our route. So API slash route. So this anything you hit here, for example, hit manager route, whatever. So everything will come under this one. So just save that. We are good to go. You can now close this one. Next, since we have this one, and then the first thing we want to do, if you see here, this is manager. This user is logged in here as manager. This is our original application. So if you go to our current application, this also is our original application. This user just purchased something. So I can show you that if the user purchase here, so you go to here, you can actually log out, or you just go and purchase something to save some time. So let's try to buy something here, like this microwave. Add to the cart, continue shopping. You can add more. Let's add more. Now we have two products. So now if you go now, you pay for this. You pay for this product. I ask you to pay with the PayPal. Of course, let's use PayPal to pay. Ask you to sign up. Can sign up. And then pass the password. And then now login. This is the sender box. The sender box for PayPal. So a developer account. So now let's try to make the payment. To complete the payment. So the payment was completed successfully. So this is our original application. So for our current application, we don't have this one. So what we want to do, first of all, we want to make sure that if this user is manager, you can see the URL here is manager. So we want first of all to load the all transaction here. So you see, for example, here you purchase the product, but if you go to the admin manager for our original application, you see now we have orders. The username is Isabel something, the customer name. This is the customer Isabel something. If you go to our URL here, our user, see that the user, we want to go to user. The user is Isabel something. Yeah? So this is the user. So to do that, first of all, first thing first, to do that, we need to start making a request here. We need now to go back to our client. This is our client, and then we have to make sure that this is our package manager. We need to go to orders. Admin, and then here we have orders, admin orders. So you can see here is empty. If you try to make some change, and then you go to, okay, I have so much so much browsers open. Since you are building user roles based role application, so you need to have different browsers to test different component, different roles to avoid conflict with the browsers. So this one is actually, this browser is actually for our current application we are building, and then this is the admin. This is the admin panel, and then the component we are working on currently is orders. So now we see in our order we don't have anything. So we want to have this look the same data. So if you don't get data, at least we're supposed to see message that you don't have data. So to do that, first of all, let's go back and then make a request. All right, guys. So to save some time, I'm just going to paste the template I have here, and then I can explain to you. So we are going to change the name to match this one. So admin order. So I'm going to do Control plus Shift plus L to edit it. So admin orders. Going to do admin orders. All right, so this now can match our template. So I'm just going to walk you through what we have here. So this is the same thing we've been doing over and over across the application. So there's no need to type the same thing again. This is the template. This is the table. First of all, let's start with the table. Is the material UI table, which we created last time. The material UI table. We created this last time in our sellers. If you watch the previous video about seller product list, so it's the same thing actually. We have table here, and just take you to the table so you can have a look. So this is the table. We choose the table, choose a table, and then make some modification to the table, which was so easy to handle. This is the table we are actually using in here. All right, so in here, this is the one. Okay, in here we are not doing anything fancy. We're just going. Okay, we create we bring in use state effect, all of that, and then also import the buttons, tables, table bodies, all of that from material UI, and then we are using Axios to make requests, and then we are using our same server base URL to make the request, we also use the authenticate. So, but we have this one. This function does not exist, so it will throw an error. We can get rid of this, or we can create this one. We can see that the function is supposed to be in hooks, supposed to put this function in hooks. So if you go copy, go to hooks, just minimize this one, go to hooks. Where is hooks? Here is hooks, and then we can create this function .js. So the job for the function, which will just be, is just going to, let me just paste the code and then I'll explain to you. All right, so the job for this function is just to take the text, to take the text and then cut it, truncat the text if it's long to some specify to a specified length to make at least shorter. Because if you go to where is admin, you see, for example, here, this is what we are using, that truncat here, truncat text form. If the text is long, so we cut the text, like this one. So this is what this text is doing. So there's nothing much here. All right, so we import it. What else? So many product details. So we don't have this one, so we can get rid of this. We will create it later. And then also we have delivery tracking. We don't have all of this one. We can remove this one, but we have loading body. We have loading. We can search for loading, our loading body spinner. This is the one. So we import it here. If you try to remove this one, and then loading body spinner. So this is the one we are using there. So close that. Okay, local shipping icon with this import from material UI, and then pending action, all of that. Then checkbox. So the only things we need to create here, the only components we need to create in here is two components, which we don't have. Is let's have a look. Wait, the two components we need to create here is delivery tracking dialog, which is this one. If you see, we don't have this component, so we also need to create this one. We also need to create that component. So you see that we need to have it in a component. So we can go to component, and then try to create this one, .jsx. Now we have it here, but does not exist. So we can actually create it. Yeah. So we want to get error, won't get an error because the component is there already. So for now, we can just close this. What else do we need in here? We also need many product details. So the job for many product details is, for example, if you click in here, you can actually view admin can view all the products in order, and all products from the order. So this is the job for that. We don't have it. We can just go and create. If you see, it's supposed to be from the order product component. So this is actually within admin. So where is admin here? We need to create product, but we can also place it, and also place it in go to component and then product, and then we can place this in there. But since this one is only used by admin, there's no matter, so you can just place it there and then create the template. Just save it for now. there's actually nothing, and but it should throw an error, because if you see this component is supposed to take the product, it's supposed to take product, and then product close all callback. So I'm going to explain to you step by step everything we have in here. Don't worry. So we are going to work on through everything here. All right. So this is the whole component we need. These two. So the rest is the same things. The buttons we are importing from material UI, block icon, all of that. And then we have now our order. Admin order. So for admin order, so we just retrieve the user from the session, our usual session here, and then also filter orders. We create some variable here, filter order, to store the filter. If you want to filter we want to search for order, and selected products. So if you want to preview the product like this, is a variable we use, and then open product detail, open product dialog detail. This is what we have again. Is loading, set error, is dialog tracking open, selected order, search query is searching. That's it. So there's nothing much complicated in here. So it's just variables we create here. Okay, and then we use now we call use effect to use effect to now get the orders. This is the function we use, get orders. So this is the function here, get orders. We just check if the session exists and the token exists. So we make a request. If it's loading, we return. So we stop. We avoid multiple requests if it's already loading. So we set the loading to true. So this is our loading up here. By default is false, so we'll set it to true. And then we do try catch. We make a request using Axios, and then we get a request to manager orders. So we remember we have from our back end. If you go back to our back end, is here. What we have just registered here, we have orders, and then we want to pass something like, for example, manager, so it can get orders. So from our front end, we actually want to do opposite of that. So we want to pass orders, and then slash manager. So since this is manager, and then if you go to our route where we created the route, order route, so we have this manager here. We pass manager, but we need to remove this one, and then also we need to remove this and this one. But for seller, we can actually pass the ID, seller ID. So we can pass the seller ID. Since we are also passing authentication, we don't need to pass the seller ID. The customer, since also you are passing this, you don't need to pass the ID. But for manager, we just pass the manager, and then we make sure the user is authenticated, and then we check if the user is actually the manager. So that is it. That's it for that. The URI, and then we pass the header, which we just pass the buyer token, and then set the orders. If we get the data, set the orders. The response we get, if we have the response, we need to check if we have the response. If you have the data, you set the data. If it's filter, we also update the filter. So filter is actually this variable here. I showed you this is we use this to store the data, the filter data. Yeah, that's it. And then set loading to false. So if we get error, we just console.log error, and then also we set this to false. We also update the error message here. So this is for filter. So filter, when we filter, we search for, if we go to our here, we can search for order by, for example, Isabel. You search for the name. So you see we are searching, we are filtering. So this is the job for what we have here. So you just use effect just to update the search query. If we have search query, so we set to lowercase the search query and then filter the order. So we pass the order. If you have order and then order.id, we set to lowercase, and then we check if the ID exists in the filter. So means here, if you pass the ID, you bring admin or manager can type the ID or type the name here. So we will search by ID or by name, by order ID or name. And then also order if customer name or here. So we have customer name. We can search for customer name or ID. So if you get the data, you set the data to filter. Else, we just update the order again. Orders again. That's it. So this is for fetching all the orders from the server. So this is the job we are using, this one. So that's it for these two functions. And then we're just going to handle. Now this one is handle opening product. That okay. So this one, the job for this one we use to open it. So if I I can show you where we use this. So we have a table. Can scroll down just a little bit. So this is the table. This is the table we have here. You can view the product. You can click this to view the product. So this is the job we are using. This one. View the details. So if I add some dot, well, this one actually is not for the current project. So this is just to view the product. To view the products from the order. So you can see that we pass the order. The function take order as a payload, and then we check if we have order, and then products, and if product.length. So we set products, selected products. We pass the product. So this is the variable we talked about here. And then if you get that one, we will now need to take the variable, this variable, and then we need to pass it to many product details dialog, the one we just created. So if I open that one, you see we just created this one. So this one is supposed to take product. It's supposed to take, we have a close, open and close, and then we're supposed to take also product. You can pass product. Yeah, supposed to take product. And you can also pass, prop types. So which will pass, let's say, product. All of that product is a list, and then is also is required. But we need also to import prop types. All right. So this one, it is actually supposed to be dialog. So we will correct this one. We will work on that later. Let's focus on the model first, on the many component first. All right. So this is the only thing you are passing here: open, close, and then product, and then the pass product list. The other component also we can see is selected orders, or tracking orders. We created this one. This one also supposed to take some params here: close, on open, close, and then also order. And we're supposed to create also prop types. So which have open, this is a boolean, and then on close function, and then order, which is an object. And then we're supposed to import the prop types. So that's it. We can also close this one too for now. That's it for this two. And you see that we check, first of all, we check if selected. For example, here we check if selected orders is there. If scroll up, selected order, but where we are creating order. So here we have const create const selected order. So we set the order to nil. So this one is actually we have the function here, so which we use to set to update the selected order. So the function is here. So if you search for this function from our component, you see the function is actually in here. So tracking, I can show you to our original, can show you this from our original application. So if you go, this is the tracking. So if I click on this one, we set the order, the current order. So we're just going to set the current order, and then we pass the order to our dialog model, and then with to see all the data from the order. So this is what is happening here. What is happening here? Okay, this is the tracking order. When you click, so we just pass the order, and then if you take the order, you go to actual function. So we set the order, and then also we set we also set the dialog the set is dialog open tracking, set it to true, and then also is closing the dialog. So scroll down. This is actually the dialog. So this variable, this dialog, this component is supposed to be a dialog. Take an order to display the data as the way is shown here. All right. Next, so I just didn't want, I didn't wanted to type everything, because it can take the video very long. So I can just paste, because this is the same thing been doing over and over again, all over through our application. So been doing the same thing over and over. So what I can do is just paste the function, the template, and then I explain to you. All right, so this is it. But first of all, we need to test first for this component. So what you can do for now, just save it. But before that, since we need to change, we need to make some modification here. So we need to make sure that this is actually a dialog. So I'm going to paste the dialog, and then I explain to you. All right, guys. So this is the tracking dialog. So for the tracking dialog, so you can see we are importing use state and then effect, all of that, and then we are importing dialog, text field, menu item, all of this from all of that from material UI, and prop types, Axios, saver, and then use authentication. So the only thing we are doing here, okay, we take the we have open, which is a variable, which is a boolean, and then on close is a function, and the order, which is actually an object, our order, user order, and on update, which is also a function. So set the statue, the current statue is the default statue is set to pending, and then estimated delivery date, and then a set estimated delivery date is actually equal to empty by default. We have note is string, and then session, get from our session, and then is loading, set loading to false is by default. Error, set error. So these are all variables we have for this one, and then just get the today date. So set the today date. and then we use now use effect order to check if we have order, and order.delivery. So we can now update, set the status to current order. So this means if we go to admin, the current admin, by default the status is pending. If I click here, you can see the status is pending. If for example I try to update here, I can update, let's say for example, to the status to transit, and then also set the date. Can set the date, for example, to 10th of December, and then the order will be ready on that date. When you update it, automatically you can see that you updated. Now if I open again, you see that status transit. So this is what we are doing here. Okay, if the order exists and order.delivery, so we update the status, we update the date, estimated date, and then also set the note. So the note which is equal to shrink. Else we just set to pending, and then estimated date to empty, estimated delivery date to empty, and then set the node to empty, and then set error to nil. So by default we pass order, and then handle update. So this is the handle update. We're just going to check if you have order, and then if we have session, and then session.token, because it's only admin can update this. If we don't have, we return, but if we have, we continue. So we check also, we also check if you have estimated date, delivery date. If we don't have, we set an error. Please provide an estimated delivery date, and then we return. Else, so we just continue. We set is loading to true, set error to nil, and then we get now a response. Create response is equal to await axios.put. So we actually change everything from the server. We pass our URL, and then the tracking update. So we don't have this URL. So we are going to create this. We don't have the URI. We're going to create this, and then order.id. So we set the status, we pass the payload. We have status, estimated date, notes, order ID, all of that. And then also you pass the header, which is with a section, with a session. Set the loading to is loading to false. If you get the response, and then on update, we call now on update, which now we will call now in where we have our orders. I will show you on update. So we call it on update, and then also on close. So this is just to refresh in the parent. So in a parent here, if you call it on update, go here, can search for on update. This is on update, and then handle on update. Just scroll up here. Handle on update. This is handle on update. So we just show message, actually console.log on update, and then we map through the orders we have, and then find that order, and then update it. Update the status, update everything. Yeah? This is what is happening here. So if you have an error, set is loading to false, and then show the error. That's it. We have dialog. So the material UI dialog. Show the title, update delivery tracking, and then if you have error, we show error, and then we use form controller. We used form controller before to create the login, all of that. So use form controller. So we have the input, the status, And then we show here you have select the statue here. If we go back to our admin panel here, you can see here now we are selecting a statue. You can select the statue, transit, dispatch, or cancel, all of that. So from here, this is the status how we are selecting, we are setting it here. So that's it. And then the following one, we have just a text where we show now um, set the delivery date. So just want to set the delivery date, select date, and then this is actually the date. So you can select input type date, select the date. That's it. And then also the note, set the note. So this is the same thing been doing all over our application. So there's no need to come back and type the same thing again, which should take much time. So to save your time, I'm just going to explain to you the same thing. All right, and then we save that. This is for a delivery. So we also have the menu, which is actually do the same thing. You are doing the same thing. We take the product. So if you have the product, we map through. If you have the product.length, and then we map through the product, and then show the product, the list, product title, image, all of that set. So this is a table. This is actually just a table which we have price, discount, price before stock. Is the same thing here. Close this, and then you see the details. You see we show image, product name, category, subcategory, price, discount, price before stock, quantity. This is the product from an order, customer order. So this is the same thing. Actually, we just look through the product, show the product. So I'm going to leave this in my GitHub repository. So you can go ahead and download it and then work through it. So there's no need to type everything one by one. So for the prop type, so we're just going to, we have a open, which is actually a boolean, and then on close the function, and then products. So it's an array, and we have shape for array for each object, which is contain ID, name, description, price, all of it. This is about the product, so you know this one. All right, guys. So what we can do now is just save this, and then also save the next one. So we want to test this. So we are expecting to see some kind of errors, some sort of errors and also work through to fix it. So save this and then go to our browser. So we can see now we have this one requires. Let's first go and check that one. This is actually from the main. So we can try to handle this. Go to component. Want to go to component. And then save. So this is what no. This is a component. Yeah, this one is also missing. We need to fix that one. All right. What next? Hook truncat. Oh, also that one. Hmm. Um. So hook truncat. Let's try. Truncat created this one here, hook truncat. Save it. It's actually from hook, so we can search for this hooks, then truncat. All right, guys. So since we are facing this issue, so we need to go to many product details. So go to this one here, many product details. So try to import it to change the path. Hooks and then truncat. Save that. Now try to reload. Okay, looks like we have an issue. Oh, we need to change that on delivery, tracking delivery. So tracking delivery. So I'm going to share with you this template, this template, so we don't have to type all of this thing. You can just download it and then use it in your project. So try to reload again. In admin, I'll check admin. With yeah, we can change, remove curly bracket and save that again. Try to reload again. Right, now the errors are gone. So if you go to orders, you won't get anything. You won't see anything because we don't have, we will see an error message. Right, so this is the template. It's quite much to type, so I didn't want it to type everything to save time. So it's better to share with you the code so that you can just keep going, because most of the things, the same things we've been working all over our application. So that's why I just add the comment, much comment, so that you can follow along if you download the code. So we get an error. Why we get an error? Because there's nothing. So if you go to where is our application? So this is our back end. So if you take admin, a manager get order, you can close this one. You go to manager controller, or we go to orders, and then manager get orders. This is the one. If you console.log, just that message, then try to reload again. We want to see if you are actually hitting the URL. You are hitting the template. So we didn't call, we get an error. So let's go and work on that. We need to make some changes in our middleware rule, manager rule, where we check if is a manager. So you can see we have some errors here. We're supposed to, first of all, let's copy this one. We need to make sure that we have token. We need to make sure that we have token, and then also here, let's see. Okay, we also need to, okay, here we can just copy and paste here, copy from our authentication. This one was generated by AI, yeah? So that's why you got some errors in here. And then since we've not been using it, so we just want to use it now. So now we want to extract the token from the header. First of all, here request that header, and then we check if request that header that start with anything start with the BR. So we take, if it doesn't exist, we return error. So if it exists, we get, now we extract the token from the header. So just header dot split, we split the header, and then we access from the part one, and then just this will be the token. So when we get the token, we get the token. So we now verify the token using now the JSON web token. So once we get the user, we now assign the user to this one. We find the user by ID and then assign user to this one. So if we get the user, we check now the role. If the role is manager, if the role for the user is manager, if it's not manager, we need to return an error. So if it's not manager, we need to return an error. Else we just call continue. So this is what is happening here. So if you save this one, and then also you go to controllers. So not this controller, orders controller. So in our orders controller, so we are not returning anything. We can return empty array. Just return empty array. Also here, you can also return empty array to avoid error. So I mean, if we don't have anything, it's just going to return nil. So if I save that, go back to our application, and then we need to reload there. And then you go to orders. Now we're supposed to see this one. There's nothing because we don't have any order. So if I go back to our orders again, and then just try to console.log a message here, console.log manager orders. We want to see the message here. Let's try to go back and then reload. We don't even need to reload, just need to shift. All right, so let's see. Now we see manager orders. So we don't have anything. All right, so we need now to start building now build now the functions. So we have so much function to do in here. So some of them are just going to allow me to paste them to avoid the long video. So first of all, let's check what we are going to add here. Okay guys, so first thing first, we need first of all to log in to create a customer account. So where now the customer can start now patching the product, where a customer can start now buying the product, create the orders, all of that, so that admin now can access. So that will require us to integrate the PayPal, checkout, all of that. So first of all, let's add to the card. Let's sign up as a user, as just a normal user. Sign up as a normal user. Never. And then log in. So this will take us to the user where there's nothing here. So you first of all need to organize the user's card, user's card, shopping cart. So go back to home page. You can see the shopping cart is empty. So you need to find a way that if the user go to a single product, so you can now click the button and then add to the cart. And then after that, click the cart, so you can take the user to the checkout page. So first of all, let's go to a single page, single product page. This is the single product template. So this is where we want to show the product. So we want to show here, const use add to the cart. So we don't have it, we need to import it. Yeah, we can import it if you just type, where is it? Okay, if you just type use add to the cart, it will import the function. Yes, this is the function. And then if you go to the, we have a context. So this is the context. Remember, this is the context we created last time. If you missed the video, please check out the video on the description. Now our main stack. So this actually, this is the function we are going to use. So the function will take so this will take a product as a card, product as a param, and then add the product to the card. Yeah. This is the function we want to use. Add to the card. So use card context. This is the one. The function called add to the card. So we want to use the function right here. Add to the card, but we want to prevent. You can pass event. Can access the event and then prevent. Let's prevent default behavior for the button, and then add it to the card. I can remove that one. Let's try to remove that. So that means we create, prevent, and then add to the card. So okay, that's okay. So now we save it. This is our application. If we now click, we are expecting to see a modal with success message. All right, continue shopping, and then now we see we have added here. We have the card, our card here. All right. So if we click on our card, we are not seeing anything. So we're supposed to see now the product we have. This is an example of the our original application. If you click here, this will take you to the card. So we need to see also like this one. So to speed up the things, since in the template we don't have much, we have the template ready. So we can we have the template. We can go to card. Go to the card template. This is what we have. So we're supposed to show all the items here. All right, let's go and do that. All right, guys. So for card template, we have layout. We need to bring in layout, footer, everything, but we also need to bring in import use card. So we need to use the card, import it from hooks, our card. So after that, a couple of things we need to do in here. First of all, we need to create the card. We need to create some function here which we need to access. We need to access the, if you see here, a couple of things we need to access in here. So clear card, card total amount, add to card. No, add to card, we don't need that. We only need remove from card, clear card, total card, and then something missing in here. We need to see, okay, all items. Oh, this is the only thing we need. We don't need much. So card templates, we need card items, and then clear card, clear card. So I have to make sure it's the function in here. So this is the function we want to access. Clear card, and then we have remove from card, and then what else? Add to card. We don't need add to card. Just need the total amount. I'm sure it's the same. So you can also just copy. Make sure that don't make a mistake. You start looking for where is trouble. So just find card total amount. That's it. Card total amount. This is the one. All right. What else? Let's see. All right, so this is all. Okay, now we have this. So what we need to do, we also needed to get a navigator, so it can help us to navigate to checkout page. So navigate, use navigate. So we need to call use navigate. From React DOM. What else we need here? So for use navigate, we can now create const use navigate is equal to use navigator. That's it. What else do we need here? So we need now to create a function. Let's first of all create a function. A function to say handle or redirect to checkout page. So this function, the job just okay handle checkout page. I'm sure we have for checkout page you can check app route, our app route to see a checkout page. So this is the checkout page. The checkout page also require private. So the checkout page is within a private route. So that means you need to be authenticated for you to access the checkout page. If you take our private route, this is what the private route does. Private route check if the user is authenticated and there's token. They keep you to the route, the current route. Else they redirect you to a login page. So we have the checkout. Now you can open the checkout page because we need to work on it. There's nothing in here so far. Don't worry about that. We are going to work on that. All right. So for our card template, so this is the function we need, but also we need to. So we need first of all to start now building our card. The template, we have so much, not much, but we have a couple of things to type in here. We need to okay, we can first of all let's check if the card is empty. So for that we can do check if the card.length is empty. So we can just say is empty, else we're just going to return the list of the things. Let's close that, and then also, yeah. So we're just going to, we can say here, we want to see if AI can help us speed. So that's the idea here. We're trying to see if AI can help us speed up the everything. So we need to map through the item. There's also some errors, much error AI is generating. So it doesn't matter. We'll clean that later. But what is important is to get the job done. Show the total amount. That's it. Okay, that's not bad. Let's see what I can do. Okay, so we will fix it. Let's first of all save that and then go to our browser. This is what we have. This is what is generated by AI. Total amount, whatever. Okay. All right. So for design for the card, so I just have some template here, so we can just use this to speed up our development. So the rest we will code it. All right. So, okay, let's fix something. We need to import the button. We need to import the button from material UI. Import button. Say button from material UI. And then what else you need to import? All right, so need to calculate the total amount, whatever. So you need to do that. So the design I can explain to you is nothing much here. So we just have, we take our card item. These are card items, what we have there, we access from the context. And then we just do a map. So map, and then we do block. The class is no block for the element. So we give the item name. So item is actually product. So you can call it product. Call the product. So the product ID, product name, and then product price to fix, and then quantity, and then also product price dot quantity. This is what you do, and then product ID also if you want to remove, and then total amount. Well, so let's go ahead and do the total amount. Okay, so for total amount, actually we just need to total amount is actually a card total amount. This is the only one we need to do, but you need to call the to fix there. So you pass to 2. Let's just have a look. Yeah, this is the first of all. Let's save this one and then see, and then I'll come back to explain to you. So this is what we get here. So we can remove, if you see our original application, this one is actually in the bottom, and then you have clear all. So we can remove this one, check out, and then clear. You can actually place them here, right after here. This is total amount. You can place them out right here. So we can go ahead and copy them. These are 2. Copy this 2, and then this is total amount. Then we can add this here. You can also use flex. Use flex dot justify between. Okay, justify between. You can do item center to align item center. Okay, so this is what we get, but we can also do padding to 3, so we can get some space. So if you want to, you can actually separate them to give some nice looking. And then if you separate them, you can try to wrap. Let's see. You can wrap the whole thing in a div. Just replace that with a div, and then do class to give now the space between elements. So now we have the space between elements. That's the product. So we have product name, and then price. Quantity 1. You can actually make some change. You can make some change. You can wrap this in a card class, and then card. There's a container. Before you can do say BG to white, then rounded. Is it we have rounded here already? No. Then rounded maybe larger. So this is what we get. If you go to small screen, this is what you have in the small screen. On change, don't worry about the method. We will fix that. We just need to fix the design first. Another thing is the title. We can change this to base. It's a base. base, text base, then text, if it's now small, if it's now medium, put text to large or XL. Okay, but we need to change. You can copy the title, the heading here. You say your card. You can style it well. You can make it looks nice. So it depends on how you want to show it. You can wrap this in a div, and then do some padding to 3. Okay, your card. This is our application. So you can maybe change this to XL, and then this to 2XL. Right, so this is depending on how you want to style it. You don't have to spend much time there. Can give it some space between. Justify end, and then space between. So you can choose to use material UI or use just normal buttons. So this depends on you. Or if you want to keep styling with the CSS, you can do. So we want to test the functionalities. For example, we want to clear all or check out. So we are expecting to clear all. First of all, let's fix the total amount. Put a $sign there. Can put $sign. Yeah. So if you try, right, another thing I was trying to explain to you is that we use to fix, what is it, to fix? We use to fix, to check, to show 0 after amount. If I put to 2, you see we will get 20 after amount. If I put 1, you see what we get 10. So we put to fix. That's what we are doing there. There's nothing much. So we want to test our functionality to clear the card. So if I clear this, now the card is empty. So we can go back to our home to add again the product to test it. Sorry. Let's try to add again the product. Add this one. So this depends on you. If you want to show the add to product on a feed, it depends on you. We still have to add more items here. We need to add more item from seller and then a related product also. Okay, can scroll again. Let's add like a table. Now we have 2 item, close. So we want to go to the card. Now we have the card here. So it's the same as our original application. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Guys, give us some thumb up. Thank you. All right, so now we want to go to checkout. So on click, we need to go to checkout. So you see now we are not going to checkout and click that one. Handle checkout. We're supposed to go to checkout. It's the one. Just let's go back a little bit on click. So you see this is redirecting us to user. So we know where is the problem. The problem is from say private route. Yeah, the problem is from the private route. So since we are wrapping up route, this one in a private route. So the private route, the default behavior is to redirect the user to appropriate dashboard. That's why it's redirecting us to user dashboard. So you can change that. You can modify it to start now redirecting to check out or whatever. All right, guys, let's go and do that. All right, guys. So to fix now the issue, so to redirect the user once click on the checkout, so we can make a little bit of modification on our private route. Our private route here, first of all, we can pass, we can check if the current user is the current route request route is checkout. So going here, can say for example to check if is a checkout. And then also we need to add a little bit of modification here allowed. So say allowed your role, which is going to be admin. This is public user customer, and then also allowed role here, which is going to be seller, and here allowed role is going to be admin or manager. So just a few things here, make modification. So we go back here, we can add a key, add a field here called is checked, it's checked out. So to check if the current part is checked out, so we need also to pass this param as a boolean. All right, so in here we can check. Let's fix this. We can check. No. Okay. Let's say check if it's a checkout. If the is checkout and we check and the part. If the part name. What's the part name? If the location, sorry, location dot path name is not equal to checkout. So if it's ready checkout, so there's no need to do it again. If the request the current part is ready, for example, if you are ready in checkout, so we don't need to redirect again to the checkout. Right. So if it's not, we're just going to redirect to the checkout. So this is it. You can just save this one. Yeah, you can just save and then go back to application, redirect. Now we are being redirected to checkout. So we don't have anything in checkout. If you our checkout template is actually nothing. You can try to make some change here, and there's nothing. So we need to work on this one. Okay, let's go ahead and work on this one. Please make sure to give us a thumb up and leave some comment. Make sure to subscribe. All right, guys. So first of all, let's go and create. Let's go and design our checkout. So if you go take an example for our checkout, is actually very simple checkout. So the only thing we will work on much is implementing PayPal, and then the payment, all of that. So first thing first, let's go to our checkout to design faster. So this is our checkout. We don't have anything in here. We need to bring a couple of things in here. So I hope we can do it very faster. We don't have to explain much so that we can save time. You can import app layout, and then app layout and then footer. You can also import React, but we need to import also use effect and then use state. Also need to import so I'm just going to import a couple of things here faster. So we need to import this one, app card. I have to make sure that to import use card, and then Axios and Axios. So the rest will import it automatically. All right, so now we have a checkout. First of all, we need to create the session, sorry. Session is equal to use session, equal to session. So use session. We don't have can type it and then this will import use authenticate. We need to import that. Import use authentication. Then we need to import. We need to create a navigate. We can also create get total cart item. Total cart item, and then remove. You can also call the function, the remove function. Yeah. This one we don't need it. What next? The payment method. We're going to work on PayPal, integrating PayPal success message. But let's also create navigate and then const. Just create some variables we need here. Selected payment method. Selected, no, that one. Selected payment method. Okay, and then so we also need shipping address. So user need to provide a shipping address. You can say shipping address. So user need to provide shipping address. And then since we want that, so we need a way to say open is open is open shipping address model. So you use this to we will use that to open and close the shipping address model. What else do we need? All right, this is it for now. We will come back to that. So what else? Can move one of this. This one. Let's see which one is correct. Which one is correct path? So you can just try to access. Access manually. Go to hook. No. Hook. And then context. That's the one we want to use. All right. First thing, we need to check if the user is logged in. So you can use effect to check check the session. So if there's no session, we just return and redirect back to login. So we can use effect. So for the use effect, we can check if there's no session, we just return. But we can okay, that one is correct. So we just redirect user to login. We also want to check shipping address. Check if the user has shipping address, a shipping address. So if there is no shipping address, so we set open shipping address model to true. So this we require shipping address for user to put on the shipping address. What else? But else we want to set that false to make sure that we don't have a problem. But we want to actually can set it to false at the same time set the shipping address. So set the shipping address. So we can take the session from, we can access the user from the session. If it goes session, use authentication. This is the one. So if the user is there, if we have a user, so we will probably have the user, we will probably have the session, the shipping address. So that we will work on that on the back end. So we can update, let's say, for example, session.user dot shipping address. We can access the shipping address, but to make sure that there is nothing, we are not getting error, we can pass the question mark there. All right. Lastly, we're just going to pass session, and then we also pass the token. Token. If there is no user or there's no token. Right. Next. Next, we don't have anything. So if you save, we don't have anything, but we need, first of all, we need the dialog for the dialog to show the shipping information, where the user can put on the shipping information, because that's the first thing we need. We require that one. So I can just paste some model here, so I'll explain to you. It's actually usually the same thing, the same dialog model for material UI. Okay, let me just save some time to paste it here. So we can just create a component. We can go to our component here, just create a component called edit address dialog. You can say dialog model or just dialog. Makes sense. Go to JSX, then paste this one here. Edit shipping. So we paste this content here. So this is actually going to do the same thing. So we can slow the video, play the video slow to actually go through this. So we require we import the dialog action, title, buttons, and circular progress from material UI. Yeah? Use state and then axio and then our use authentication plus server base URL. So that's the whole thing we are putting here. So as usually, open is a boolean, and then on save and on saved and success. So we also pass the shipping address by default, and then set shipping address. This is a function, and then this is the object data. So if you go scroll down the bottom here, you see that the shipping is actually our data. So pass address, pass city, country, state, zip, phone, and then pin code. If you go to our back end, the model we created, the shipping address. So this is the same thing from the model we are passing there. So you can just close this. and then go back to our front end. So this is the same thing. This is the model, the type we have. You could also pass the ID. You can pass the ID if they provide the ID, but we don't really need that. All right. Make sure it is not required so that it doesn't throw an error. All right. So we now access we get the session, and then we pass the token. We pass the token to our front end, to our bear token header, and then this is the URL. We don't have this URL. We don't have this URI path, so we need to define this one. So we can copy. Remember about the author, so we can copy this and then go to auth. This is the auth URI, so we can define another here, another route here, router, and say dot. This one can be can be put or patch. So let's put let's just have it put here. Shipping address. So we'll pass authentication, and then also pass the to make sure the user was authenticated, and then pass update shipping address. So this is going to be user controller. So we can go to our controllers, and then user controller or auth controller, and then update shipping address. The method is not there. If you search for, just do control plus shift plus F, sorry, and then pass just pass our function here is not there. So can create this one, can create it right after. So just see what we have first. So we can create within our auth controller object. So we can create here. So update shipping address. We can pass the ID if we have the idea, and then we can do try catch shipping address, and then we're just going to update everything there. We do try catch. If we get the error, we return error. That's it. So we will come back to this one. This code is generated by AI, so we'll come back to that. So we get the body, and then we pass the body here. So another way you can also go pass one by one. Check the data. Sorry, the data being passed through. So you can take one by one. For example, country. We have country, we have state. So if you want to pass one by one, is okay. Because it's actually the same data here. So if you copy the same data and then you pass here, or just access the body. So shipping address, and then you get the body. So you pass the body update them. So it's actually the same thing. This is also an easy way. So the ID, since we are actually passing the data, we're actually getting the user. So we want to get the user. Actually, you can do const say user from a request user from a request, or let's say user from requester. So now we can let's get the user. Const ID is equal to user.id, and then we access, we check, we get the user. If the user is there, if the user is not there, we return an error message. Else we return the message successfully. We update the information, but we make sure that now if we go back to our auth route, so we now use our shipping address here. So this is it for back end. There's not much to do. So now if we go to our front end, back to our front end, the model. So I was just explaining to you that, okay, so we pass the token, the session token is the session token. Now, if you don't have session token, this will throw an error. which if you don't have a throw token, so this will be this will throw an error. So we get the user after we get the user which is stored in our local storage. So we access that user and then we update the shipping address. You see what is happening here. We get that user, we update our shipping address. And then set the success to true and then set this processing to false. So just set timeout 3 seconds to close. This is the same thing as updating user, which we did with the updating user. So that's why I've told you it's the same component, just a little bit of modification. So we don't need to type everything step by step. So you can slow the video, play in slow mode so that we can actually view everything here. We can follow up, we can follow along. All right, and the text, if you see what we have here, we just have edit shipping, that's the title, and then on processing, so we show the circular process from circular progress from material UI, yeah, with the text. If it's updated, we show the message, and then if it's an error, we show error. That's it. And then if there is no success or there's no message or there's no processing, so we just show the input field, which we have address and then country. Country. We also have a seat and then a state and the zip code. So that's it for the input field. We close that and then we have action, save, and then that's it. So this is it for the address, for the agent address. So now if we go back to our checkout, so we need to use this. So first of all, we need to wrap this with the app provider. We need to wrap app provider for material UI, the app provider. So this one now can change the layout, app provider, and then also we need our, can you also use our app layout? Can you use app layout if you want app layout? And then you can also use a footer if you want footer. So you can do app footer. So we save this to see if you have errors. Okay, the checkout does not the component. Oh, we have something so that automatically imported by AI. Let's move that one. Then import app layout, and then also import app footer. Let's save that. User authentication. We also need to check that. Use authenticate. Where is it? You can give a space, some space. Oh, need to import. What is the message say? Oh, let's try to check it out. Hooks, and then use authentication. Okay, now we have another error. Can you check that one? Okay, you can remove the curly bracket. Sorry, move the curly bracket. Then we reload. All right. Now we have this is now our checkout now. Okay, so we need to change a few things here. You can avoid this one in message by just removing the reactor. Okay, so in here, we want to make just a quick design here. What we can do is let's try to just add section, sorry, section, and then can give it give class name, and try to see if AI can speed up. All right, and then we can also uh, try to follow AI to see if AI can speed up. Huh? So it AI can also help you speed up. You check out. Actually, we are not showing the product. We're not showing the total item. So we're just going to have this. Um, let's close this one for now, and then also close this one. So in our checkout, if you see this one, this is just a payment. So payment. So we need to have this one actually payment. Can call this payment. But if you see, we have a arrow. See here, we have an arrow to just return back to the card. So we can use this. We can have here called flex. In fact, supposed to have can have checkout, but let's have here another flex. Just add flex, very quick one. Item center. Just do a very quick design item center, and then we want to add the arrow, so you can use a arrow back. Arrow back. But you can use material UI. You can use material UI icons. Or you can also use React icons if you have React icons. You can check React icons. So if you say arrow back, we have arrow back here. So you can import that from material UI, from React, and then that's going to use it here. So if you save that, React icon, so it looks like we haven't installed it, but we have actually a React icon, and I prefer to use Material UI. Yeah, can use Material UI icons. This one, so I don't have to mix a lot of design from this and that. Can just stick with the one designer. So let's just go with the Material UI arrow back. You can use this one, or you can use this one. So import that. So we can use this one. Just going to import that and then go back to, and then just paste this one here. So we just change this one. So the problem for material UI, it at least will take some time for the fast loading. For the fast load, if you reload, so what we can do is let's make some change here. This one is actually supposed to be a button. You could have even used just SVG. Use a button. You can also use SVG icons. So on click, we navigate back to card. So navigate. So we call navigate, and then we pass the card. So the button is not there. We need to import it. So we can import button from material UI. So we can import button. Also import a few things here if you want. Okay, let's scroll down a little bit. And roll back that one. So for button, pass curly bracket so that we can actually import button, import also few things there. So if you save that, this is what you have. It doesn't look exactly like this one. So this one is SVG. Okay, you can change. So just a little bit here. We need to make sure that this is block. This one shows flex. You don't want to do that one. Make sure this is block. Yeah. But we don't even want to check out title. We don't need that one. We are going to actually just show. Let's say here we are going to do select card. Select payment method, and the right side is just the card, the total. The card total. That's it. Just simple as that. So for this one, we are going to pass. I can actually just bring in the card so that we can select. But before that, I want to show you that you need to have. If you follow along with the application, the development from beginning, you have this included in your package.json. So you go to your package.json. So you need to have the React PayPal installed. You see, React PayPal installed. Copy this one. Let's go to. Can go to browser, close this one. So React PayPal. So you need to have this one installed. We also have documentation here. You can follow the documentation. You have the documentation here for React PayPal. But the documentation is a bit poor, so you can follow along if you want to complete the payment system. So try to follow along, stay with me, go along with me, so that I can show you step by step how you can integrate this one. So this is the SDK we are going to use for this one. If you don't have it installed, just copy here, use the npm, or you can also use yarn. Here is the installation. Here is the installation. So you can use npm to add to install it. So I have it installed already. You can check on your package.json if you follow with the startup project. So this one is already included, so you don't need to do anything. Just let's go. All right. So after that, we just need some a few buttons here, so I don't need to type all of that. So I'm just going to bring it here, and then I'll explain to you. All right, guys. So this is it. We just have two sessions here, heading, and then we have. So I changed this to just do minus. So this could happen that if the user is coming from any page, so we just might remove that page. Yeah. For example, if the user is coming from home page, whatever, so you can just do minus. So you don't need to just always go back to the card. This is what the minus is. So just remove the route from the navigate. All right. So now we change this to SVG. So I like to use SVG. Sometimes it's much clean. And then the PayPal payment. So now this is the section what I was telling you about. So we need we have two sections, two buttons: pay with the PayPal or pay with debit card. So we are not using a debit card in this case. We're just going to integrate with PayPal. So for debit card, we are not going to use it. So so for pay with the PayPal, as soon as the user click the button, so we'll handle the payment, PayPal payment. So we don't have the function. We will create it. We can actually go ahead and create the function. Const handle payment, and then I'm just going to create. So you take a couple of things we need to do in there. All right. So handle payment, handle PayPal. So we're just going to set the payment. Set the payment is equal to PayPal. We're just going to pass PayPal. This is the one here. Don't worry about the warning messages. You are going to clean up everything. So by default is nil. You can set also by default to something, PayPal or debit card, but for now we just set by default is nil. So if once the user click PayPal method or debit card, so you can also set const debit card. We don't have this, not Stripe, but just debit card. So if you go, we have a debit card. This one, on a click. So we're just going to set debit card. Just call it debit. All right. So this is it for this one, and actually this one is supposed to be debit. You can change that. Okay. Next, we have PayPal pay with the debit. So this was just to help to speed up the styling. So it might take us a while to complete just the styling. So that's why I don't want it to type everything. All right. So for the debit card, this is just placeholder. We are not going to use it for really. We are not going to use this one. We are much focused on PayPal. So for PayPal, now the PayPal. What I was telling you is, okay, we need to have the PayPal installer, PayPal SDK, and then you can see we need to bring in the PayPal, import the PayPal. So need to import PayPal and then PayPal button. PayPal button from PayPal React, from PayPal / React PayPal minus dash JS. Sorry, and then that's it. You can just give some space here. You are having so much. It's a bit messy here. So that's it for PayPal. So we will show this button once user, if the selected method is equal to PayPal. So the selected method, if you scroll that up a little bit, this is the selected method, and then here we here we are setting in the selected method. So if we set selected method PayPal, we will show PayPal. If we set user selects say payment method to debit, we will show the debit. So if you scroll down just a little bit here, this is what we have. This is the debit, and then this is the PayPal. All right. So now we need to. This is the button. For the button, we need to make a. First of all, we need to check to get the user ID, the shipping address, and then the amount, the full amount, the final amount. So for the final amount, we need to work on that because we need to calculate. Okay, this is optional. You can just set the amount, any amount, because it's testing. But you can also calculate things, for example, including the taxes, all of that. So let me just take an example what I mean. All right, so we need to do some, calculate the total amount for item in the cart. So what we can do up here, we can calculate here actually. Okay, calculate calculate the total amount there. The total amount of the item of the card items. It's okay. All right, so we can do all right, so we have a card items that reduce. So total, so we take the total item, and then we take the total, and then we take the item. So total plus item dot price. So every item plus total total plus total plus item dot price times item quantity. So each item we take each item and then price. So we do calculation. All right. So if you want to do the same thing, you can do sum is equal to card item dot reduce accumulator, and then we have current value, which is our item. So accumulator plus item dot price times item dot quantity, and then we just pass the zero there. So it's actually the same thing, right? So if you get that, you can also add, let's add the things. For example, sorry, if you see the one we have here, our checkout, so you are showing things, for example, card total, and then you saved this minus discount, and then you have tax, store pickup. So this is you just depend on your settings or your customer settings. So what you can do, okay, let's say for example, calculate the shipping cost, all of that. You can put the shipping cost, and then you can, let's say for example, also cost saving. Say saving. You can also say saving maybe 2%. So just depend. Well, you can say you can set savings to, let's set savings to 99. Or you can leave this default by AI. So we just can follow AI and also see, and then also const the pickup. I don't know how you call that, store pickup. Store pickup. So we can also set store pickup 1.0%, 0.1%. That's it. And then now we can now calculate. So say calculate the final final amount to be paid, and then you can just pass final amount is equal to sum plus shipping cost plus saving plus store pickup. But we didn't include the tax. We can also include the tax. Let's say the tax tax is equal to 1%, whatever. I don't know. We just we just uh, calculating or creating some prices. All right, guys. So our final amount is equal to sum plus shipping plus cost plus saving plus store pickup. But we haven't added tax, so the tax is there. We added also the tax. That's it. So that's the final amount. So let's see down here. Scroll just down. This final total. This is the final total, and then we can actually use the same variable. Um, Final total, and then we have savings. This is the one. Okay, savings. We add S, and then also adds S here. So scroll down somewhere. I want to show you the list where we are actually showing all this. For example, in our original application, the list cost whatever pickup you saved. Yeah, let's see. Right, scroll down. All right, so here, no, I just scroll down a little bit. So we have sum, and then we have savings, which will show savings. And then also, okay, for savings is minus, and then our savings divided by 100. And then you pass to fix to give it a dot 00 after the amount. And then tax, so our tax was also divided by 0, and then we pass there. We also have a store pickup, and we have a total amount. So you can just walk through to complete before now saving now, before making now a request to the server. Now we have a handle payment. Handle payment, or we don't have the function, so we need to create it. Just scroll up a little bit again. So I can create const handle payment, payment successfully. Okay, so that one we need to get the data. All right, so handle payment success. We're just going to, okay, we take the data. So what we want to do with the data is we can do try catch. Okay, try catch. We want to clear all the data. So we want to clear the card. So since we can take the card, we can call the remove method, but we want to use, let's say we want to use, let's check if first of all the card has the length. We still have data. If card total item dot length is greater than 0, so we can do card items. We have card items. I believe we have card items dot for each, and then we want to delete every item. Delete every item. Yeah, but we have to make sure that we can pass item ID. If you go to context, context remove item, so we require ID. Yeah, so that means here we need to pass ID, item dot ID. Yeah, we need to pass item dot ID. So catch, you can also dot log error. If you get error, let's say for example you fail to delete, error failed to clear the card, and then you pass error. But also you can set error. Set error. We don't have error. Error handler. Const. So we have error. You can now use this one to handle if you have errors. So scroll down here, you can now set the error, and then you can just pass error message, so whatever you want to pass in there. Okay, so somewhere here too, we are passing the error message. Try catch. If you have error, you can also pass the same thing. Could not proceed. Please try again. So it is alert or error message. So this depends. You can remove the alert, keep the error message. We will need to import our server as usual. We need to import the API. So I can import API just up here. Import server base from API. We can remove this one, we're not using it, and then also the button. Okay, success message. We're working through components. So for the card, you can actually minimize this one. We are not using it. We are not going to use it in this course. All right, so we need to import the Axio. You can just type it. Type Axio. This will import it automatically. If you fail to import, you can also go import it manually. Import Axios from Axios. Okay. We still have to set the shipping. Still have to set the shipping model. So for the shipping model, we don't have it here yet, so we can import it before continuing. So we need to import the shipping model here. So we can say, first of all, is edit shipping. So if it's edit shipping, we can now just if it's edit shipping address, so we can import our shipping address. So we'll pass few things in here. Is open on save, and then also shipping address, set shipping address, and what else we need to pass on success server, on save and success. What else? So this one is actually open. No, it's actually open. So if you go to our shipping, just copy this one. Check the model. So this is the model, the one I just explained to you. I explained. So the variable is actually open. So we need to make sure that you change that open. And then on save, handle, on save and success. So we need to handle that. So need to create a variable, a function to handle on save and success. To handle on 7 6s, but before that we need to add a comment here, so redirect to success page, and then we will come back to that one later. So const handle save and success. So we need to do a couple of things here. We need to update the session. Okay, session.user.shipping address. We need to is equal to shipping address. Where is the session? We actually just need to call a set shipping address. Set shipping address, and then we pass the shipping address. We're supposed to have a session here, so you can scroll up a little bit. Your session is there. We don't need this one, and then we can just set handle on close. Can we close this one, and then we also supposed to have a handle on close. Handle on close. We check if we have it in here. Handle on close. We don't have handle on close, so that's fine. Can I close that one? So scroll back to the top. All right. So this is we go back to our handle payment success. So we need to complete just that one. We need to redirect to we need to redirect to navigate to success. We don't have that, but we need to create. Let's say, for example, to orders, redirect to orders, and then /success. Or orders, say confirm. Order confirmation or order confirmation. So where the user can confirm, okay, the order was the payment was successful, and there we can pass. So we need to pass, like we pass the ID. So the ID which we will use now, we can now use that ID to grab the. Sorry, let's try that. Plus order.id. Yeah. So we will actually work on the data. So we'll work on the data we are getting here. For now, let's just save that. Just give this type of data. We will come back to that. So we have so much to correct in there. So we still have a set payment method. Set payment method, which we didn't call. It's supposed to call set payment method. It is selected method. We need to change. So just have a look here. Yeah, we can actually remove the set payment method. Well, for now, let's just keep it and then try to save. Go back to our browser to see. So, okay, for now, our browser, now we see we have shipping address. So we don't have shipping address. So you need to add shipping address. So you can reload. All right, so you need to add the shipping address. But if you close that for now, you see we have our total card item, our total card item, total amount, sorry, and then what you saved, the tax, store pickup, whatever. So this is you can calculate it better depending on what you want, what you are doing. But this is just an example of what we have, what we can do. So now let's test the PayPal pay with PayPal. We can check for errors. We have a shipping address. Shipping address is marked as required. Oh, let's first of all fix that error. Shipping address. Shipping address. So it's set as required, but we need to fix that because if the user doesn't have a shipping address, so we're going to have an error. We're going to can remove this one, and then go back to reload. The error is not there, but try to close, and then okay. Now we are getting now error. Code type is selected payment method is not a function. All right, let's go and fix that. All right, guys. So let's check that error. Looks like we are missing something here. Go back to our VS Code. So we need to check. So we need to use this one, set payment method. I think it's somewhere here. We need to use this one. This is an error. Supposed to set payment method. All right. Let's try to reload. Just close that. There's no error again. So the shipping address is it keep popping like that if we don't have shipping address unless until you add your shipping address, and then we will show that you can now close it. In some cases you can actually require, like there's no option to close it. You require user to fill the shipping address. So this depends. All right, so now let's just go and focus on PayPal. So we want to set up the PayPal, fix up the PayPal. So we need to, if we go to our original application, on the click PayPal, so we need to wait for PayPal to load and then to get the button. So we need to work on this one. So if you see our application on click, we are not loading the PayPal SDK. All right, let's go and do that. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and give a thumb up. All right, guys. So we can actually improve our component. So if you go to our component here, we can actually improve it by removing the PayPal. We can move it to a different component. So to clean up a little bit our code. So just copy this one. Copy this one, and then go to component somewhere here. So just create a component called PayPal. 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 You can call it anything. Let's call it PayPal. Or we can call this PayPal integration. I can just call it anything you want. PayPal integration. Integration. .jsx. All right. So and then here now we can now create. So this is now is going to be our component here. Let's see. All right. So we will now need all of this. All of this. The card, item, funnel, funnel total, and then session, shipping, all of that we need in here. So we can also import, can also create prop types. So that should be PayPal, integration, and then prop types. So we're going to add all of this one. The card, total card, total items, and then final total amount is this is going to be a number, and session is going to be object, and then shipping address is going to be object. We need to import prop types. We can import, first of all, import the PayPal, and then PayPal button, and then also import Axio, and then import also prop types. Just importing everything. Import prop types. What else do we need here? Okay, that's it. Okay, we can remove this one. All right. So handle success. So if you want, we can also pass this function here. So to just clean up our component, we can pass the function. You can also import the function. It's going to be a function. What else can you import in here? Can you put message? If you want to show error message, you can actually import it also. So this one, you will need to create your PayPal, your PayPal account. So I'll show you how to do that. First of all, let's work on front-end integration, and then I will show you how you can create your account, the sender box, all of that. So for messages there, message you can choose to show message. So you can let's say, for example, an error message. Can also import messenger on error messenger. Can call on error message, so that this can now be a function on error message. So try to change this one to on. Sorry. On error message. So we set on error message. This function now will take a error message and then display it. So if you come here now, you can now use PayPal integration. Instead of you do everything here, just going to do PayPal integration and add all of this, handle success, and then on error message we pass message. So on error message you don't have it, so we need to create it here. So we create on error message, so handle error message. So we call an error message. On error message. So this will take error message and then we set error message. That's it. So here this one I'll try. This one was here because I was trying to do it here before, so you can get rid of this one. Don't need this one. You're not supposed to see that there, right? So now we can remove the button here, and then also remove this one and remove XOs. So clean up the place a little bit. Success. This one you can choose to use it. Remove this one. Okay. So just trying to clean up our component. Remove few things in here. So we need to import this PayPal. If you try to type it, PayPal integration, now it can be import automatically. If you go up, is here now. So our component is there. It's actually in our component, in our components, right? So we need to save to see actually exactly the same thing, as before, right? So you can ignore this for now, and then you'll see the button is there. Right, so we need to work on now to show the button. So if you see this one is showing, but ours is not showing. Try to reload first of all. All right. Okay, let's go and show that. Let's go and work on that. All right, guys. So back to our VS Code. We need to fix a few things here. See, for example, here we are setting PayPal, and then we are setting payment method to PayPal. So down here, we have to make sure that when you scroll down where we want to show the button, here, we have to make sure that this is supposed to be PayPal. That's it. So if you save that, then you go back, you'll see now we have PayPal here. So you can reload to confirm, close this one, and then press the button. Now we have the PayPal. So on a click now, PayPal, here now we need to integrate now few things. So first of all, I want to show you, let's go back to our VS Code, and then let's go to PayPal. So this one, we can actually remove, this is the client ID. So I'm going to show you how you're going to get your client ID. Remove this required here. You don't need to require that. Let's just try to see, get the PayPal, and then we are being redirected to login. We can check. Let's go back first of all. All right. So first of all, I want to show you how you can get your idea. I want to show you how to set up the PayPal sender box, and then we can continue. Continue cleaning up all of that. First of all, let's check if you have something to correct in here. We can also come back. You can always come back to clean up the code, to refactor our code. So first of all, let's go and set up the sender box account for our PayPal. All right, guys. So for PayPal, it's much easy to integrate the PayPal account, PayPal API, the sender box. So you can just go to your browser and then search for PayPal developer, PayPal developer dashboard or developer. So this will take you to PayPal. This will take you to PayPal. So if you haven't logged in, you can log in with your PayPal account, and then log in to developer account. So developer.paypal. If you are already logged in, you can navigate to developer.paypal.com. And then here now is the dashboard. So you can go to developer dashboard. This developer dashboard. So here now you can see we have so much here to do. So you can let's say, for example, here you will see all the apps. If you have apps, documentation, or whatever, you can also now, let's say, create now app. You can see your app For example, this is the apps I have. These are apps. So you can create a app, create a new app. So to create a new app, you can just go to view credential API. So create a new app. So this you will give your app a name. Let's say MERN Stack, MERN Stack, and Stack PayPal, and then you create an app now. Cannot contain PayPal, MERN Stack. Okay. Right, so the app now is created. So you can see this is the client ID. So this is the ID you copy. You copy the ID. So you go now to our VS Code, where now we are integrating the PayPal. Where is our PayPal? So you now pass this ID here. You replace this ID with yours, and then now we have the client ID. So you can also copy client ID, but for client ID, we will going to work on that because we haven't integrated the back end yet. So we need now to go to back end and then go start adding now. First for the set up the back end. So to do, let's go fast and then set up the back end. All right, guys. So first of all, we need to set up our back end. We need to add the secret key. So copy the secret key, go to our back end, and add here secret, and then also you need to copy the front, the client ID. Also add the client ID. All right. So now we need to. So we need now to go to. We need to create a controller, a PayPal controller. So that's a controller which we are going to use now to make a request to handle now the payment, create orders using PayPal, all of that. So let's go and do that. Okay, so we need to create a controller. We need to make some adjustment here first. First of all, go to our model, order model. So we need to adjust to add some few things in here. So we need to add the payment status. We need payment status. Payment status, and then also we need so payment status is equal to string required, and then a payment method is equal to payment method. So we can use a payment info. Let me have a look. So we'll have a payment status which you have a pending, a complete, or failed. Default is pending, and then we have payment info, which we need to add. We just need so payment info. So for payment info, we just need the idea. So we need transaction ID, which is going to be string, and then the method. So can also say method is going to be string. string. All right, so this is the only app that we need in here. So we don't need the shipping here. We have the shipping information here. So if you go to our back end, to our front end, sorry. So user needs to save this shipping information, and then we can now update it in the shipping address here. So let's close this for now. But we need to create now our controller. So you go to controllers and then create a PayPal controller.js. So in this controller, this is where we want to now to handle all our this is where we want to handle the payment, the PayPal payment. So we need the Axios, need the Axios. It's got to require Axios. We also need orders. We require orders, and then also need sellers order. We also pass sellers order. We also need product, and so we need now first of all we need to create our. We also need let's also bring in payment. Payment transaction, which is the model. If you search for it, copy the model is here. This is our model, payment transaction. So this is where we use to store all the information about payment. This is what we need here. Okay, so close this one. All right. First thing first, we need to create a function so which you can use to get payment PayPal access token. So we can use const get payment PayPal access token. So for this one we want to make a request. Let's just follow the AI to complete this one, and then I will explain to you. All right. So we want to make a request to PayPal. We want to make a request, a post request using Axios. So in this case, I just want to explain to you something very quick that, okay, we are going to make a request to HTTP request. So to get the, we send our client ID and then the secret to API slash API-m.sandbox PayPal. So to authenticate first of all, confirm first of all our token, and then this will return a secret access token. So we will use now the access token to now make the payment. Make the payment. So there is documentation for PayPal which you can actually take your time to read the documentation. So go around to try to play around with the PayPal, with the sender box. So just remember that once you deploy your application to live server, so you will need to change the sender box to production. And also make sure that you have created an account, the sender box account, which you use now to test the payment, all of that. So in this case, we want to make the request to PayPal sender box. So we make a request. First of all, we send our client and then a secret keys. So we get the access token. So once we get the access token, now we can now create the order. So I just want to explain to you very quick what is happening in here. So in here we send the request, but we need to do a couple of modifications here first. I don't like the way AI generated it. I want to just make a little bit of modification. So we can do const auth, so is equal to buffer, and then dot from, because we want to convert the request to we want to convert to string, to base 64. So okay, all right. So with buffer from, and then we pass now the keys. So we access now uh, we access our .env file to get the client ID, which we just added client, and then also we get the payment, the PayPal secret. So we convert to string, base 64, and then so that is the order. So after that, we can now make now the response. So we send now the request. So we can now send the request. So for the request now, we do const response is equal to axio await axio.post. So we send the post request. We pass the header. We now need to pass the header. Sometimes autocomplete is a bit tricky. So you can actually use this one here. So let's paste this one. So you can do const token response is equal to response is equal to await dot axios dot post, and then we pass the URL. We pass the URL. So in the URL here, just need to be clear a little bit. In the URL here, we need to pass first of all, we need to pass header. We need to have a header. First of all, need to pass header. For header, it's going to have a text. Need to have a header, and then we pass the authorization, which is this is going to be a token. It's going to be no, authorization actually is going to be basic, and then we pass our auth, and then also content type is equal to application. Just content type is equal to application slash xww. Okay. So the content type is equal to URL encoded, and then we actually need also to pass content type is equal to client credential. All right. What else do we need here? Sorry, we are the VS Code is so since we have Intel sensor, so Intel sensor sometimes is closing and the tag, so it sometimes makes things a bit complicated. So when you are coding, all right. And then we will just return the token, just return the access token. Just return the access token. So let's go through again what we have here. So auth is equal to buffer.from. So we pass our process.env. So if we go to our .env, we have client ID and then the secret. So this is what we pass here. This is what we pass here. Client, and then we pass client column, and then we pass our secret. So we convert it to base 64 to string, base 64, and then we send now the request, HTTP request. So using Axio to send post request using Axios and then this is the param. This is the URL where you are sending, and then we pass our header. That's it. Okay, so once you get the response, if we have an error, so we just throw the error. You can also return that error, pass the error. You can see it. So that was to get the access token. So next, we need now a function where now we can now use to create the model, create the orders, make the request, all of that. So we can do export and do export dot create order, export dot create order. So let me just close. I don't want to follow AI that way. Okay, create order. So first of all, we need to access. Let's get, for example, we need a couple of things we need to get in here. First of all, we need to get amount. Amount. Also need to get amount, products, and then also user ID. So the customer ID. This all from request.body. So we need to do now. Need to do to get now the token. So we need to get the token. We call now the get access token. Get PayPal access token. This function up here. But for that, we can use a try catch. Use try catch. So because you are making a request to HTTP, so try catch. So now when you get the response, we get the token. We can call it access token. Called access token. So once we get the access token, is a few things here we need to do. First of all, up here we need to make sure that the amount is not empty, and then the product is not empty. So we can check if there's no amount, if amount is not there, or amount is less than 0. So that means it is negative. So we need to return an error, 400 error, say that invalid amount. Else we just continue. So for else now we can now make we need now to make create now send now the request to make now payment. Send a request to make payment or to make order. We can follow AI in this case. Let's see. When you are using AI, you need to be careful. You are following, especially when you are using it to wait for the code generated by AI. So you need to be at least know what is happening with the AI. All right, so we make a request. The order response is equal to await xo.post. So you make send the post request again. So this time now we just make the response request. So with some payload. So intent, capture, and then purchase unity. So we pass the amount which is there, which we get from here. We pass the value amount, and then but in this case we don't want to do that. All right, is actually correct. So value is the amount, and then the currency is USD. The currency is USD. That's it. And then now we pass the header, which is now we pass the bearer token, which is now our access token. This is the access token. And then content type is equal to application. The content type is application / JSON. So that's it. Okay. So if now we get the response, we now need to create the order. we create now our order. To create now this order model, our order model. So for the order model, we just going to walk through it, and then all right, so let's go ahead and create the order model. All right, guys, so first of all, we will here we will return can do down here you can return JSON data, but you want to return a couple of things here, and return the ID. So this will be response.data.id. So this is the response we are getting from our post requester to PayPal. So we return the ID. We also need to return the order. Let's say DB order, so which we don't have. DB order ID, which we don't have, so we will create that one. And then also we can, first of all, let's just set to nil to avoid the error. And then also need to return the transaction result. As transactions. So which is now for transaction. So for transaction, we will add data, we will create the transaction. So let's just set to an empty array for now. So we are going to work on that. First of all, we want to create, let's create order. We need to create order. So to do that, we can do, okay, const order is equal to, we pass the user ID, the user ID, which is actually our customer ID from up here, the user ID, and then we pass the product. So for the product, we just want to make some changes here. We want to make, okay, product, we want to map the product, and then we want to return, let's return, okay, we just want to return product ID and then the quantity. So this is supposed to, for product ID, and then also the ID is going to be ID and then the quantity, so which we will get from the product list we are getting from the request. All right, so this is it for that one. But if you go to our model, our order, you can see also a few things we require in here. Transaction, so we can set the transaction by default. You can set the transaction and check the total amount. Total, sorry. Total price. We pass the amount. And then the payment. We don't actually need this one here. Instead, we can add payment status. So if you go here, we have payment status. So I need this payment status here. So for now, we set it to, we set it to pending. What else do you need in here? So that's it for now. You can set a new, can call it new order, because you are going to create a few things here. So you need to complicate. So new order. So now if you have new order, we can now save it. We can save our new order. So we can, let's save const saved order is equal to await, and then I will save our new order dot save. Since we are passing much of product there, so since we have much to do, we can call the method to. Okay, we're just going to save our order. So save order is equal to await new order dot save. All right, so need now to, if now we save the order, we need now to create the transaction result. So const transaction result, transaction result is equal to an empty array, because we want to add, want to create a bunch of stuff there to add on to create a match of transaction, and then push to our transaction, create models, new orders, and then push in here so that you can return to the end user. All right, so for that, we can do for each. I don't want to follow AI. We can do for each const product. So a product, and then we pass our products list, and then we do original product. Let's create a variable called here original product is equal to await product dot found. So we have to find that product by ID. This product here is actually, we need to access the product from the saved. So that means our saved. So this order we just created, this order we create, we wait for the order. Once we create the order, we get the result. So we want to access now the product from that order. So the product we just passed through. So we want to access that. So product, we take the list, and then if you have, now we check the product. So product dot found ID. So what we are trying to do, what are you trying to do here? That's the thing. What we are trying to do here, we want to find every product list, every product list, and then find the seller, create the order for that seller. Why? Because remember, our application is a multi-vendors. So let me give you an example. A user can come to application. Select different product. Select this product. If you take an example here, it's a bit slow. And then you can select the product from different users, different store, different sellers. Select here, select there. And then after that, looks like, let's correct something here from our server. We need to all right, guys. So what I was saying that, okay. Multi-vendors, we have different sellers. For example, a user can come to a customer, can purchase the product from this seller, and then also purchase another product from a different seller. So make the payment, at once to all to make payment at once or buy all of the product at once. So for the admin, if now you see for admin, just reload. So for now, so for back end, once the user, a customer make the payment for all the products, so we need now to process every product, check every product, get the seller, and then create the order for that seller. So this is what we are trying to do here. So we say, okay, we create the original product. This is the original product. So first of all, we access the product from the orders we just created. So this order is actually user can access it, or the customer can access can view this order, but it's actually for admin. The manager can see the data for this order. So we have a separated seller order, which is now we create now for every single product purchased from that seller. So this is what we are doing here. Okay, so we take the product from the saved order, all products, and then we are doing for each loop. So we take the product, we access the every product. So to access actually to find the product, we can actually call this one item. Since this one we have a product idea, so we call this item, and then we call we access now the product ID. Remember, product ID is coming from here. This is the one, product ID. So you get now the product ID. So once we get the product ID, now we can now do the rest. All right, so I hope I'm clear here. So once we get the product ID, we can now create the orders, create the transaction. But I just want to take you back a little bit. If we go to our front end, this is the front end client, where you are creating the checkout, where we are sending the request to the backend for checkout. This is the one. Let's just see. This is the one. So you are getting the data, the items from the card, and then here is the PayPal integration, and then here now is the purchase unity, which we are sending to the server. So you see the data we are sending that, okay, we are sending the product. So item from the card, remember, is a product which contain the ID, image, or all of that. But what you are sending is actually an object. But from our back end here, we are sending as object and is array. If you take a card context, so just take card context, so to make things clear, card context, you see that we have this is the array of data. So this is what we are sending to the front end, to the back end, sorry. So on the other side back end, when we get the data here, we get the products. Here is a list which contain image, all of that, and then ID. But we also quantity. We just want to, in here now, we just want to get the product idea. In here, we just want to get the product ID. So we assign here. We also get the quantity. So this one, you can actually call it item. So to make sense, call it item. So we get the item, and then we access the this one product actually is better. It makes is good. So product, and then we put product ID, and then also we get the quantity, which is from the front end. All right. So once we get that here, we have a couple of things we need to do. First of all, okay, so we create an item. So item, now we access the same product from now the order we just created. The order we just created here. And then once we have that one, we can now do the rest of the things. So we can create the transaction. We can also create the transaction for the seller and all of that. All right, so once we get now the original, we can check if the product is not empty, is not nil. Check if original product, so we can now do the rest of the things. If original product, we can now get the first of all get the sales price. Get the sales price. Say at sales price of the product. So you can do const sales price is equal to original price. Your sales price is equal to original product price. We take the price, and then we also take the commission. Get commission, const commission. Commission. Commission is equal to, we calculate now, we can now call a calculate commission, which you don't have, but let's just call the function calculate commission. So calculate commission, we don't have it. We can actually create the function which we use to calculate the commission. Let's just create the function here. Const calculate commission is equal to, we take the sales, we take the price. Just take the sales price. Don't need that one. And then you can actually do whatever how you want to handle it. It doesn't matter. So we take 10% of the commission. You say, for example, and then you say const commission rate is equal to times is equal to 10%. So that's is equal to 0.1. That's 10%. 10 commission rate. So we can now take the sales price, and then times commission. So you can do, we can also just remove this one, add here, so we return one line. Yeah. So here we can return the we can calculate the commission. Calculate the commission, get the seller. So const seller is equal to original product dot seller, and then also can get the product ID, or no, order ID. Order is equal to order ID. Make sense. If you say order ID, order ID is equal to saved order ID, and then we also want to get the buyer. We want to now get the buyer. Const buyer, we can call customer, is equal to save user. So this makes sense if you call say customer. So we get the user. So the user is if you go to our model, this is the model. This is the user, the buyer, the customer. Correct. All right. So this is what we have. And now we can create now the transaction. So we can do try catch to create now the transaction. We can do try catch. If you have error, you can console.log error. If error, console.log error. If you have, and then also you can throw error. Okay. To create now the transaction, we want to create the transaction. So in here, we want to create the transaction. The transaction, the payment transaction, and then also want to create create a sellers or create sellers order. Right. So for the transaction, you can do const transaction or payment transaction is equal to new await transaction dot create. So create the transaction, you pass the order ID, seller, buyer, original price, all of that, also the commission. So the last one is actually the message. So if you take the transaction, I can take you back to the transaction model which we created last time. This is the transaction model. This is the transaction model. So you can see that we need a couple of things here. We need the status, seller, sales price, commission, payment date, and then also we need the product which we are passing here. So this is the data we are passing here. Order ID, original product, and then also we pass we also pass the sales price, all of that. So this one you can actually pass the item as a original product, or is actually the same thing. Okay, so for message, the last one is actually, if you have can see completed status, and then we have the note. For the note, we can just come a little bit here. For note, we can just pass some note here. So for example, order, and then we pass the order ID, saved order ID. So saved order, and then .id. So if you want to pass in that way, is also correct. Okay, so that's it for the transaction. So now we need to, because remember down here, we need to return. We need to return here. First of all, if you have error, we need to return errors. But if you have if the transaction was completed, so we can return now the transaction. So we can do raise dot. So can return the order ID and then also return the transaction. The ID, this is actually the ID is actually the ID from order, PayPal order. So when we create the order, we make the payment was successfully, and then we return the ID. We pass the ID, and then now the database order ID, which is now our saved order ID. This is the one up here. We create and save it. We're not supposed to do that here. Yeah, we have an error, so we need to remove this one. Remove this one, and then also remove this one. So this is the saved order. So this is our new order, and then we save it. So we will return now this ID right here. Okay, we have a couple of things to do. Another model to create now the seller's model. But first of all, after we create the transaction, we need to save it. We need to save the transaction, but we also need to save the transaction. So we can also push the transaction, push it in our order when our transactions result, which is a variable here, and then which we are going to return to the end user. So we return this one. Yeah. So now we can create the seller. Let's create the seller. Can do a const seller order. So we're going to save. We also make sure to save this one. Also make sure to save this one. You can also we pass the transaction. So for seller, if you take now, let's have a look at seller model. This is seller model. See, for the seller model, you accept in require transaction. So need the transaction. Refer to payment transaction. Okay, so we need the ID. So to do that, to pass that, you can pass the transaction. So you pass the transaction ID. But you can also call the transaction.save. You can save the transaction. You can call the save. You can save the transaction. So you can do transaction, or you can do await. Wait for it to save. Await transaction.save. This one. And then we push the transaction in here. All right. This is it for the seller. But seller, we pass the transaction ID, and then we pass the seller. We pass the seller, but also if you see the model here, require the store. So the store is required. So we need to pass also the store. So to get the store is equal to original product.store. Original product, this is the one here. Since we are getting the original product, so we'll have the store there ready. Remember, all of this we do this only if we have the original product. So we return where we pass the store, and then also the product ID, and then we pass the seller. What else do you need to pass there? Also need to pass the commission. If you see in the seller, you also need to pass the commission. You need to pass sales price, which you pass sales price, and then you pass the commission, which is also you pass our commission. The commission seller is paying, and then you pass the payment. Payment started to complete. Up here, the payment is supposed to be completed. Completed. So you need to make sure that payment is completed, because all this one we only do it if the payment is completed. So if you are passing this one, we get the access token, so that means the payment was ready. Okay, and then you do now the payment. So we can also check when you get the response. You can also check for the transaction ID if the transaction ID exists. If it does not exist, you can throw an error. So let's go first with this one, and then we will work around to complete and save to complete the rest of the data. All right, so this is for saving the seller and then create the transaction, all of that. So we can also, after that, you can also update them. Say update the stock, update the product stock, stock. So we can do original product dot stock minus item quantity, and then we just call it save. So yeah, we just call that save to update now that product to remove the quantity. Or can do minus. You do minus. If there's two products, now it become one product. Okay, what else do you need in here? So if you get an error, we will return error. Okay, so after we just return this data, we return after we're just going to return response ID and then database ID plus the transaction. That's it. Okay, let's go ahead and test it. All right, guys. So before moving forward, we can actually use AI to clean up our code first to make sure that we don't have the typos error. So we can just copy. So we can copy the code, just copy, and then we can use AI just as usual so that we can clean up our code. Let's check for errors and also add comment. So we need to also add comments so that we can see. So the AI will help us clean up a little bit and then add comment so that we can go through again our comment, our function, our controller. All right, so this is the key change. Can you see the key change, the handle for missing header? Okay, we had an error with the header. Fix the typo header to header. All right, that's good. That's why you have to use AI to clean up. Then also log one in, added the console to one for cases. Okay, so all right, let's just copy. Let's copy the code and go back to our controller, then paste this here. So we want to see the errors. Let's see the change. On save, then see the change. All right. This is it. If you see, we actually have the same thing. So just few things, the typo here was uppercase. It automatically changed to lowercase. Remember, we also using Codinium. Codinium was auto-generating some codes which we also got backers. So you have to go through your codes again to see any error, any potential error. Okay, guys. Okay, to test this one, we need something here first. We need to go to app. This is app.js where we are registering the registering the routes. So we need to register the PayPal route. So you can say we don't have that yet. Or we need first of all to create that route. So to create that, you can actually close this one and this one. Close this one, all of them. You need to go to route, route, and then create a PayPal route here. So create the PayPal. Can create PayPal route. Since we have PayPal, and then we will also have debit. So for this one is PayPal route. PayPal route.js. So just as usual, you can just copy this one because it's actually the same thing. We're going to use in here. So bring Express, and then create a router, and then we need to bring in a PayPal PayPal controller from PayPal controller from our controller, and then we only need authentication. All right, so the rest we are going to work on this. You can actually clear this one, but let's remove this one, and then this one. So we need the poster. We can remove this one for now. We just need the post, which we can create a route. Let's say, for example, you can call it whatever. You can call it a pay order. We pass authentication, and then we pass authentication, and then we pass also our controller, and then we need to pass this method here, create order, this one. All right, so we need to register our route. We need to register this route, so we can go here, do const PayPal route is equal to route, and then require our PayPal route. So we need to use now our PayPal route. So here we can register now. We can say use PayPal, use API / PayPal, and then we use, so everything will come under here. We can pass example, say order, create order, or whatever. So we'll pass in here. Okay, close that, and then here you can say pay order, pay for order, or pay order. Is depend on whatever you want to show there. It's okay. All right, so this is it for now. Let's copy. Let's go now to our front end. Our front end, this is where you want to make the payment. This is the checkout, but you have PayPal integration here. This is the PayPal integration. So you can see PayPal and then payment. This is the one. If you see this model, this one is good. You can actually take this. You can change it. So it depends on whatever you want to call the model is good for you. All right. So we change it to PayPal / payment. All right, so make sure that the client will got the React ID. Actually, we are not using this one, so we are passing the ID directly here. So you are passing the ID here directly. So make sure you have the client ID for your PayPal, and then also you have set the backend. So you are good to test now. All right, let's go and test this. All right, guys, but before to test, you can see that okay, the shipping address is required, so we need to provide the shipping address. The shipping address is required, so we need to provide the shipping address. So we need to update first for our shipping address. So to do that, you can go to our client and let's close this temporary, and then close this one, and all of this one. So this is our shipping address. You can also close this. All right, so for shipping address, we need to update to update shipping address. Okay, we can take this one, take this path. We don't have it to our back end, and then we can go to auth route, and then also create another route here, router dot patch, do patch, then say update shipping address. Okay, so we pass authentication, and then we pass all of that. We also call the update shipping. Oh, actually we have it here already. So we have the shipping address here already. This is the shipping address, but let's find out, have you done this already? Auth, looks like we have already worked on this. Auth, yes, the information is there. We just have to see if the shipping address was accessed successfully. But if it was which was updated, we need to return the shipping address. We can do, so I have just some code here. So to save time, just going to paste here and then explain to you. So you can follow along. It's not that complicated. It's so easy. So we just, okay, the shipping address, we get the shipping address from the body as usual, and then we get the user ID from the requester. Okay, you do find one. If the user exists, we return the user. If the user doesn't exist, we return error. And then now we check for the shipping address. If the shipping address already exists, so found one, we pass the user ID, and then in our shipping address here, we have a user ID. So if the user exists, we pass if the shipping address exists, we're just going to update it with the information we get from the requester. We update all of them, and then we call save. And then we return, so we can just return the shipping address. Return shipping address. So this is the shipping address, we'll return it. So if the user doesn't exist, so we're just going to create new shipping address. So create, we pass the user ID, we pass all of them, and then end here, just return also shipping address. Return also the shipping address. So that's it. You can just save this one. So you can go along. There's nothing complicated. Just the same thing. You get the information from the shipping address. We check if the shipping address exists. We update the information, and then we return the shipping address. If it doesn't, we just going to create a new one. We pass the ID, all the information, all the field, and then update, we create, and return. And then after that, from our route, this is the only we just call the update shipping address. So this is the URL pad. This is the URI. We will hit from the front end. This is the front end, and then we hit here. We hit the URI. So after we updated the shipping address, if we get the information, if we get the shipping address, so we are going to update the current user, which is stored in the local storage. We update the current user with the current shipping address. That's it. Okay, let's try to go back. Can I close this? Let's try to go back and then update information. Can try to reload. And then pass the information. You can just fill some information here and then try to update. Something went wrong, so you want to see from the back end. There's no error from the back end, but we can also try to see the information. Console.log request or shipping address to see. Try to reload again. Pass in some information and then update. See from the actually we are not hitting the URL. All right, so let's check. We are not hitting the URL path. So you can actually go to we have some errors here. So let's walk through the errors and then we get back. We have some errors. Looks like we are getting 404. But first, let's improve this one so that to handle error, I can go back to here. This is where we are handling. This is where we are showing error. So can try to set to, let's, for example, 6. Can make it big a little bit, and then also wide to full. We could actually wrap this, let's say, wide to full. Yes. And then padding, if it's small, padding to 2, but if it's large, padding to padding left and right to 6 to 8. Sorry. So I can show type header here. Heading. As something went wrong. We are showing this error here already. Let's see. It's something somewhere we are showing the error message. Nope. Okay. So something went wrong, and then here we'll show now the message, but this one you can make sure that is block, and then a block is okay. Save that. So this one we're getting that one, but we could actually change to improve this code. Here, instead to show this error here, we could actually show it up here. You can show it up here. So let's say if you have error, if error message, we will show error message. Error message. So if you have error message, we want to show this one here. because something went wrong. We can also use the same. Get rid of that one. You could have also just do it on the title, wrap everything in the title. So you can improve that. Something went wrong. Up, we need to show, actually, we need to catch the message. If they don't have message and then message or data, but we could show something went wrong and then plus message. Let's try again. So let's try to reload. So we want to at least improve our user. User can actually see what is happening. So you can see we're having some errors here. So we'll work on these errors. Right. So something went wrong. Request failed with the statue 404. All right. So if you want to see actually where you are, want to see that it's coming from here. We want to see what we make the request, the URI. So here's API auth / update. Oh, this is what we're making request, and they're supposed to be patch. This one's supposed to be patch. Yes. Yes. And then pass the shipping. But for shipping address, where is it again? For shipping address, we don't need to pass this one. You can just pass the shipping address. So I'll try to reload. And then try to send again the request. Internal server error. So let's go to the server to see. Update cannot read property and define address. Okay. So here we are trying to log out the response, but you can want to log out a request.body. Looks like we need to change here a little bit. So I can pass address, just get data one by one, address, city, state, country, and then also pin code, phone, and then zip. So because if I try to console log here, I can see we are getting the data. So this is the data we are getting. We're getting address, country, city, state, and then zip. Pin code, we are not having it, so we'll work on that. Since it's not coming from we don't have it on the front end. All right, so if you get that, you can actually remove this one. We can validate that to make sure the data is not empty. So if all right, so if address is empty, if there's no address or city or state, but state is optional, I can remove state. Country or pin code is optional. Phone is also optional, since we are not passing it, and zip code. So please provide all fields. So you can also actually do one by one to return the error. So this depends on how we want to handle the request. But for now, we just want to go this way. After that, so we want to change here. We want to change all of this. We want to remove address, shipping, so you can just access we just pass the data, the value. All right, so else if we get is actually going to be the same thing. Don't need this one, and then also this one. All right, so save and then try again. Can we reload the front end? Pass again the information, then update. Get again error. Pin code is required. Oh. All right, so since the the pin is required, phone number is also required. So that means we need to require them here. Here, where you are getting, yeah, phone and pin. So to make sure that phone and pin, so we return the error. So we're going to pass them here too. So now we need to update our front end. Here. The data we pass, we need to include address. We can add pin. I'll just duplicate this one to add pin or phone. So this will be phone. And then say phone. And then this also could be a pin. So for pin, if you are actually using Google Map, you can actually integrate with Google Map to just show the Google Map, get the pin from Google Map. So pin code, then also pin code. We have to make sure that pin code, we have to check if it's a camel case. It's not camel case from the shipping. It's not camel case, huh? All right, that's correct. So pin and then also pass the pin. So if you save that, go back, try to reload to just see what we have here. Okay, so now we have phone required and then the rest. So we can correct the phone values text. All right. This could be type number, but it's okay. You can set type to number. You can also check, is it also type number, the pin? Pin code is also type number. Can also change this to type number. Okay. So if you try to fill in again, okay. So the number, we can just pass in a random number, phone number, and then also the pin, also just pass in a random pin. Save now. Let's see again. Oh, shipping address is not defined. 246. Oh, shipping address. sorry, new shipping address. So the shipping address was actually created. So if you try, you can actually update it again, the new value. This is actually user shipping address. So try to reload. And then update again. So update your address was updated successfully. Okay, so now if you reload, you want to see the message again. Why are you seeing the message? Let's check why you seeing the address. You're supposed to just showing the address. So up here, see when you are returned the response you are getting, suppose you don't need to call again the shipping. So just going to return, um, just going to access the data. So just that because from the back end you can see we are just returning the shipping address. Um, we are just returning the shipping address. We are returning the data, so there's no message. All right, so let's try again. So try to, so it's not showing because I tried it before, but you can try to clear the data. Another way also, I can okay, you can try to just clear the data. Clear the data, search data, then clear, then reload, and ask it to log in as a buyer. I sign up and then log in. So you need to log in. We have an error. We need to correct something. Go back to app route. Our app route. Just user. Change it here to user. We can add the customer, also add the user. Also user. So to reload, go back to login again. Now we are going to the quote, but we want to try the checkout. So let's try to purchase the product. Let's try to add some product to our cart. Add to the cart. We can add more, or you can just go and okay, let's go to checkout. So now we are seeing the message. Now let's try to update the address. Let's give any random number here. Then save that. Right, so let's try to reload. You want to see the message again because the address was already created. So if you also want, you can show the shipping address here so that the user can see it. But for now, let's make the video short by just now add the PayPal. to try our payment. So if you try the payment, we need to log in. So I need to provide the then login. Okay, so now I can now see the amount there. So ask me to pay. So it's supposed to see the payment there. Okay, the transaction was completed there. So if you go back to transaction was completed there. So we supposed to be redirected. We supposed to be redirected to order the confirmation for order like this one. So we don't have it. So we need to create this template because we don't have it. So for now, we just have an alert message here, right? Right. Okay. Let's go and work on that. First of all, let's go to our let's go to our PayPal. So we need to fix a couple of things here. We need to clean up a little bit here. This console.log, we don't want it. This is the one actually shows the message here. So we don't want to see that one. Instead, if the transaction was completed, so we need to call the function, which is on success. On success. Yeah, so if the transaction was completed, we don't need to call anything. If that one was completed, we don't need to call anything. But in fact, instead, we want to call now this one. We want to call now the this function handle payment successfully success. So this one we are passing it here also as a payload, as a prop. If now we go back to a checkbox, the function is here. So this is now where we will do operation to clear all the cards, to clear our items in the card on success. After that, and then we need to redirect the user. After that, we redirect the user to orders order confirmation, and then we pass the order ID, which we don't have, the template. This template here. This is our original application, and this is our current application. So you can see now we need to work on a couple of things here. We need to work on a couple of things. So first of all, let's work on the template where now the user can we can redirect the user after the confirmation, after the payment was successful. All right, let's go and work on that. All right, guys. So we need to fix some few things here. First of all, let's go to our PayPal integration. So we need to, if you go to our back end, first of all, you see that we want to authenticate the user. So we need to pass the header token here. So I'll just scroll where you are making the Axio request. So we need to pass the header token. So I'm just going to paste this one here. So it's actually header, and then we take the we pass authorization beer, a beer session. So the session coming from we need a session in here. We have a session, and then we pass this session here. We pass the session and all of that because we want to make sure that the user is authenticated. All right. Also, this could work for you. The URL part could work for you, but because for me, I have another application running in the same computer, so I can change this to pay order. I change this one. So I can also go to my back end. I change this to pay order. Right, so we want to test to make sure that, okay, if you send the request so that you can navigate successfully. But we can see, we want to see if the request successfully, we can console.log here. We can also console.log or just alert here that payment was successfully. And then from the back end, we want to see now the errors. We want to check now if we get any error from the back end. Right, so well, first of all, we want to reload since we make a change to PayPal, so you need to reload all right, so try to log in. Actually, I'm already logged in, so I just want to make the complete the purchase. All right, the payment was successful, but if you go to console, you want to see the data. We got an error, that is Axio error. So a request failed with the status for 500. So this is actually coming from our server. So we need to go to server. This is our server. We can see the error. Okay, we have some logs here. All right, we have logged some logs here, but you can close this one. First of all, we can check. We are looking out so many things. We are looking out the item. All right, okay, let's go and work on this then. We want to check the logs and then check handle that error, find where is the error coming from, all of that. So let's take a moment to work on this. All right, guys, so we from our back end here, we make so I try to clean up a little bit so to remove some logs, also add comment. I also added some comments so to help you understand. So this is the function which can I close this one. Close this one. Okay, this is the function we are calling here, create order. So if you see our create order, so we are trying to extract the order details from the request, and then we check the amount, we return error. So we get the wait for the access token from get token, get access token, which we are making a request to PayPal. And then after I get that, so I added another try catcher. So make sure to add another try catch, so to catch another error. So we have the try catch, and then I'll add another try catch. So create a PayPal order with the checkout with the specific amount. So now the error we got before, which was because of the URL, URI. So make sure to change this to use a checkout. So we add checkout, add a v2, and then slash checkout slash orders, and then pass the intent capture, and then we pass now the purchase unities, which have amount and then the currency. So we just if you see, it's just comment I added so to clarify things so that you can at least understand. So if you get error, we throw error. That's it. We also pass the content type, the bear token, all of that, which is our access token. So that's it. We go back to create new orders. So we pass the user, and then we take the user, we take the product, which we extract from the request. So we map the product. So product we pass now, we change this to ID. So if you go to our order, to make things a bit clear, so we have order, we have product. So in product, we have each product contain an object, which is contain an object. So object, we have product, and then we have quantity. So we can see that the product well, we have product which they refer to product ID. So we can also add things, for example, color. You can add color. It's a color which can also be called to object, string, set to require to false, since could be nil for now, required to false, size required to false. So you can add much field you want to add here. So back to our product, this is what we see we are passing here. You can pass this one just set to nil, or you don't need to fill it. So just depend if the data from the server, from the client. So that's it. And then you pass the total amount and then payment information. So payment information now is the response which we are getting from Axio. We make a request to check out PayPal checkout orders, which we first of all we create a variable here, pay a response, we set a response to false, to nil, and then we add now a response, which now we update our response here. And then the response, this now we get the response, we pass the token. And then remember I said, okay, if you don't have a response, we can also you can decide to check if we don't have a response. If from here, try catch before creating order. So check, sorry, check if the response is successfully. So we can check if the response, but if the, we can actually just check if the response dot data, if there is no response dot data, we can return error. We can throw error. Let's say, for example, fail to create PayPal order, and then we return the response, the error. So just depend, because we are already doing here, so we don't need to do that there. All right, so create the order, payment information. We pass the payment information, and then statue. And then we initiate the statue, payment, pay the statue. We show the statue of the payment, and then also the rest is just we create the item again, and then we get the variable, the sales, the commission, the sales, all of that one from the order, created order, and then create now the transaction, and then also create the seller order. So this is the same thing. I've just added comment for you to at least to have a better view, and then also you can also follow along with this one. After that, save, and then we return the order. So I'm just going to save that one, and then we go again and try. So go back to our front end, try to make the payment again. I'll try to reload. All right, so we looks like we have some few things here to clean up. So I need to remove this one since we already have the app here. Calculate commission. We have calculate commission. So if you scroll, we have calculate commission there, but we don't need to have it again here. Okay, save that. What else do you need to check in here? That's it for now. Save that. Let's try to reload. Right, so we need to add product to our card so that we can make the payment. We can test now the checkout. So add this one. Let's just go to our card, then test the checkout. We want to log the errors to see if you have any error. All right, you need to log in. Provide the password. Okay, complete the payment. Okay, guys, this is taking so long. Oh, actually, the request was already completed in here successfully. So, all right. So you need to close this one, eh? The response was ready. The request was already completed there. All right. So payment. Let's see. All right. So this error is to handle the payment. The payment. First of all, the payment was successfully. So you can see this the data. This is the data received from the server. Let's see the transaction DB data ID, DB data, then the transaction. But if we go to here, we can actually correct this to return. The data is actually correct, what we are returning here. So we are returning DB ID and then the transaction. So here we are returning, this is the transaction. You can see the order, all of that, and then we have the DB ID and then the ID. And then this you have a DB ID and then the ID. So the ID is actually the order ID. So this is it for the PayPal payment. So the error you are seeing here is about the navigator. Is not a function. So we need to create the navigator. If you see to our original application, so after the payment, so we redirect the user to this one. So here now the user passes the order ID. When the user passes now the order ID, so we confirm now the payment. Let's go and do that. All right, so to set the confirmation page, the template, so let's put this template here. So I have this template, which we can use private router. So private route, we use the private route. So this the job for this one is just to confirm the order, confirm the payment. So we pass the order ID and then we update. So we don't have the template. We need to create this template. So we just have a route. You pass the order, you pass orders, and then pass the whatever the template, the order ID. First of all, let's go and create a template, a page. Here, minimize this one. So in the page here, let's create a page called order.jsx. So in here now we can create our template, which for now we don't show anything. Remove this one, but let's call use state and then use effect, all of that one. So for here we can import now order. The order now is there. So if you also want, you can restrict here. For example, you can use allowed. So this depends how much you want to security you want to add there. You can set allowed. So allow, let's say for example, user also custom user or customer, and then you can say admin or seller. So you can add this kind of things like this one. All right, so first of all, user need to be redirected to that URL. So for example, this is it for the our original application. So for this one, if you go to checkout, let's see where we are redirecting user. All right, from here checkout. Here we are redirecting the user and then pass the order ID. So let's try that one first. So login. we need to log in faster. For checkout also, checkout, first of all, let's log out. Let's log in again. Right, now we are logged in as a user, customer, but we want to purchase some products faster. Go to home page, let's buy something first. And then add to cart. So go to our cart, and then let's pay for this one. So they require the information. So you can put some information if you want to here. Let's just put any information in here for now. Let's reload. Let's say, for example, DRC phone number. Let's say just any random number, pin, any random pin, country. Bujimai, country, let's say Congo City, let's say Kinshasa, and then zip code. We'll just give any random zip code. Then now update. So address was updated successfully. So now we need to make payment. Okay, for payment, we need to log in with the PayPal. So we log into our sender box, PayPal, and then now complete the purchase. Right, the payment was successfully. So we're supposed to be redirected to that, but we didn't. Let's see the error. You have the error before, but navigate is not a function. Oh, first of all, we need to navigate. This is navigate. Let's find out about navigate. Right, so we need to update here. So I need to add the dependencies. So let's try to update. So I can use navigate. You can use navigate session and then also token. You can pass token like that. So let's try to reload. All right, try to update again. And then save. Something went wrong. Actually, have an issue. Go to profile. Okay. Let's try to remove session token. Remove session token. Yeah, just keep session. You can pass order ID. And pass order ID. which we don't have. Here actually we don't need order idea because we don't have. Let's just update. Let's go back to checkout. We don't have a product in the card. So the product in the card was clean. They cleaned the product in the card before. It's supposed not to be rejected. We can just add another product to the card and then try. So let's try and then just save. Okay. Let's see the error. We have another error. The shipping address. This is an edit. Let's fix this issue faster. Let's go to component, edit component, ship edit. It's supposed to be number, expecting. Okay, it's supposed to be number. Right, so somewhere we are passing this. We are passing the pin, passing pin as string. We can look for that. If you are able to look for that for now, you can look for that. Scroll down where you're passing edit shipping shipping address. So this is a pin code okay, is equal to nil. Let's try to reload. All right. We want to see if we have a product in the card. Okay, we have a product in the card. Let's try to reload again. To make another payment. Payment successfully. Payment successfully. Navigate is not a function. Let's try to give AI to clean up this code. Looks like we have so much here. We need to clean it up a little bit. Okay, let's give AI to clean up the code. So what you do is just go to the template. So you copy, so you can debug the issue. Let's correct. Let's clean up. It's code, but you need to tell AI to not break the code. Do not break the existing code. Because if you don't tell the AI is going to break everything, and then your template won't work again. So make sure that you tell the AI what to do. Okay, let's copy the code and then we will see the change after. So the change, what's your change? Okay, first of all, let's go and add this one here. So we will see the change. Error message. Right, so looks like we have the same code. I'll check out, remove item from the card. Card items, remove item from the card, navigate. Redirect user if not authenticate. Okay, and then we have payment, handle selected payment, and then calculate. So this one you actually use a function to calculate. So you pass the data and then calculate the data. So if you actually follow along, you give AI to clean up, you will get something similar. But I just walk you through what we have. Right. So and then this is now where we are, where was error handling successor. Right. So for AI, it's just that okay, we pass item.card we do for each. So we delete all of the item. Okay, this is clean, is short, and after that we just redirect the user. Okay. Um, After that we have now handle the address saved. So handle the address saved, and then at the bottom we can also just you can change this to card, or you can say check out. No, card actually. This is still the same thing. Next, the payment. Set the payment method, and then set the PayPal debit. Check if it's the debit, and then show the input for debit. PayPal, and then also if it is PayPal, show the PayPal. So here we're just showing the card total. We have total, and then you set to fix to remove the 00 match or a lot of 00 after the decimal number. All right, so just show the account, store pickup, store whatever tax, all of that, and then lastly just to show the edit address. So it's actually the same thing. So if you save it, you go back to our application, reload. Okay, we don't have a product. We can add more product. Remember, if you after user complete the payment, so we clear the shopping card. So that's why we have to come back and select another product, add also to the card again. So we can go to checkout. We can also update to just show the checkout on the card there. All right, so at least clean up. So we are showing much details here about store pickup, tax, whatever. So let's try to make a payment again. All right, now the payment was successfully. So now this time we are being redirected to orders/order confirmation. So okay, now we can see that the order ID is not there. So we need to work on that. We need to go back to our template. Since we are not using this message, we could show the message. We want to show that message. If you got message, we can show it. We have set message. So we need to print the message to the end user in case we have message. All right, so we can show, first of all, let's go back to checkout. We need to redo again. We need to go back to our checkout, then buy, put some product in our shopping cart, and then go to checkout. Okay, to checkout. So this is the payment. If you have error, we want to show the error somewhere here. I can show you if we do here, see Lorem. You want to see where is that? No, not there actually, but we can show error in here. Let's try to see that. Yeah, if you have error, in fact, if you have error, we can add in this, the button. Can add in this one if you have error. All of this one. So you can choose which section. Let's say, for example, this one. And check if error, display error, which we don't have, but we can do something like this: display error. Else, we can now show this template. So just copy this one and then replace this in here. So display error, we don't have it. We can actually create display error const display error is equal to function. So we're just going to show the error. If we save that one, I'll show there. So we can test that by saying down here, I say if you don't have error. So this is just opposite to test. So we get this something went wrong. So we can customize. You can customize the error however you want to do it. All right. So we have product in the card. So what we want to do is we want to check why the ID is empty. So we can go to our back end to see what we are returning here. So we are returning DB ID, and then is the DB ID we're supposed to send. So if you go to our front end, this is the front end. So we're supposed to pass a DB ID. Let's try again. All right, so let's try again. Click a PayPal, and then complete the purchase. Okay, now we have the ID. So we have the ID. So what we need now is to access the ID and then make the request to the server to get now all of this information. All right, let's go and do that. So first, what we do, we want to grab the ID first. So if you go back to app route, this is the private route. You can close this. But if you go to app route, this one, we see that we are passing order ID. So we need to access this one. So we can go to to confirm order. We need to bring in some things here first. First of all is order is equal to nil. Don't have order, you can set to nil, or you can also keep it to empty object. So you can also do a const error. Check for error. If you have error, you set error to is equal to nil, and then also we want to get is loading to false. We also want to get navigate, which we don't have, but you can bring navigate here and do import import to navigate. We can use navigate, use param, and then also use navigate, because you want to use param and then also navigate. So down here we can now do const ID, order ID. So now we get now that order ID from the use param. Then we can do navigator, right? Okay, so we can now use we also need session. We also need to import session. First of all, we can import session const. Let's say session is equal to use authentication, but we need to import that. If you just start typing it, also it can be imported automatically. Use authenticate. No, import use authentication. All right. Okay, so if you have a session, we need to pass dependencies here. We can pass ID, order ID, and then also pass session. You can also pass navigate. All right. So now we can fetch order ID, order, but okay, we can fetch order. We can let's create this. This could be a function. We can add this one here as a function. All right. So fetch order details. So other way is to say confirm order. Here is just to confirm order. So once user come here with the order, so we are trying also to update the order there. So we check that order if it exists, and then we update it. So we also need to bring Axio. You see, we require Axio down here. So we need to import Axios. Import Axios. So also need our base URL. What else do we need here? Right. So AI completed this code, completed this section. So fetch order, we just set is loading to true, set error to false, and then make the get request to our server. We pass to orders. So we need to fix this one. We need to work on these orders and then pass the ID. So set the order if you get the response. If you have error, then just return the error. But we need to do a couple of things here first. We don't need this one. That one is supposed to be in here in use effect. We can try what do you need to update here? Update. So choose better idea to keep it. Let's keep it inside the use effect. We can keep it inside the use effect. Okay, so if we get order, we pass the order there. But if I save this, we will get an error, and then but we also need a way to show errors to end user if you fail to load the data, or if there is any error from the back end. So we have that one, but you have to make sure that it's not loading. We can make sure that it's not loading. If it's loading, if it's loading, I can say is loading. So we just return, and then also we can check if there's no ID. We can actually alert. We can return to somewhere there is no redirect the user where the template to show error that there's no, we don't have order, but since we don't have a template to handle errors, we can just show alert, alert message with invalid ID. Okay, if there's no ID or is non-applicable, it's non-applicable ID, so we return error. Okay, so but first of all, let's work our way that to find that to add the to show errors. But before that, we need to check if the session. We can check session. We need to check the session. If there's no session, so that means the user is not logged in. So we just need to redirect user to log in. And then also we can let's check for something here. Let me show you what I mean. Okay, if no session, if there is no session dot user dot token that token or session dot user dot ID, so we just redirect to login page. So we can do navigate and then pass the login. All right. But also, if you go to our user authentication, there's a method here. There's a function we could have added here to clear. Yes, you can also clear this method. So you need to call this method. So if you go here, you can import where you are importing session. You can also import this method. So you can call it. Call the logout method. So the logout just to clear this one. So this the same thing. You can do it in in our checkout. You can remove a lot of consoles to avoid problem. So we need also to call the logout here, but you need to import it. So the job for logout is to clear the data, to clear the saved data. Sorry, saved data from what is that? What is this one? Okay, to clear data, save data from the local storage. This is the job we do. If you see here, so we clear a token, a remove token, a remove item, which is the user. So this is what we do, and then we also set the whatever. So now if you go to, but before going back to, let's close this. Before going to our template, we want to add a couple of things here. Let's see, what do we need to update here again? Okay, sign out. So let's first of all, let's create a function. Display. So we can create some couple of functions here. Display order, but here first of all is display error message. If there is one, so const display error message. So in here we can if we have error message, we can go to checkout. We have this function here. In fact, we could have created a template, a function, a global function, which what we just use to handle them to display the error message. So we can actually create that, a function, a reusable function to display the error message. So you can go to component, create a function, a template called display display error message dot JSX. So the job for this one is just to display error messages. So this can take error message, and then also clear error. We can say you can call set error or clear error. All right, so we can do if you have error, or this could be just clear error message. Okay, or set error makes sense because set error, we can call set error to clear this message here. So for this one, we can actually give AI to do this job. Let's give AI, so to speed up, just go to here, to AI, and then ask AI to create this template. Let's complete. Since the function is already there, let's complete. And clear. So the AI can help us complete the template. Okay. Error display the error message. If there is error message, well, let's just copy the template. We will talk about that later. So this is a template. Let's paste it here. See what we have. Error message, but we need to use display error message. Props. We need to use props. So error message is a string and then a function. Okay. We need to import them. Import prop types. We can clear that one. But it looks like AI forgot about this one. Let's give to AI to complete this. All right, so it looks like there's nothing AI can correct here. All right, so let's just go. So instead of having this one here, we could now show even this template. You can actually give to AI to clear for you. So this is the job for AI. Remember, this year you are in 2024, 2025. So this is now how we're going to handle the development. So you work with AI to help you speed up. So let's copy this one and then ask AI to reuse. Let's use display. What is the name for display? Display error message function here. So give the code. Let's see. So this is how you learn. You work with the AI to speed up your development. So you have to understand what AI is generating, the code generated by AI, and then also try to go through it. That is how you can speed up things. So for the template, this template, don't worry about it. So we are going to work on it. We will. It's nothing much here, just to display about the order. That's it. All right. Let's copy as much here. AI is suggesting. All right. Let's go and do. Let's go and use the component here. All right. So if you have error message, we pass error message. So the component, let's try to make sure that you can actually find the error message is there. So okay, let's try to go to our template again, reload. We will get an error because the route does not exist. All right. It's not showing anything. User authentication does not. Oh, let's correct this one first. So here, can remove curly bracket. Right. Start to reload again. Okay. So order confirmation. So invalid ID. So error. So you can clear the error. So if clear the error, we're supposed to set error to nil. We're supposed to set error to nil, but we're not going to work on that now. Let's focus on our template. Designing the template. But before designing the template, we have to make sure that first of all we get the data. So let's go first, get the data, make the request to the server, get the data. Okay, guys. So first of all, before go to our back end, we need to update a few things here in this template. So if you see the one we have here, so we need to wrap this in our app provider so that it can look the same as this one. You see ours, we are missing the footer and then the header, the layout. So we need to wrap this in app provider. But we also need to wrap it our app layout. App layout here, because if you go, for example, to checkout, you see we have app provider and app layout. So you need to import them here. Need to import app provider, app layout, and then also import app provider. Also need to import, okay, if you need the footer, you see you have to import the footer if you are using the footer. We are not using the footer. Yes, but here there's footer in here. So if you want to use the footer to allow to make it easy for user to navigate, you can actually use the footer. So here you can use the footer, app footer. Need to import app footer. We can search for app footer. We have app footer. Yes, it's there. So to get that, this is app footer. So to get that, you need to go to, you can go to import import up footer from component and then footer. So if we save, I'll go back. This is how the template looks like. So you can design it, you can style it however you want. You can design it any style. You can give it any style you want. All right. So next, let's go and then now add our back end. First of all right. So from our back end, okay, I've just posted this one here, so I don't need to type all the routes here. So this is the couple of routes we did. So all right, so we have our order controller, and then we just have some methods here which we don't have, so we need to create them. Can close this one for now, and this one. So we need to create all of these functions. So we go to our controller, order controller. So we have a customer control, customer orders. We need to confirm if they exist. A customer order is there. We have sellers orders. Sellers orders there. So need to create another orders. For example, confirm order. So where we user need now to confirm the order. Since this is an object, so we need to add confirm order. So confirm order, and then also we need let's find another one here. User orders. We have customer orders, so we don't need this one since we have customer orders. And then sellers order, we don't need this one. And then tracking order. So this is the only route we need. Tracking orders. Yes. So if you save this, we want to get anything. If you save and then reload, but we need to update actually from here. We need to see now, okay, for tracking order, first of all, confirm order. So this is how we want to confirm the order. So the orders and then pass the ID. So if now we go to reload there. All right, so we want to make sure that we are hitting this URL, we are hitting the URI, this one, and then that we are loading confirm order. So you can console.log param to get the ID. So if we hit that, we reload again, we want to see if we get the ID. Get order. Oh, we have an issue. Get order details. So we need that one. Can create a function, another function here called get order details. All right. Try to reload again. Okay, let's go and see from the back end. Oh, sorry. We have orders. Have order controller, and then get order details. That's supposed to be uppercase. Right, so try to reload again. Okay, let's see from our back end. Okay, we didn't get the ID, but the error is gone. supposed to get our ID here, confirm order. So we have to make sure that this is correct. So copy this, go to front end, confirm order. If we get order, we pass orders, and then the path is going to be confirm order. But we can we have to make sure that it's not exactly like that one. So I can try to, it's actually okay. So order slash confirm dash order, and then just remove this. So pass the ID. So now try to reload, and then go back to your. Okay, guys. So we want to modify this. So we use effect and only here. So I'm going to remove this function because we only want to load. We only want to require once. Load once. So we don't need all these dependencies. But we can. We need session, and then order ID. But actually we don't need all of this. Just leave empty. So we don't also need that one. We load it once. All right, so on load, so we just check if there is no session or there is no user idea, and then we return loading to false, all of that, and then we reject the user. Okay. But if you want, you could pass navigate here. Could pass navigate, and then also user, and then ID. So now now we get the 404. Even if you reload, you will still getting the 404. Yes. Why? Because now we just load once. So 404 means that the URL is not correct. So this is our URL. Orders, confirm, and then pass the ID. So need to make sure that this is actually the URL. If you go to our backend route, okay, backend, this is actually confirmed. So need to remove orders, and then try to reload. So now we get this what we get, but it's still showing you loading. We don't want to that. All right, so what I can do, I have a template which we can use to display the content, similar to this one. So I don't need to type everything. It's similar to this one. So we're just going to, I can paste that template here so that we can go fast. All right, so this is the update. For this update, we are, let me just show you. This is what our template looks like now. So we just are using the same template as this one. Scroll, let's go to our VS Code. So we are using loading body spinner, loading body spinner, this one, this component. This is the one we are passing here. So we just check if it's loading, we show this. Else, we don't need this one. If you want to keep it, it's okay. We don't need that one. So if you have an error, we show this one. We show that one if you have error. So if you have order, we'll show the data. So if I save that one, you see that we don't have the other one ready, the other one again. So we just show thank you for your order. That's it. But you can see everything is nil, is empty. Why? Because from backend, we are not returning anything. That's why I say, okay, if you get order and there is nothing, there's no ID, there's no what, so we return, we just show non-applicable. All right, so we show the list of non-applicable data, and then down here we just have the tracking. When we click, you can go to tracking, track order. So if you have track order, so we can show that here, and then here is a go back to this one, the shipping address. Will just take you back to home page, your dashboard plus with the update. So you can see, for example, here it's taking the user dashboard with update, but it require you to pass the user ID. So you need to pass the ID because dashboard they require ID, user ID. So you can pass this one, user dashboard. You can pass ID. So to get the ID, that would be in session.user .id, but you can pass question mark in case there's nothing, so you don't get error. So and then you pass update and then ID. So just return a little bit, reload. So if you go again, now it take you to the user, but you don't have the error. So you can now, from the dashboard, you can now check for this URL param, if it exists, and then we can show the update. So this depends on how you want to do it. All right, so if you reload, you will see the loading body spinner very quick and then disappear. Let's check. If I take you up here a little bit, just check. Yeah, so we're just use effect to check if there's no the same thing. If there's no ID or whatever, we remove that. Remove if there is no token or session ID, we redirect the user to login, and then also we call the sign out method. Else we call the fetch data. So for fetch data, actually we don't need to log that to get that again, since we're already checking. We can actually need data. We need that to check, to show invalid ID, and then set loading to true, restart the message to nil, and then all of that. So we can now go to the back end to confirm. This is the loading which we are setting to nil or false here. So if it's loading, we show this one, else we show the main component. The main component. All right, so let us go to the back end now. So from the back end, you see we are returning nothing. Back end controller confirm, we don't return anything. So we want to console.log the ID. You can see the ID are there. So many times we've been making the same request. So we have the ID here. So we want to get the ID, and then so that we can now we can now access the update now the user's order. All right, so for confirm order, we can do console. We want to get the ID. Sorry, want to get the ID from param. So if we have ID, we can check. If there is no ID, we can return error. Order ID is required. Else, if you have ID, you can get the order. So get order. So const order is equal to await, and then we get now fund by ID. We do that for orders.fund by ID. So you have to make sure that you bring order in. Make sure that you bring order, const order, and what else do you need to bring here first? So you need to bring order. You need to bring the product, all of that. So we will work on all of that later. Also, okay, you can also bring sellers. Since we will be using seller order, so you can also bring sellers order, and also bring process product, process product, and then you can also bring store, const store, and then also bring the store like that. So down here, confirm order, get order. If there is order, so we are get the order. So you can check if the user is not the order is not empty. If there's no order, so we're just going to return error. Just going to return error, success false, and then we return error. Order not found. If you pass that, we return error, not order not found. Else we can update the order. So update order status to complete. So we can say order dot status is equal to completed. Completed. You can also check if the status was not complete, it was not completed, and then we can update that. And then here we'll just return the order. Return order. So here, if you want, you could check for order status. So check if the status is okay, check if the status is completed already. If the status is not equal to completed, it's not equal to completed. So we can update. We don't want to return error, so we want to update. So you want to update. So what is it here? Let's copy this one and then undo it a little bit. AI autocomplete, and then AI autocomplete is a bit messy sometimes. So save that. We have an error which I'm trying to see. We see down here, so it's showing us an error. Okay. So here we can check. Okay, so pass if the order is not the status is not equal to completed, so we return that. But we need to do in a try catch. Also, you need to make sure that this is async. So we have to make sure that this is async. It's async. All of them supposed to be async so that in the future you don't have to end up in trouble. Async. They're all async. And then here. also here to here. All right, so we check if the stat is not equal to completed, and then you update. So if you go to PayPal, I want to show you where is that coming from. To PayPal, once you create the order here, by default you put the status, payment status. Actually, it's payment status. So you need to change that payment status. So you can also bring order to just see what is there. So this is the order, and then we have the payment status. Default is pending. So we want to check if it's not equal to completed. So we want to check order controller. So if it's not equal to completed, but first of all, you could check if the status is not failing. Check if the order, the status is not failed. The status you can see here, I will have failed status. So if it's not failed, check if it's failed. If it's equal to failed, so we need to return error. So that means that order be is not completed. So we need to return error. All right. So if there is a message here, if you see in the PayPal, we are not passing where is the PayPal payment? In a PayPal payment, if the status fail, we're supposed to, what you can do in a predictive, so you can also pass another here. Let's say, for example, note. If the status is failed, so you can also pass the note, the message why the status failed, so that you can access it here in the controller. So this depends on how you want to do it, but to make this video short, if the status failed, we just return the message. We return the message, but you also check if the status is not equal to completed. If you return the message, we stop. We want to execute this one, but if it's not, we continue, and then we check if it's not equal to update, we update it. Why? Because the user can come to this here, to this confirm order, reload and keep reloading. So we don't need to keep updating the same thing. So we just check if the status is equal to completed. So we just is not equal to completed. We update the status. So make sure to change this one to status. Yes. Else now return the order. So you can now do whatever you want to do with the order. In order, remember, you will check, you will get the product, all of that. Okay, so where is it again? This is our back end, but we need to add in a try catch. We need to reproduce in try catch. From here up to here, we need to cut that one, and then we need to do try catch. So to catch the errors. So to handle that on try catch, but if you catch error, so you can also console.log error. We can also return error. Something, for example, here, also pass error, plus error. But error, we could do, we can just make it short, say, fail to confirm the order. So now if you reload, so we are expecting now to get the data if the order exists. Okay, network error. So let's go back. So that means there's something wrong with the server, from the server. Okay, let's see. Process product. Oh, that one does not exist. Sorry. Let's reload. All right, so this is now the error is from front end. Since now we confirm ask for from back end, we don't have error. Back end is clear. So the error is coming is now from front end when we get the data. So we need to check now the data we are getting. So the error is coming from front end here. And confirm order, all of that. So we need now to check now the data we are receiving from the front end, and then look them, display them, and we can see what this is what we are getting here. All right, let's go and do that. All right, guys, so the error we are getting, the data here, if you see, we need to loop product we are getting, so we need to loop through product. Remember, if you go to our back end, so this is where we are creating product. We are getting an order, and then we are passing product, and we loop through the product to create something like this. So now, if you see product here is just an idea you are passing. If you want to add all of the whatever you want to pass all the information is okay, but I recommend you to just pass the ID in case if the product, the picture was updated or something, so that you can see. So on can you close this one? So on a load product, on load just somewhere here. So when now we are getting the order, you can now decide to loop through. So you can say, let's look through the order. You can do a const product ID. You can get product ID as so products.map. So you get the product and then you get the ID. But remember also there we have ID, we got ID, we got whatever, so much of things. So let's go and just loop to update the product. So to get the product ID, to get the product name, image, and then also some more to get more information. So let's just go and do that. Okay, so another way to do this is by creating a reusable function. Create a hook. Let's create a function in utility. It's called process process order .js. So in this function we can do a const process order is equal to, we take the order and then implement the rest. So we export the function, but you have to make sure that is async. Right. So when we take an order, so we can create, let's say for example, a return a return data. So in the data we will return status, not to that one, but what we try to do is since with so many places we are going to we are going to process the order, we get the ID and return ID, status, which if you take order, we have status, and then this is the status. But we can also do something order, process return order. So you pass order, the return ID, return ID, which here is going to be underscore, then status, order status, and the rest of the information, info, created that, all of that, transaction info, and then also total price. Total price. So you have user, and say user ID, and then you pass the user ID. So this could be user ID or customer ID, so it depends. Okay, so with few things here we need to do. So when we take now the product, we need to, let's say product. So for product, we can well, product is equal to, let's say product is equal to await, and then get all await order dot product dot map product, and then we get the every single product. Every single product we call the process, the product which we have somewhere there, and then now we pass the ID. Okay, process product is equal to await, we get every single product, but here we don't want to do that. Instead, we just want to get product. We want to get the product first, because remember this is just idea, so we can get the product, because product is equal to await find product by ID, because you can call this whatever you want to call, but this is just ID. So let's call it item, because it will create conflict. So item dot product. So now if you get product, you can now choose to process the product. So await process the product. If you get the process product, and then you return process here, the product here, and then the quantity, the color, the size, all of that. But at least we have processed the product, because we want to process the product. So after that, you can now pass the product here. We pass now the product here. You can now pass the product here and then save. Looks like we have a problem. First of all, we need to import the, let's import process product, and then also need to import, oh sorry, this is not front end, this is now to do const process product is equal to process product, and then const product is equal to product to get product from there. So with something missing here, so remove these two. So this is, we take the product, we take the item. So if now you can call item dot quantity, and then item dot color, and then item dot size, then item dot ID here. So now we have product, and this is the process product. Something still missing in here. If you just remove that one. Okay. All right, guys. So to save time, so I've just corrected few things here in this process order. So this is what is happening here. Okay, we just do promise all. So we take our order, but one thing here, we need to make sure that the order is not empty, is not nil. Return if the order is nil. So we take product is equal to await, and then promise all. So we take product order, and then we pass now. We take now the product, and then map the product with item, and then take the ID. So if the product is nil, just return set to nil. Handle the nil. So if to skip whatever, you can return placeholder. Else we just now process the product. So we take the processed product, we pass now our product here, and then we return the product, and then the quantity, color, whatever. So we return the product, but we also wrap this in try catch. We wrap this in try catch to avoid error. So down here, so we just do a filter. So sometimes if we skip where this product is empty here, so we will our array will have some empty product. So we don't want to have that. So down here, if we get the product, if we get down the product, so we want to filter. So we say product, and then we take product. So we make product. If it's not nil, so we return it. So now we validate the product to make sure this is not empty. This is now just what we return to the end user. That's it, and then we're just going to export it. So you can follow along. It's not complicated, so I didn't want it to spend much time explaining to you or typing everything. So I just wanted to explain to you this what is happening here. So the next now, in our order controller, so we import process product. So I'm just going to import the process product, that function, and then down here we want to use it now. Process order, I meant process order, and then here we get process order data is equal to await. So we wait for the data, we pass the order, we wait for the data, and then once we get it, you pass here. So if you pass this to the front end, you probably get some error because of the data modification and then the loop you are using. So if you go now to reload, you will have to get some errors, but you can go to see the data you are getting. This is the data you are getting, so you need to fix what we are getting there. So product, you can see now we are getting product, and then we have color, whatever, and then we have product. So if we get the product, we have now to check the ID, whatever. So we have to fix now this error. Right, so another way we can handle that error, if you come to where this is our product, so we can change this to item, set this to item, and then also we can pass the index. Let's say index, index, and then that is the item. Okay, since since the array we are sending here doesn't have ID, so the reference is actually process product. The array doesn't have ID. Whatever you return there, the product. Okay, here we don't return ID, so we don't assign the ID. Instead, we have a product index, whatever. So we don't assign the ID here. So to handle that from the front end, what you can do is, okay, you can pass the index. So if you go to a browser, go to Mozilla developer to Mozilla. So to see, for example, for map, so we can take the map here. Map, you can take the key, and then also take the value. You see, so they take the key, which is the index, and then take the value. So in this case, we want to take the index, and then the index, this is the one you pass here, index. But if you also want to keep that, so that means you can keep the way it was. Call this product, or call it item. So you can now take the item dot product. Now access the product and then take the ID. Access now the ID. So that also can still work. So that means now we will have, so in here, you see now we have a product. So if you want to show the name, so you must have to access item and then name. So quantity, so this one is going to be item. So if you save that, go back to our browser, reload, now you see we are now getting that product here. So the product is here, and then you see the quantity is 1. So in this case now, if you want to enable the link to go to store, since you are receiving the store, just go. If you reload, you see that in the product you are getting, in the data you are getting, this one, product. If you go to product, and then product is here, you'll see that we are getting so much information, include the store. So okay, what I wanted to tell you that here I depend. If you don't want to, you have stock. We have stock. We have store. So here, if you don't want to, you want to show image, you can show image, and then also from the back end, here, where we are processing product. So if you don't want to process the product, so you just want to return, we don't want to process the product, so you just want to return product ID and the name, and then the store name. So this depends. So I'm just showing you several ways you can do the same thing. So this is for more advanced. So if you want to handle this, to, for example, here, after confirmation, sometimes user may want to see the image, and then also want to see the store. You can link the store. All right. So I can show you that here. You can also add, let's say, can do flex, justify center, justify, no, just flex. Let's do flex. And then you want to, let's show image, and then here we can show the product name, and then the rest of the information. Product name. So it just depend. I'm just trying to walk you around what you can do here. So what I want to do here, I want to show image here. So img, img. So just the information we had now, we can show it here. So save that now, but we don't want flex, justify between. We just want to space to 2. Just something small. Okay, you can also do column, but flex to 2, and then this one could be the small one. Do I say wide, maybe 25%, 25%, and then this one could be crow. Yeah, and set that one to crow. but you can only, so I mean you can show that if you have an image. So you can do img. We don't have img. We are not using img. We can just use the image. We don't have image. You can just use the img. And then use source. You pass here. But if you want to load the image, you must load the image. If you go to product card, say product card for feed, our product card for feed, you see that we need to, we can pass the source. Image has source. Yeah, the image source is this is the one. So you can use this one, fallback for image source. So you go to our product. Since is here, so if you want to use that, you can actually use a function, create a function const load image is equal to, you pass product, you pass image, and then we just return this one. Return we just return, but we don't need to pass a base URL. So if we have image, but this one could be product, so instead you take product. So if we don't have image, we return this one. If that is not image, you can, if that's not product, so that means you pass this one. So it's good to have to pass the product there. So that now this will return the image part. So if you go back to where we were mapping, we do map. So instead to return this one, I'm just going to return this function, and then we just pass the product. And then if you save that, you'll see now we are getting image. But you can also do instead of grow, just leave that empty. Flex, don't specify the space. Nope, just one. Nope. Can do wide, can specify wide here, just something small, for example 20 or 32. Let's say 32, and then also 20, and then height also 20. Yeah, but we don't want to have item center. Can do item starter, and then this could be border rounded. Let's say rounded to LG. Can also set the BG. Okay. So if you want, you can add a bit of padding. So this to help see the image in another dimension. Yeah. So this is just what you, so the image will be, you can link now to the store, link all of that. So we don't want to spend much time here. So we can go work on the shipping. We can show the shipping information. We are not showing the shipping information there. So if you see here, we don't have the shipping information for the order. So that here, sorry, here we're supposed to show now the shipping information. That's why I told you could now, we need to process the order so that we can get much information. So we don't have shipping information. So to get the shipping, so we want to, let's get shipping. Cost shipping is equal to is equal to await. You want to get the shipping from the customer. Shipping is equal to shipping address dot find user ID. User ID. Is it user ID or user? Let's go to order and then check. User, okay, which is a buyer or a customer. So get the shipping ID. Get the shipping information. Now if you try to reload, so we have an error from the server side. Shipping, oh sorry, you need to import that. Const shipping is equal to import shipping. Right, so shipping, we know now the shipping is there, but we need to check the data you are receiving. You can confirm the data by just go to network, developer mode, and then go to network, wait for the load. Here, want to see the shipping information is nil. So that means the user does not have the shipping information, or we're just not loading the shipping information. All right, let's go and check why the shipping information is nil. But also is something is missing is order ID. I don't know if you have order ID there. Yeah, order ID is there. So order ID, we have the transaction, whatever. So it is much information we can pass in here. We can pass also, say, the tracking, tracking code, or tracking ID, whatever. So you can pass much of things here. Okay, let's take a look why the shipping information is nil. All right, guys. So I think we should do a find one. Find one. And then we need to pass user. Then we pass to user. So okay, let's try to correct. You are getting so we are getting the shipping address, but this wasn't actually the correct contact. So we can create another user and then update the contact. So that's but this is it for the shipping information, whatever. So if you want to update, you can go and update. So for tracking, we actually supposed to show the tracking. We're just supposed to show a banner, a dialog. If you go to our original application, click tracking, we are not actually showing anything there. So for tracking, we are just supposed to show just information, a dialog to show about information about the tracking, about the product, about the delivery. So let's go and do that. All right, guys. So before going to our admin, before going to start building our admin, first of all, we need to correct some few things here, just a little bit from our component agent address. First of all, if you see on our checkbox, I've corrected this one here, which was on save. So I added on save, which is required, and then if you see also the prop here, we have on save, and then also we change also this one, update this one too. Okay, and that's it. But we can clean up this way, so we can use the chat GPT. to clean up this one. So let's use ChatGPT to clean up this function, this component. So that will be good to go start building now admin and admin panel. All right, so guys, before moving further, so I want to show you that I updated a little bit. Our edit address. So I don't want to bother you with that. So what I did here, also added some comments so that you can see what is happening. Yeah. So we have um, open, which is variable, on close, on save, and then shipping address. It's the same thing. Yeah. So down here now we are using, instead to pass the session here, so we call this our session, and then use authentication. Also we define a user address. So we check if the user address we can update it or we set it to empty. So we update it also there. So on load, so on mounted, so we just update the user address. So this is what I have done here. So to just clean up a little bit the code so that we don't have much trouble. So for our update function is still the same. I just set the it's loading processing to true, update the set error to false, to nil, and then at least we check if we have error. If we don't have address or city, but we can also add country. I can also add phone number, phone address. Let's say user address dot phone. That phone, because we have phone number here, down here somewhere. So these are things are required. So we have, if there's no phone number, so we also set error. We can also add other field are required, which is country also required. Because we have country, and then also we have pin code. So if you don't have, you can return now the message, provide all field. All right. So this is what I've done and then we'll try also to do try catch. So we just create a function, create a variable response is equal to await. We do axios.patch, so we make the patch, so wait for the response, and then we update the data. So in case we get the error, so down here we return the error, we update the error. Here, so we get the data, update our JSON data, update our user in the local storage, also update the user shipping address. So we get the user from the local storage, and then we update the shipping address, and then we also set back the user in the local storage, and then set successfully to true, and then also the processing message to false. So there is nothing much. So this is what I've done. Down here we also make a little bit change. You can see, so you can follow along. We make a little bit to change here. So we just check for error. If we have a successful message, if we have error, you can also add a button here to clear error. Let's say clear error. So for that one, you can set a button. Just set a button, clear error, and then if, for example, you log out, you can log out the user and then log in again. Create a different user, and then sign up. log in again. If you go to, we just want to test, go to product to sign up to buy some product. So I go back to checkout. So you get this error. So for example, we can show error. We can trick this error here. If there's no error, we just trick it. So you can see now the button is there. You can also just trick by default. We just want to trick the error. So I want to show you, we trick the error. Test error. We just trick the error so that if you can clear. So now you should clear that error. So this is what we are going to do. So if you get error, if the user get error, there's also possibility to clear the error. All right, so this is it. Now you can, if you can update now the information. Let's say for example, Ngombe, 73, number 000, just any number, and then pin equals 0011, and then country, let's say for example, Democrat, Republic of Congo, and then city, let's say Kinshasa, and then state we set to nil, and then the number, let's just keep any random number. So if you try to update, now the address was updated successfully. Now make the payment. You want now to make the payment before going to admin panel. Right, make the payment. All right, the payment was successfully. Thank you for your order. And then you can see we have the address and then the country, all of that. And then we have the product. All right, guys, so good. Welcome, well done job. So what next we want to go to admin. So to go to admin, make sure we log out. So we log out here and then we log in or create an account as admin. We need to log in as admin. All right, so to log in as admin, we can we know how we manage the admin. So we need to go to our backend, and then go to manager rule. So you see, this is our emails allowed. This is our emails allowed for admin. So we needed to add some email here. Let's say, for example, add this one, this email. Okay, so we just want to sign up. We pass this email, and then the code, verification code, we need to provide the verification code. So verification code, you can go back and then get one of this verification code and then use it here. So make sure to have the email. The password, we are using fake filler, so we will update the password with that one. So sign up. So now let's log in as admin. Okay, now we are logged in as admin. So right, so in admin panel now, you see we need now to, first of all, we need to upload, get the orders. So here we are making the request for orders. So we want to now to display the orders. All right, so we will take a look to our original application and then also to the current application. All right, right. So okay, so you can see now in our original application, we have this is how we get manager. Manager can see orders. So we load orders and then you can see the tracking. Manager can update the tracking. I can see the payment, payment status, all of that. So what we want to do, we want to also show the same thing in ours. So if we go to our right, we can close few things here, I don't need them. And then this one. Okay, if you go to manager, search for admin order, admin orders. So if you go, this is the template we did last time, in last video, previous video. So this is the one we did there. So what we want to do here, we are making here, actually we are making a request. We are making a request. I'm making a request to orders slash manager. So if you go to our back end, this is the orders controller, but we want to, can close this one, close all this one. So order route. So we have manager order. We have manager order, which you see that we pass authentication, but also we pass check if it's manager. So check if it's manager middleware. Sorry. Check if manager middleware. So the middleware, the job is only to check if the current user is manager. If it's not manager, we return error, else we continue. So this is the one. All right, so now we pass, we get the, now we call the function from our manager controller, sorry, from our order controller. So this is the function. So in here, what we should do for now, we can just get the, we can check check if user. Let's get the user first. Const user. So we get the user from request.user. So we can check if there is no user, we return error, but there's no way, there's no need to turn that one again, because since we are already turning, we are already passing the thing there. We are already passing the middleware. But what we should do, first of all, we could also, we can still check it if there is no user. If there is no user, we return error. So if we have user, we can do try catch. Can do try catch. Try catch. Now this one will return here. But if you get error, console.log, console.1, console.1 error message. But you can also return error message, internet server error, and then fail to load to get orders. So if now we can do const orders, we can get orders. Orders is equal to await find orders, but we need to find orders, or we need to find all orders. Const orders, so we need to bring in, first of all, to bring in an order model. So this is the order model. So we need to bring in, make sure the order model is here, is there already. So we need to find the order model, but we don't need to pass anything. We don't need to pass anything. We just bring all of them. So we, but after, we can change some method. We can do, for example, dot limit. Say for example, limit to, let's say limit to 10. Limit to 10. We can also change another one, populate. Populate. Populate to user, so we can get them, or we can get, for example, we want to get the user, and then also we want to get the, we want to get, so we want to access the user, which is the user here is a customer. So access the user, and then when you have the user, so we can get the name, and then also we can get the email. Yeah, that's it. And then we can change something else. For example, also populate again, populate again. So we can now access products. Let's say we can access now. If you go to our model, so we have a product, so we want to access the product. So after with the product, we can now get few things here. But in product, if you remember, in product we are passing ID. If you take to PayPal, I want to show you an example where you are, how we are saving the product. So we have the product. Where the product you are signing, you are storing the model. So we have now the ID is actually product. So if you now we want to access the product here, so we have to do something like popular, and then we do dot populate dot, so we access the product, and then we will access the image. We can now access the things, for example, name, price, image, price before, do price before, image, and then quantity. But we don't want to do that in here. We just want to get the idea. We just want to get the product ID, and then the rest we will handle it later. All right, so what we can do here is we get the ID, and then we just for the rest, let's just get there's no problem, let's just get this one, and then we will handle the rest. But you don't need the quantity. Instead of, if you want to get, you should get instead stock, category, all of that. We get stock, category. But remember also we have a function which we use. We also use this function to access different things. So let's, instead of returning all this, let's remove all this one. We don't need this. You can actually remove this line. Since we want to, we can use process to get much of this information, and then add extra information. All right, so now after, you can also chain another method. You can do dot length, dot len, and then now, okay, that's okay. What next we need to pass? Okay, so once you get now the product, let's remove this comment here. Once you get now the comment, we get now the orders, you can process the orders. We can process the orders. We can do, for example, our AI is smart enough. Okay, process the process orders is equal to await to promise all, and then we take orders. So order, and then we do when we get our orders, we take orders, we map through orders, and then we take the product, we map through, so we get order, and then when we have order, we need to do another order dot find by. Okay, order dot find by, and then once we get order, we get single order, and then we want to get the order ID, the product ID, which this is not correct. All right, once we do promise.all, in promise.all, we now take the orders. Okay, so once we get the order, now we take orders, and then we map through orders, one order. So we take the order, we want to access the product, but we don't want to access this way. We don't want to, since we have already process order, this is the one, so we just want to use this one here. So we can just take the orders, every single order, and then we can now remove this one and then this one. So we will just process our order, we wait for the order, process it, and then return it. So once you return it, want to return the order, but there's few things as admin can access. For example, in this case, I want to show you that in the order, admin can access things. For example, I need to get the customer. Okay, in here, we already returning the user, but we're supposed to return the username, the user, full user. So I mean, the user include the email, whatever. But also need to return. We can also add the customer if you want. We could just add here. So we can add here customer, which is equal to user. So if you don't want to add it there, you can actually add it from here. So this depends on if you want to add it there or here. So you can, for customer, you just add customer. So you can get the customer if you do const customer is equal to customer is equal to await. So you get customer. So user.find by a user, user.find by ID, and then you pass the ID. Let's see. Let's just save that one. We will see. We will check for that. The rest later. All right. So now another way you could also just get the customer from here if you want to. But in order, you have to make sure that you also return the ID, which we have also. Okay, so if we get down now the orders, we can now we can now return the orders, but before returning it, let's console.log process orders to see what we get. Let's reload. And then if we go to orders, now we get an error. It's not empty anymore. So if you go, you want to see what we get in here. There's no error. It's supposed to show us error. All right, let's check for error. So the error is coming from here. You could create user. So for example, const user is equal to requester. So now if you the console.log user, we want to see the user. And then if you go to orders, let's see. Now, okay, now we are getting error here. Let's see. User is not defined. Process orders. Oh, sorry. I need to bring user in here. So I need to bring user const user. I'm sure we will get an error. Let's try. We need to change something first there. How we are accessing the user. Go to orders. You will still get an error here, and then the back end. Oh, let's see. Back end. Want to see the orders. Alright, so this is the orders you are getting. You see, You have a shipping address. First of all, let's start with the first one. So order, we have order ID, we have payment, transaction ID, method, we have total amount paid, we have user, and then we have customer, which is actually the user, and then we have the role for the customer, all of that. We have payment status, yeah, payment status, all of that. So we need now to return this to the end user, to return this to the you need to return this so that you can now access it from front end. First of all, clear this one. Okay, so we need to return this one. So we may get some error because we need to do the delivery. Okay, now we are getting now orders, getting now the list that we are getting now the data, but the tracking is not working. It won't work. Um, it won't work because we have to provide first of all, if you go to our back end here, we need to get the tracking information. So we need to take the order, access the order, get the tracking information, all of that. All right, so let's go and do that. Okay, so to add the tracking, to process the tracking, so here, first of all, this is our model. So make sure that you have this model for tracking, delivery tracking. So you can see the delivery tracking, we just have order and then status, which is pending, dispatch, in transit, delivery, or cancel, all of that. And then estimated date, the estimated delivery date. And then we have the node update by, that's it. So export the, the model. So from here, we need to import the tracking model. So we can do const tracking, delivery tracking, delivery tracking is equal to a required model delivery tracking. Right, so what else do we need to do? Now we need now to first of all get the orders ID. Orders ID. So for orders ID, we can do process orders. We can sense here. If you see, I want to show you process orders. You see how we are returning the ID. So we don't want to return the ID with underscore here. So this is the ID we want to access from here. So we want our orders, process orders, to map through it, and then get single order, and then get the order IDs. But another way you can just do it here. You can do this is tracking ID, but instead to pass the tracking ID, you can just pass tracking information. So tracking information, so we don't want to keep passing that for every user. We can since is a auto can pass, since authenticated user can be seller or can be manager. So in fact, instead to do it here, you can just pass the tracking information in this one. So this will make it easy for you to understand that, okay, since we are already processing the order, so we don't need again to go to do it in our order controller. So we need to keep the controller clean. So the controller, we can just make a request, get the data. So let's handle now the tracking in here. So for the tracking, if now you want to do the tracking, you can do const delivery tracking, and then you pass the order ID. You get now the tracking. So we just return this one here. So this is much clean and much simpler. So now if you go back to our front end, try to reload. You still seeing the same thing here. So now we need to work now on updating now the tracking. Yeah? So if you see to our original application, we can update the tracking here. For example, from dispatch, let's say, to deliver, and then we can set the date for today, and then we can pass some content, some lorem, things, just anything. Yeah, update. Now you see now the status it was updated. So we need now to work on this one, so that we can update now the delivery. And then so we also need to log in another user as now the customer, as a customer now, so the customer now can see the update. So once the tracking is updated here, you can now see. All right, let's go and do that. Okay guys, so this is our model, this is our template, admin orders template. So we need to update to do some few adjustment in our delivery tracking. So if you scroll down, let's scroll a little bit. So you see where you are passing the tracking. So this is the tracking, update the tracking. So this is the function which you are calling, and up here the function is here. The function will take order and then check if you have order, and then set the selected order, then set the tracking to true. So these are the variables you have. Is open the tracking, selected order. So now if you scroll down, this one, so we pass the selected order, and then we now want to open the tracking delivery tracking component. So this is the component. Right, so in the component you can see that okay, we accept the open, which is a boolean, and then on close is a function, and on order is a variable, and on update. Right, so by default you can see by default we have pending. The status is pending. So if you want to update now, I'm sure we have already passed through this component. It's not complicated. You can just follow along with the component, follow along a little bit. So use effect update for unmounted. Use effect unmounted, so that we just update the pending. We check the status if you have the status from the order.delivery. So another thing I want to talk about is this one. You see here we are talking about delivery. So we need to correct this. Instead of delivery of tracking from the back end, instead to pass the tracking, we're supposed to pass delivery. Change this to delivery. So now if you try to reload it, okay. So you won't see an error until we update the data. Right, so now the delivery, and the delivery, if you go back to our back end, so the order, you see we have the status. The status we have pending, dispatch, and all of that. Default is pending. So here, if you don't have any, if the delivery does not exist, we just set pending, and update method. We call now the update method if the user set to update. If the user can call the update method. So updating or update. We passed through this. We passed through this. I explained to you step by step all of it. So the only thing we want to work on here is updating. So in case you didn't manage to follow up with this one, you can also leave comment in the description below. Make sure to hit the subscribe button. Leave the comment in the description so I can share with you the template if you don't have it. All right, so we need now to create this. So tracking and tracking/update. So for tracking, looks like we need to have a model which can use to track. User can track up update.js. We need to have a model here to start tracking the orders, to update the tracking or create the tracking, all of that. So in here we can create, sorry, close that. Can create a route called tracking delivery, tracking route .js. So we can actually copy this, some few things in here. As usual, we can use it in tracking. So in tracking, bring Express. We don't need this one. Check if it's manager. We need both of them. So here is now just manager. Say manager slash tracker. Manager slash tracking. So manager can make a request. But in this case, manager can make a post request. So why post request? So manager can update. So we can make a request to update, create or update. So if the tracking information, the delivery information is not available, the tracking model is not available, so manager can create or can update it. So that's why we are doing. So we don't have the controller, so we need to create a controller called a tracking controller or tracking delivery controller. Tracking delivery controller. So this one we can place it in the same folder. Tracking delivery controller, and then just going to do .js. So we can bring const tracking delivery tracking. Delivery tracking required delivery tracking, and then we can now create let's see, for example, const order. But first of all, let's create the controller. Create first of all the controller. So for the controller, you can do const delivery tracking is equal to an object. The tracking delivery controller, sorry, is equal to an object. So get the delivery, but I don't know. I'm not sure if you do that. Okay, I'm not sure if you. Let's see. Can I close that? So it's some methods we need to, some functions we need to create in here. First of all, let's just export this. We can first of all export the tracking delivery, and then we will create the function we need there. This one, I'm not sure if we are going to use this, but first of all, let's go to our route. Can close this. Before closing that, let's work on this one first. So const delivery tracking, require the delivery tracking, the tracking delivery controller, sorry, and then For this one, now we can pass here. So we need to change manager update. Let's say manager update tracking. Yeah? Manager update tracking. So this function should be only be called by manager. So anyone you call you hit this URI, so you have to pass by this middleware to check if you are manager. If you are not manager, so you will get an error. But everyone need to be authenticated. So here we can now say customer, and then pass this tracking delivery customer. Can just call track or customer customer track order. Sorry, customer track order. And then seller can also see the tracking. So for this one, the customer will just send the get request and then to get the order, to get the current order status. So there's no customer does not update any, does not do any create, update or whatever. So customer can only make the get request. Seller, we don't need to put the seller. I think we don't need all of this one. Don't need all of this. The last one. In fact, the customer, we could have this one. Customer could use this one. So that means yes. So customer can make a request. A user can make a request to track and then /order, track /order to get the update. So we save that one. So you can see we only have two routes. We only have two endpoint, which is a manager track, and then track you pass the ID. Okay. So now from our app, you can now bring now the the tracking, bring out the tracking route, and then we can now use it. App.use, sorry, app.use API /tracking. So that means everything will come here. So you can pass slash manager /track or tracking. You can pass tracking again and then pass order or tracking ID, sorry, order ID. So just depend, but everything goes under, everything about tracking goes under this endpoint. Okay, what else do we need to do here? So this is it. Now for, if we go now back to our tracking controller, this one is supposed to be customer. So order ID, you want to get order ID out of order ID. So if you want access here, so meaning we want to access order ID, so we can say order ID and then update here where ID is equal to you want to check tracking where order ID, we pass the ID, we found one, so we need to pass our ID. So if the ID is empty, oh sorry, this is actually correct here. Yes, this was correct. This was done by AI, so just need to change order ID instead, because the param, if you see the route, we are passing order ID. So this is the one you want to access here from the requested params, and then we get but you could also check. You have to make sure that the ID exists. So you can do const ID. You can get the ID from the param. So if there's no ID, if the ID is empty, we return an error. Yes, order ID is required. And then we get, so here we can now get the ID. Just use the order ID. And then get the order. If the order does not exist, return order not found. Order not found. Please check the order ID and try again. Okay, so that's it. But if we come here, down here, so we want to get by order idea, by idea, and delivery tracking by order ID. So delivery tracking, you see now we are passing order. So you want to, this is the field we want to access here. So access now by ID. And then if you don't have delivery tracking, we return an error, delivery tracking not found. Please check the order, delivery tracking not found. Please check again later. Check again later. So this means that admin hasn't, the manager, the order wasn't updated or created yet. Else we return the delivery tracking. So you can choose to return extra information with the delivery tracking. So this depends on you. So here, this is supposed to be customer tracking. That this function is supposed to be customer tracking. So we can do now we can do create or update delivery tracking by manager. So AI can help us work on that. Create node. If there's no order ID, return. Try catch. Orders. Let's see. Return error. Nope. Okay. Let's go through the function. So we will get from the body order ID status not. If you go to our front end, the data you are passing there. So we want to pass. Status. This is the one we want to pass status, the value status. And then we also want to pass date. What's the value? Estimated data. Want to pass estimated date. We also want to pass the note, and then we want to pass the note. So right, so from the back end, this is the data. But what you can also do, you want to see the data you are receiving. Just want to say update the tracking. If you don't have, so you do try catch, catch the order. The order does not exist. Else, find one. Delivery tracking. If is there, we update. We update the delivery tracking. If is not exist, so we create none. If the delivery tracking does not exist, we create and save it. We return the delivery tracking. Else we update the status note, and then also need to update if you go to the delivery tracking, so we have note status estimated date. So we also need to get estimated date, const estimated date from the body. So we can now down here note and then estimated date, and if we have we pass date also delivery tracking dot estimated date. No, estimated date is equal to estimated date is another one more field remaining here. Oh, this is the only we have updated by. Oh, sorry. So we also need updated by. So updated by, we need to get the current user. So updated by, okay, so const updated by is equal to user dot. So we can get to user, then ID. User dot, but you just want to get from the body instead you get from the request. We get the user, the current auth, which is a manager from the request, and then we access the ID. So remember here we only pass the ID, so we only pass the object ID. So this is the one we get. So if you get that, down here when we are creating, so now you can get updated by, you can pass updated by, and then also we can pass delivery dot updated by, you pass by updated by, but we have syntax error here. So this one is okay. Try catch, have try catch, but you need to remove this one. Let's see, try catch the user. You have a syntax error, so let's find the syntax error. Okay guys, so I tried to clean up a little bit there. So the error you saw was this one. So each one is not supposed to be semicolon. Here not supposed to be semicolon, it's supposed to be a comma. So and then I try also to clean up. So to destruct the structure request body to get the values from the request body. Yeah. Okay. So there's nothing much here. So we just get the same thing: order, status, note, all of that, and then after we're just going to check if the ID is empty. We request the ID, and then also get the order. If the order, so order we do find by ID, so we change this to find by ID, and then if the order is empty, if there's no order, we return error. And then we have we get the delivery. We check found one. by ID. So you pass the order ID. If we get it, so we update it, else we create one. Sorry, if you don't get it, we create one and then we return the tracking, else we create one. So that's it. So I hope this is going to work. So we have to save that and then go to our front end. So for front end, if you see front end, we just want to we do update. So if you see the field we are passing here, let's just go through the field we are passing. So we are passing the status. We have the status, and then we have the estimated date, and we have note, which is row 4, multiple line, and then that's it. So if it's updated, we're supposed to return. If it was updated, we're supposed to return to call the update, which is a function. So on update here, on update, this is the function you're calling. So handle on update, and then up here, now we have a handle on update, and so we give the delivery. So we have to make sure that on our back end we actually return the delivery, which we are returning here. So if you get it on our front end, if you get it, the delivery, so we're just going to map through. We check if orders exist. Let's see. Yes. If order.length is greater than 0, so we update, and then we update the set order. So if you call the set order function, is the function take the orders request or orders and then update them. We have order and then we have set orders. All right, so if you scroll just a little bit down, where now we are updating, so we update the orders. So just take the orders again, look through them, find the current delivery. So it's find the order. If the order is equal to delivery.order, so delivery.order, so that means we want to check for this key, this field, delivery.order. If you go to process order, process order, you see that you are getting the delivery tracking find one by order ID. So if we got here, we want to find now one by delivery. We find if the ID match the delivery order, so we update that. So we will just set the delivery, and then we return the data, and then we update it. So if you update the rest, we just have the okay, I will explain to you this one later when we reach there to search for the order. But for now, we just update and then we change the color. So here we are checking if the status is equal to dispatch, the order status. We can remove the status, console.log, to see the current status if we want to see. But you have delivery.status. First of all, we do show delivery status is equal to delivery. So yeah, this function is only to show the delivery. So if you take the function, you scroll down here, so we just show, we call it this cell, table cell, which is this one, this table cell. So for this table cell, we only show the data from this function. So the function So the function, it will only return HTML template, just a little bit a portion of HTML template. So return the status. This is a return pending by default, but here, if you see here, we return dispatch, in transit, delivered, cancelled. So this function, the job is just to check, get the delivery, get the status, check the status, set the color. That's it. So you can clear this one to clean up this place, the space. Okay, so when we updated after updating the delivery, so we're supposed now to see, for example, this one is supposed to see the status change. If you, let's set for example to in transit, and then let's say to 20 of December 2024, say hello world, and then just update. So we get an error, failed to update the tracking information, request to fail with status 400. So this error is not coming from the server, it's not coming from here. The error is actually coming from the router. You can close this one and this one, also this. So the error is coming from the route, so we need to change this route. We need to change this route, so we need to go to front end, and then where we want to update the tracking. So this is where we are updating the tracking actually. So we need to call update tracking. So we need to change this one, but we don't even need to pass the order ID. Let's see if we need to pass the order ID. Manager / tracking. But if you go to a back end, so you want to confirm how you get the order ID, you want to check that order ID. So we want to get the order ID from the body. So you see here, we want to get the order ID from the body, and then if you see the route, we are not passing anything there. So that means we need to go here. Once you get the data, this is the data you are passing, so you need to pass the order ID. It's supposed to be order ID exactly is there. So we don't need to pass this one, we only need that one. We want to make sure that it's correct track. All right. So now let's try again. So status in transit, hello world. Looks like we are getting a request failed with status 404. Okay, let's work on this. Okay, so the error you're seeing is everything is supposed to come, so we're supposed to add tracking, tracking, all of that to our router. So let's go and here supposed to add tracking, because if you see our route, we've got to app.js, we say that okay, everything we need to register under the tracking. Okay, all right, so that's it. If now you go back, then pass transit, then set the date, then hello world, update. Well, still getting error. Let's check tracking and manager. Let's see why you're having that. Have to get this one, it's out. Oh, sorry, this is supposed to be post. The request is supposed to be post. Remove this one. The request is supposed to be post, not put. So if you want to use put, you can change it to put. So put is to replace everything. Okay, let's now try again. The hello world. Okay, now our request was updated. The user's tracking was updated. Okay, so let's go and work on okay, the data are not there, so we need to show the data. But let us go add the date first, and then we can work on the filter, search for order. Currently, we cannot search. We get error 404. Try to add the date first. So to add the date, we need to check if you are actually returning the data from our process delivery. You can close this one. If you don't get anything about tracking delivery, please let us know. Leave the comment in the description, so I will work on that. All right, delivery. First of all, let's clear some console log, some logs here. Can do logs. Remove this one. Scroll down. Sorry if I'm scrolling very quick, very fast. So the data. This is the data. So you have to find the date to see if you are actually passing the date. Created that. So this is not that. If you go to our back end, then where you are passing created that, we are passing created. So if you want, you can change this one to created that, but you must know how many places you are using this. It's only this place. You can do control, for example, control plus shift plus L, control plus F to search. So this will show you how many places you are using this key is there. So you can find and change. Right, so let's change this to update created at. So now we have the date. Right, so let's work on a filter the product. Filter order. Okay guys, so to filter order, we need now to search. Here we have a function. I told you before that we have a function here, so we use to filter the product. So the function, you see, we take the query, event.query. So we pass the event. So where we are calling the function, down here we have our input search, and then we on change. So we just on change, we pass the event. So we take the event. So this is the input. So if I change anything here, I can show you. Just add dot, then go back orders. You'll see that we have here. So this is the input. So for this input, we pass. So we pass the carry. We have the carry. The value is the carrier. The carry, which I can show you first. The carry. This is the carry is empty. So it's just to store the current search query. So if you type something, we will store it there. All right. So All right, so now input, we just have to please just wait, keep waiting. Oh, okay, we need to restart to reopen again, and close this one. Don't save. Okay, let's open again, admin. Okay, so working on search. Let's go back to search. Yeah, this is the search. So the function is here. So we pass the event, input event, and then up here. So we take we get the query from the event.target.value. So we get the value, and then we search now the query, our query up, with the one I just showed you. And then now we check the session. Need to check the session if you have the session, because we need to make sure that the authenticated user, the user is authenticated. And then now we can now pass, we will now make the search to manager order.search, order slash search, manager slash order slash search. So we need to, we don't have this route yet. So once we get the result, we pass the param. So we take the param. So we have the headers, but also we pass the param, which is the query. So I'm going to show you, we are going to work on that on the back end. But what I want to show you first of all is that once you get the data, so we set the filter data. So up here, for example, you can see here we also filter data, we also update that one. But most importantly is if you see where we are getting the data from the server, when we are making a request to get orders, we will also update the update also filter data. And then up here, filter data, if you don't have we check also the filter data, so also update the data we have. So this and this is the filter data, it's just an empty array. So the job for this one is just to sort the filter orders based on the search query. So that means if you search for something, we need to store it. I can show you example if you go to our original application and then try to search here, for example, any order. You can pass by ID, or you can pass by, just copy some of this ID and then pass here. You see now we are getting that ID. So if you pass name, let's say for example Isabel, you can see we are getting all Isabels here. So this is the job for that. So we just store the filter data. Okay, so we saw the filter data. So back to search. Why is search again? Okay, so back to search. So we get the data update here. So we don't need to store for this one, keep it empty. The orders keep it empty, but the order data is still there because we don't need to reload that to make another request again. Okay, first of all, let's work on making the search request to the front back end. Make query to back end, and then we will work on the rest. So we need to go to back end. We need to go to our back end so that we can handle this. Okay, so we go to our back end. We have order controller. So in order controller, we need to go first of all to orders route to make a route here for search query. So we can make it's search order. Okay, so for search order, this one, if you want to differentiate this manager with the authenticate with the user, with the seller or other user, you can do it. So that means that okay, we need to have this one, but you also need to do another which, let's say, manager search order. So for this one, you can do manager search order. So we need now to pass check is manager, check is manager, the middleware. So this one to confirm is only manager who is loading this. So this is if you want to handle that, because in this case here you just search for the order, you get the order, and then you see the data we display. But if you want to decide to do that, you can do it. So I'm just showing you different way you can handle it. But in this case, we can let's comment this one. Or you can comment it, or you can just remove this one if you, for now, because you just want to search for the order. So search order. So we go to, can close this one, and then also close this for now. Go now to search order. Do we have search order in here? We don't have, so I can create search order. Search order. Okay, this is generated by AI, but we have to work on it. Okay, search order, you can do try catch. First of all, you need to get the okay, we can do try catch. Try catch. Okay, AI generated some code here. We want to see if it can work. Okay, search order, we need to get the query. So this is supposed to be query from request.query. I can show you if you will return nothing, but to just console.log query request.query, you will see what you get in there. Let's scroll down a little bit. So if you go back to our front end, first of all, you need to make sure that you are in the router, we have corrected our route. So the route is, we don't need this one, don't need to pass this in a router. We don't need to pass this. Yeah, just going to call search. So if we go to front end, here we just pass search. You don't want to pass all of that. Okay, so we make sure that the user is authenticated, and then we pass now the params, pass the query. So we want to access this from our back end here. So we want to console.log query. So we want to log console.log query. So you can do just type anything, but we get the 404. So you are getting 404 because it's supposed to pass orders here. Orders. Clear. Let's pass anything. So the request is empty, but there's no error first of all. So if you go back to our back end, you see now the query. This is now what we are getting. So anything you pass here, if you pass hello world, it will appear there in their back end. So you are typing, everything will appear there. So this depends if you can do cache. If you see you can do cache to cache the request, all of that. Right. So we can know after this. Let's remove the comment. After this, we can actually let's remove this. We can initiate. Say initiate or initialize an empty query for MongoDB. So MongoDB a query object. So we can do Mongo query. Let's say Mongo query is equal to an empty object. So if now we get the query, so now we can now check if, first of all, we want to check if our query here is not empty. If query, now AI generated another code, so we also need to work on that to check if it's correct. Remove this one. Okay, so if Mongo query, first of all, if you query our query, we need now to search. So we need to, for example, if you have query, we can do now check if the resemble an object is. So we want to check if you have query. The first thing, move this one. The first thing, okay. Let me just comment here so that it can help you understand. If the query resemble, remember, because I want to show you, because here we can search for ID by ID or search by name. You can also add different queries to search by I don't know, it's much different stuff. So if query resemble supposed to be a resemble, I can't type well, resemble to an object ID, to an order ID. So we want to do the query. So query dot match. So match anything which is actually yeah, resemble anything which is can match our idea. Resemble anything resemble to my match anything can resemble to our idea, the object, the order ID. Yeah, anything can match order ID, and then if we get it, we can just so if you get it, we can assign a carrier. Mango carrier is equal to this one. So if you have Mango query, but also you can, user can also search by date. Let's see. I don't know if you want to add that, or we can just jump to search for something else. Because you can also search, we can also add search by date, search by status, all of that. But we can make the video short by just searching by ID or by name. That's it. Okay. All right. So let's go and just work on that. Okay. So if the query can match our ID. Otherwise, you can just check if the customer name. This one. Otherwise, okay, assume otherwise just check or search for name. Search for customer name. So we can do case is equal to customer name. We pass okay, else we can do, we don't need to do that, but we don't need to, we can do if, we can also check if Kerry, can check if is a name, to check if it's a name. So if mango Kerry mango ID, mango Kerry ID, and if not Kerry mango ID or not mango customer that created that, but we don't want to check for created that. You can just check if it's not ID, if it's not this ID we are signing here. So we can just search for user. So you can just get user, so get user or search user. Right, so we can do const users is equal to await. So we can now get all users. User is equal to await, and then find by. So we want to do find by. So it's not that one. Find by. So we take now rejects. We do now rejects. Rejects dot carry. We pass our carry, and then option. Options. So so we just search if you can find anything match user's name. So if you get that user's name, so we need to get the user ID. Get user ID. User ID. So we can do const to user ID. So we map user ID. So we take all users, dot map, and then we get user. We get the ID, and then we assign. We want to get the user. So we want to check. So we want to add a user to all the idea in ID. So we just want to add all idea so that Mango can search. Mango can now carry users by IDs. So here we get the ID and then you add them. So Mango can search users by ID. So next, we can now search. We can now, we have to make sure that we are out of this, out of carry, checking carry. So out here. Okay, let me just add some comment here. Abstract. All right, so we want now to search the orders based on a constructed MongoDB carrier. So this is our old carry. We check if we get the query, or create first of all as an empty object. If you get the we search for ID. If you get the ID, you pass the ID. Else you pass the user. Yes, we not else, but we also add the user to the construct. So now we need to do we need now to can do const orders, fetch now the orders to see if you get anything. Orders is equal to await equal to await found 10. You can set 10 or 20, depend. 10. So once we get the order, so we can process the orders. This one was actually already done by AI, so that was good. So once we get the orders, and then we do a promise all. So we get one, we promise all, and then now we do mapper. Promise all, just because it's a match, you have to wait to have to process all of them. So map, and then get order, and then you process. We call our process order, and then we return order, and here we return order. So that's it. So also, if you want, you can also do cache, whatever, if you have cache to include all of that. But for now, it's just limit by there. So back to our front end. So we can now, let's try to reload. You see we have an error. Let's see, we have an error. Let's see that error. Something went wrong. Query is undefined. Now order controller. Okay, let's see. Supposed to, sorry, I'm missing R here. That's why carry, supposed to get carry. So anywhere is carry like this, so you need to change it to carry. Now save that. And then let's go back to reload. Go back to orders, check if you have error. This one is coming from where, so we need to check where is that log, that console.log, .log user, and get rid of this one. So search order, this is the search order. So we want to try again. Search for, let's look for anything. Let's look for example, Lily. Lil. We get an error, 500 error. Okay. User is not defined. A user is not defined. Do we have user in here? Oh, need to bring in user. Const user. It's got to require user. Let's try again. Clear error. Let's try Lily. Now the carry is working. All right. So if we try now to, but it looks like we have an issue. All right, let's work on this issue to check where is the issue coming from. All right, so I tried to clean up. So if we go to our back end, so just to remove some unnecessary response. So also add the filter out any nil variable from the field. So for example, this is the same thing we did in the processor. We did here to check if there's anything nil, because we also want to fix something from the front end. I will show you. So once we do the query, we get the data, and then you process some it will be empty. You see, for example, here we return the product. You do try catch if you get the product. I added try catch. So try catch if you get you process the product. But if there's no product, you return nil. So with you catch error, we return nil. So down here, if you get now the data, we need to filter that data. So filter, we check, we return if the order is not nil. So we return it, and then that's the one we return out to the back end, to the front end. So also, if you go to the front end, we don't need to make a request if the query is empty. Let's say if you can check if there's no query. If there's no query, we can just set to order to data, or we can return. Can do return. We can do return, and then this will just stop any error. So if you go now, try to pass anything. If you haven't typed anything, so we don't want to have. Also, another way you can also do it. This is by checking length. If there's no query, or is empty. If there is no query, or query.trim is equal to empty, so we just return. Okay, so if you pass like this, we want to do anything unless you type something. So if you type something, then we can search from there. You can type, for example, let's see. But instead of that, we could return. Let's remove that. I think we just keep it to nil. Yes, you just keep it to nil. Clear, and then search. So you can play around with it, improve, whatever. So we have so much to code, so we have to keep moving. So we have tracking. We added the tracking. Added the tracking. Let's see what you get. If you go to any pending, this one, the payment is not there. So there's so much you can work on. You can allow me to keep moving so that we don't have to waste all the time here, because we still have a lot of to do. You can add any text update. This should now be updated. You can set to dispatch. So this depends anything. If you update also here, let's say dispatch estimated delivery date. I can take lorem, some lorem. Yeah, and then just paste some content in here and update. That was updated the dispatch. So You can play around with it so much. Let's move further. Let's work on product. So product, on click, we can show now product. So for that, I can show you, because we didn't we didn't build the whole thing. So I've just pasted the code and I explained to you what we doing in a product. So scroll down. Here we have many product. So in case you don't have see this, you didn't see the template, you having errors, you can let me know on the comment description. Make sure to hit the subscribe button and give a thumb up. So leave me comment in the description, so I will work on this to see how we can help each other to build a better project for better future. All right, so let's work on many product details dialog. So this is the many product detail dialog. There's nothing in here. There's nothing much complicated. So open the model, on close, we should pass the products. Once we get the product, so we just loop the product, the product list to show it here, to show the product. So we show the product, the discount, all of that. This is the table. So this is the material UI table. And I've shown you how we can get it from material UI. And this is the table row, and then we have the table body. First of all, the header row, and then we have the table body. So for the table body, we are just going to map. We map through the product we have, and then we'll show the product. So the only thing you can add here is if, for example, we want to see here, you want to open the product, so you want you to click on it so that you can open the product, go to the store. This is the things we have here. I can explain to you again. You can see, for example, if you have the store ID, so we go to the store ID, else is we just set this to nil, and then target blank. We pass image, that's it. There's nothing much. And then scroll down, we show the product ID, the price, the discount, all of that. If there is no products available, we show no product available. And we have prototypes here. That's it. So there's nothing much in here. So you can close that. And let's go and work on loading sellers. So we want to show the sellers. Admin, as a manager, need to see all sellers. Let's go and work on that. Thank you for watching. My name is Shaban Musomba. Please make sure to hit the subscribe. All right, guys. So for sellers, admin can view sellers. So there's actually the similar thing. It's just the table, which we get users from the back end and then display them. So there's no need to type everything, to spend much time typing. So to save your time, so I can just explain to you very quick. So we just import the state, import, use state, effect, use callback, all of that, use memo. And then here now we just import as usual. So we are importing this server base, but also I also created view template, view seller dialog. So for this dialog is just to show the user. I can show you the example that if you go to our original application, view sellers, loading sellers. Now if you get the seller, so the job for the template, we just call the dialog, pass the ID, the seller details, name, email, created that, the product, sales, the transaction, all of that. So the transaction, we haven't implemented that. We will work on that for our current application. How to get the seller's transaction, calculate all of that. But we have already done a big part of it. So for now, we need to fix out to load the sellers. For example, you see here, failed to load the sellers, please try again. So this because we haven't implemented the back end. So I've just pasted or created the UI very quick. So this is what we have here for view sellers, view seller. So we will come back to this. We will come back to this to explain to you once you get the data from the back end. We also have a seller bulk action that. Okay, so here is just if, for example, if you go to front end for current application, original application, you can select select them and then take action. So this is what is it. We didn't even implement much for this one because the video is already long. All right, so this one we can work on it, but you can also request if you want to see much. We can work on implement all of this, including notification, email sending, also socket, live socket, all of that one. Socket IO, all of that one. All right, so let's go back to sellers first. What I was trying to explain to you that, okay, this is what we have, and then we just have our seller, admin seller. So if you go to admin dashboard, so scroll down where we are now showing the different component. We are showing different component, sellers or whatever. So if it's seller, show seller screen. So this is the seller screen. This is what we have: seller screen, sellers, selected seller. If we want to view this selected seller, we want to see a seller, so selected seller. And then I also add comment so that you can also just follow along. So selected sellers, has more, all of that. So there's no much. All of that has more page. So if you want to keep loading more pages, if there's more user, you can load more. We will implement that. And then we also have a set a state to control the visibility of the bulk. So this, I've told you, as I said before, that we didn't really implement much for actions, but you can request for that. Lastly, we just have get sellers, and then you pass the page. So if you get more page, you can update our page. Okay, get sellers. Now this is now the function we are going to focus on, because this one we could actually use the session here. As usual, we can get the session. So can say import use authentication, authentication. So we get that. So, and we can create also a session here. Just create a session. So another way you also can do it. Another way you can do it is you could have passed a session here. So you just require a session once. Check if you have user authentication here. You have user authentication. So check where we are getting the session. Where are getting the session? User authentication down here. So we get the session. And you can pass this to. You can also call this from here. Here, since here you are passing the name, let's see. We can pass the session here. Let's say session. So this guy up here, demo. Demo also can take session. It's got type to object, and then up you can pass also session. Pass session, and then here you can also you can now pass session individually. For example, pass session to all of them. So this depends on how you want to do it. But let's keep this way. Keep it this way, simpler. All right, so session, we get the session logout. We don't need this. Here we just need to access the user. So once you get to the session, you scroll down. First of all, we need to make sure that the session exists. If no session, if there's no session, let's see. If there is no session dot token, but session will pass it this way. We can actually call the logout method. We can just get send out. You can call send out method. So to just move send out method, sorry, not method, function, and call send out. We can also just return or return remove everything. But down here, if you have we can get token. Instead to define token, actually we can pass session.token. That's it. So we make a request to get the data to the user. So we pass, we don't have this URL, this endpoint, so we need to define this endpoint. So we make a request. Once we get the request, so when we get the response, so we accept the data. Since it's Axio, we accept the data, and then we check if the data dot length is equal to 0, has more is equal to false. Has more is equal to false. Else we can update set sellers. So for sellers up here is empty. By default is empty. So this is the variable we get, set sellers. We just prevent, so append more data to the current user. So prevent, so how does this work? Say, okay, we create a function. So we say, okay, prevent, and then we take the current data. We don't want to move the current data. We keep it the way it is, and then we add now more fetch data, more data we get from the response there. So you can just follow along with the function. Just type it, follow along. This is good. And if you get error, we return error, else is false. So handle seller, handle opening seller dialog. So this is now we just use handle open seller dialog, use callback seller. So just use the callback. We pass this, we take the seller details. This is seller details parameter. Take the seller detail and then you set the single seller. So there's many ways you can do it. There's many ways you can do it. This is just one way you can do it. But you can follow it with this way. Follow this way, it can help you go faster. Just follow step by step. All right. So handle close seller, we pass use callback is now empty, and then we just set seller empty. So here we get the data, handle seller, sorry, handle open seller dialog is here. So from our list, from our table, I was going to explain to you the table, but the function requires to see the table first. So this is the table where we just loop, this is the table body. Well, this is the table where we're just going to loop through the sellers, the table body. We loop through the sellers, and then we show this the name, email, whatever. So this is the way we have this is what we have here. This is our original application. So we just show a name, created date, whatever. So you pass the field from that here. And then once now you click on open seller, so this is the button. We pass this button here. If I change this button to dot to dot, and you see you are getting, this is actually the original application, so you want to see this because this is our original application, so you're supposed to see in our current application. So for you to see that, we need to get the data from the backend first. All right, so this will get, this is the table. I will explain to you again what we have in there, and then we're just going to pass the filters. Yes, so we filter here, just we map the sales data, all of that, and then the lastly we want to show, lastly we are showing the this was sorry, this was this is actually this we have filter, but this is just to memorize the sorry, to memorize the data, to memorize the run the sellers table. So this is the one thing we are doing here. Use memo, the memo you imported from up here. Use memo. So this one use memo. All right, this one we just memorize, we just memorize the data to render. We memorize the data, but down here, if you see down here, so now we are going to use now the table. We are going to use actually the table. So in the table body, we pass now our table, the row. So we create a table here, and then down here, so this is where we pass now the table body. So I didn't want to type everything because the video is already getting very long, so we have to at least make things shorter. So if you go back, so for return, for that use memo, we have use memo, and then for our main function, seller, admin seller, so we'll return, just scroll down a little bit. Main function now will return this HTML template, it will return this one, the search, all of that, selected seller. If we have selected seller, that now we will show now our button to handle now the open action dialog, which is this one, to open this one, since we are not using it, but we can use it in future. So we have title, manage all sellers, and then input, which we used to is search query. So it's the same search query we did previously for the searching for orders. So this one is just to search for users. So I will explain to you if we get to the back end, we will work on that one. If you are loading sellers, you can show the same thing. So the one I usually show loading or load body spinner. This is the function which you use to show. Just close it. You can actually import load body spinner. So just make it shorter. If you have error, you can also call our display error function component we created. And if there is no seller, we just show there's no seller. So for no sellers, if you could scroll up here, if you don't get sellers, we just create a function, create a variable. We set if it's sellers.length is equal to 0 and error, there's no error and there is not loading, so we know we don't have sellers. So the same thing you can also use. You can use the filter, the variable. All right. So this is just an easy way to handle all of it. So if there's no seller, we return there's no seller. else now we just return the material UI table, the table container, and then the table. So the header, which we just set some field here, some cells for header, and then the body, we return now our use memo. So this is now the body, we return the use memo, which have use memo. We return now use memo. Use memo first of all is here. Yeah, we return now the render sellers table. All right. So I hope it is not complicated for you. You can let me know in the comment section. So I'll try my best to help you out. Okay, so we need now to get sellers. So to get sellers, remember, if you go to our back end, we have manager controller. So manager is the one who can see sellers. So is the manager can see all sellers. So for this one, we need to have manager login and all of that. So we need to call here get sellers. Get sellers, or sellers, you can call it sellers, which means users. So we can create a function get sellers. We work on all of that. You can also use AI to speed up. The code is not good, but it's okay. So get sellers. We can now go to manager. We do have manager rule, manager route. So here we have manager route. So in manager route, can do get sellers. So now we just call a manager route and then get sellers. So for this one, we need to import const authenticate, and then also const check his manager, check if he's manager. So we need to pass this one here. We need to authenticate and then also check if he's manager, and then get sellers. So now we need to go back to our front end. So we need to take manager and then sellers. Because why manager? Remember, if you go to app.js, we have a route for manager register. So this is what we want to, this is what you are doing here, and then we get all this one. So we can now work on handling all sellers. If you go back to managers, so now we need to do first we can check user, get user. If there's no user, so we return error. So we can now go to users, user, and then you found get all users with your role seller. If you get them, we can now process them. All right, let's work on process them. All right, guys. So to manage sellers, so we need to have a controller. We need to have a controller. So I created a controller. We have process sellers, and so we need the sellers controller. Looks like I didn't add the controller here. So we need to add sellers controller. So create a new controller called seller controller. And then also we need to have a process seller, which I added. So we have process seller. So I will explain to you. So we just create a sellers controller first. We have sellers controller, a hook, a function which we can use to process sellers data. All right. And then also we need to create our route. So go ahead and create our route to manage also a seller's request, a request for seller route.js. All right. All right. So here is seller controller. So I'm just going to paste some code in here. So I'm just going to explain to you what I have. So we bring in user, we bring in product model, and our process seller, which is this one, process seller. I'm coming back to explain to you about this process seller, but then also bringing the transaction model. So for this one, the seller will make a request. Seller can make a request to get the dashboard. So that one we will just get the seller ID, and then get the seller. Check if the user exists. First of all, bring the seller, which is a user, and then check if the user exists. If it's not there, return error, the seller not found, and then return out the dashboard data, whatever. So different type of data, overview of the seller's account. So we have a get sellers. So this one now, admin manager can make a request to get sellers. So we get all the users except remove the password, minus password and email. So we just get the names or whatever field will be there, fields. So we get the data. We get if we get the users. So we do now promise all, and then we map through sellers. So sellers dot map. So map every single seller. We pass now our process seller, and then we return now the sellers which map to. But before continue further, since we talk about the process seller twice here, so I need to explain to you about seller, process seller. So for process seller, we just bring in there as usual, and then create the function. All right, so function can count the product. So we get the product belong to the user. We find if the user check if the seller is suspended. So we have our model here, suspended seller, which is here. So you can try to close. Let's close some of the things we are not using here to clear the place. All right. So a process seller, suspended seller. So we check if the seller is suspended. If it's not, this is our model we created. So if the seller is not suspended or is suspended, so we return here. Here we just console.log to check the result. Sorry, process seller, yes. Now we check if the seller is suspended or not. So if it's not suspended or is suspended, so we return the seller. So get the payment transaction. So payment transaction dot found sellers, and then you pass the seller ID. So we pass to a transaction. So to check the transaction for the payment. So to get the overview of the payment, or to get the payment for data. Get store details based on the seller ID. So the store, remember every seller got a store. Once a user join our platform or join the application as a seller, automatically generate some resources as a seller store, whatever the store. And then here now we get the total sales payment transaction that reduce. So we do the reduce, do sum transaction, and then sum plus transaction dot sales price, all of that. The following one, process payment transaction is equal to payment transaction dot map. So we do map to get now the process now the transaction, return the format, all of that. So you can just go through it, just type the way it is, and then you will check the result. As you can pause the video and follow back again, come back again, check. You see, and then after we're just going to return the process object with additional properties, which is status is suspended or not. If it's suspended, if the is suspended, we return suspended, else active. That's what we see here. We see active or suspended. Um, and then we return the store ID. So this is it for this process seller, and then we just return the seller. All right, so if we go now back to the seller controller, so this is what we call now in the seller controller. All right, this is what you see now in process a seller control in the seller controller. So we just get the seller, process them, and then we return. This is get sellers. So this one can only this request can only be made by admin or this data manager can make this request. And then get sold details for specific seller for specific seller a specific seller. So we make a request, get the seller ID, make a request, and then we get the transaction, we return the transaction, which the about the seller. So sales report. So sales report for the look-in seller. So you look-in seller can make a request to get the request, to get the sales report. So we get the seller, the user from the request, and then transaction. So we get the transaction based on the user, the seller ID, and then we check the transaction. If the transaction is equal to 0, return no sales transaction found for this seller, else we return the transaction. Create a new payment transaction. So here now, this is where now admin manager can now pay the seller. A manager now can pay the seller, but this one is yes, this is, manager can now pay the seller. So we are not actually not using this one. We didn't we didn't work on this. Why? Because so we have already covered so much features. So the rest you can request. You can request for the rest. Just leave the comment below, or you can also send email. We can you can also work on the rest of the features. So if you request more features, we can work on it. All right. So for now, we are concerned on this get sellers. We are going want to work on this get sellers. So if you go to manager controller, we wanted to add get sellers in here. We wanted to add get sellers in here, but we can remove here get sellers to make things a bit clear. Remove this, and then also go to the route, manager route, where we created to get seller. No, this is manager rule, manager route to get sellers. So we don't want this one here. We can just copy this route. Let's get seller. Oh, don't need this. Just remove the endpoint. We don't need this one here. Sellers route. All right, so here we have it ready. So just going to do we are just going to get sellers. So we pass manager all, manager slash all. If we go to our front end, this is how we get the sellers. But we're supposed to, since we want to use a seller route, so we have to pass this one, sellers slash a manager, and then get all. So if back to our back end, so we need to register this seller route. So we need to go to app, and then here you can create app.use, sorry, app. But before that, we need to bring in the seller. It's um, const seller route is equal to bring seller route, and then now you can use the app.use. AI could complete that. App.use seller. Yes, app.use the seller route. So if now you see everything you need is coming under seller, so that you need to correct. If you go to take again to our front end, so you need to remove S. Make sure I remove the S. So now we can hit seller slash manager, and then you get all. So anyone hit manager, so you must be authenticated as manager. So now to the route, um, slash manager slash all. So we authenticate you, all right, and then we check now if it's manager, and then get sellers. So we call get sellers, get all sellers, which is now here. It's not get all sellers. So you save this, and then also you save here. So this request is for manager. So we will come to the rest after. We come to the rest later. But for now, let's go and try this one first. Yeah? So we go back to our application. This is the original application, and this is our current application. So we need to reload. All right. So we need to go to sellers, and then we reload there. Automatically, we load the sellers. Looks like we only have two sellers, but let's go to our developer, see how much errors we have in there. So looks like we have sellers bulk action, the dialog. Open action dialog is marked as required. All right, so let's try this one. Let's fix some errors here first. Go to our back end, front end, sorry, and then go where you are accessing all sellers, admin sellers. Just scroll down. This is the one. I want to check which one is required here. If you scroll down a little bit, open seller action is required. This is the one. So if you go back here, open, that's the one. So we change it to open action seller, open action dialog. So try to reload again. Go to sellers. Okay, let's see the rest of the errors. Handle close. Handle close is required. Also need to add handle close. Okay, save that and reload. You want to see the rest of the errors, so you can correct them. Each key list should have a unique key. Prop method sellers 270. So check 270. Looks like we need to add, but for this one we need to wrap. So wrap this in to check. Sorry, need to check. No, need to check if selected. If selected, no. You can check if open action. It's open action. So we can show this one. We can show this. So to make things a bit clear here, also view seller dialog. So if it's open seller, you can also check this one to see the required, so that you don't get much errors. On close seller, so this is what see the only thing you require there. So you can close this one, then let's close this one. All right, so there's no much required here, so you can add on. Can just check for condition. Just check if is if this is required, and then you check if we have a if the open sellers dialog is there, and then we show the dialog. Close that, so how we can correct this one, and then we have somewhere here 270. 270. 170. Somewhere we do map. Okay, this way we do we map through this each key. We could return. We could change this. We could add a key index. So add index and then pass index here. Let's try now to try to reload. We have some things to correct here. Okay, let's work on this one first. Let's walk through the error to clear up these errors. All right, so it looks like the error was we're supposed to have a seller, the value, and then the index. If you go to, you can go to say JS map. You can take Mozilla. So take Mozilla to see the map if you want to pass Mozilla. So we can go through Mozilla. You can see much things you can do with the mapper. JavaScript array map. All right, so here, so why we have only have two users? So here we only return sellers. If you see what we have in the back end, in our back end, from our back end settings, so we only want to get, so if we get sellers, first of all we find sellers, we get sellers, we check. If you don't have sellers, we return them. So we check the sellers. we take the sellers and then process them, and then we return them, the seller. So this is only sellers with process data. So when you go to process data, this is the one. So you take the seller, we process. So we only check if the seller has product. First of all, count product, a total product, and then we have a suspended seller. Suspended, we check if the seller is suspended, and then we check if the seller contain product. We check okay, down here we only count again. Let's see. Right, so we only return sellers with the product. That's why you see we only have two. So if we add much users, if much users join and then start adding product, we will have them here. So we want to view the seller details. So now we can now see the seller details. You can see emails, whatever, and then we have view store. So I can show you for view store. Go to where you want to view the store. This is the rendered sellers table body. So where you want to now to we view details. So we set the view details. This is the callback, view details, and then we down here scroll down here. This is the model to view the seller details. So up here now we just take the callback. We pass the seller details, and then we set the seller detail. You assign the details to a seller. I selected the seller details, so this is the one here, and then go down. So this is now where we show now the details. So view details. If you go to view details, once you get the seller, and then we can now show match here. We don't have a real match to show here, so we have the show the transaction, handle the transaction on click, handle all of that one. So we just get the seller, handle the close, and then the rest we just show. We take the dialog. We use material UI, so you can set different size. You can set medium, wide, all of that to set now to just show the data. So if you see here, we're just showing the name, all the field available we show here. This is the only thing we are showing here. So we show the data, the transaction, seller's transaction, and then the product, the sold product, the price, the discount, and then also show the commission paid. If there's no transaction, we show there's no transaction. If there's no seller, we also show that there's no seller. And then down here, you can now view the store, which we just put the anchor tag, and then we open. We open the seller in a view in a new tab. So this is how I'm sure you remember how we usually open the seller here, the store here. So you pass the store, you hit the um, store ID, open the store. So if you go back, I model hit this one. It's supposed to open now the seller store. This is the seller store. No, okay. So this one is supposed to show you when the product is loading, all of that. So seller store, we still have a little bit to correct here. For example, the logo is not loading. You can work on all of this one plus details. All right, so this is it. You can now close the dialog. This is it. So if you have more users, you can load more. So you can also choose to want to show this one if you have more item. So these are settings you can play around with them. All right, so let's go ahead and implement the search for user. You need to add the user and search all of that. So let's go ahead and work on this one. All right, so for filter, this is the input. This is the input we use for filter. So we take the input. So we have a set search query here. If you go up here, scroll up. This is a set search query. So check our search query. So on change, we just set the search query, and then we now set the value. The value also is up here. All right, so this is it for the input, and then we we use also memo. We just filter the data we have. We filter, we find if the user match, and then we return the user. We show the user. So you can include making a request to the backend to search as we use the same as we search for a product, all of that. So we don't want to do all of that in this part. We have already covered that part of searching or filtering data. So if you want to implement the same to filter to the back end, you can implement that one. So if you see here, you can tap if there is much user. You can see, for example, if you see you type the user you type. Let's try to reload. So if you go to sellers, we only have two user, but it's repeating. So we can try to actually just clean that a bit from the server. So we're having a couple of issue here from our back end. We needed to check this the seller's route. We can actually check another route we have here. For example, manager route. We require these two. Just copy these two to make sure I don't have errors. So we have authenticate, and then check if it's manager. Pass this here, and we use them here. But you don't really need that. Just need to check if it's manager, and then authenticate. What else do we need? So seller controller, this is the one. Seller controller. All right, so we need to import all of this. We are importing all of these ones. So if you save them, I've get sellers. Then if you go to our app route, you have to make sure that you are importing the seller route correctly. This is the seller, okay, seller route. So we are importing this correctly. So in here, this is the one we have. Okay, so we can save. Go back to our front end, then reload again. Go to sellers. Let's see the error. Okay, the error is gone. So we need to handle now. We need to check if actually we are hitting the correct URL. Looks like we are hitting a wrong path for the URI in here. So it's supposed to go to sellers/manager/all, and then we pass this param page, all of that. So let's go and check for this one first. All right, so I tried to simplify the map. So here now we just get the sellers. We get the sellers, but you can also keep forget the email. Just bring the email, and then check if there's no seller return error, and then just get the seller, map the seller, directly pass the sellers, map the seller, seller dot process to just process it directly. And then let's try to go back to our front end and go to sellers. So now we just return. Looks like we have a seller which contain the same name, same name. This we generated the sellers using a fake filler, and then sometimes we create the same user twice. It can happen. Okay, so we simplify uh, the map. So we just take the seller and then map them past the process seller, which we have here, our process seller. So this is what we are doing. So we try to simplify them. Okay. This is the function. This is it for get sellers. So this is actually the same thing being covered over and over. So we don't need it to keep repeating. So all right. So next we can go to transactions. We don't have transactions, so we can go and show all the transactions. All right. Let's go and do that. All right. So for transaction, showing admin transaction for admin. We have our transaction admin template, which if we go to close this one, go to dashboard here. So this is the template here. This is the one we are showing. If you go to admin transaction, so you'll see that we're having so much errors. Okay, first of all, I just want to show you a few things here. We have an admin transaction. Can I close this? So admin transaction, we just importing as usual, and then also import the material UI components, and then our loading spinning body, and then but we have a transaction dialog, which also I created here. So for the transaction dialog, we just take open, and then as usual, and then take the transaction. So this only shows information about the transaction. So there's nothing in here much. So there's a dialog. We show the transaction details. We show price, sales price, fix, and then displaying the transaction commission, display the transaction status, and then margin, all of that. So there's nothing complicated. So you can just create a div, create dialog, and then add all this information in there. So I don't want to type everything because it's usually the same as we usually do. So go back to um, our front end, to our browser to see actually our original application, and to see the transaction, how we display transaction here. See, when you click transaction, we just show model. We show there's some information here: price, commission, status, all of that, notes, all of that, and then close. So here now is the same thing. There's nothing much here. So we have a dialog actions, which you just show the buttons. Okay. Back to our main component, the template, which we are using actually. So we call the transaction, we load the transaction, the transaction. So we have our transaction, admin transaction, which we bring in the session, use our user authentication. So we have to make sure that we remove the um, carry bracket, and then we make sure that okay, we're going to have a transaction, set transaction. So we load all the transaction and set them a selected transaction, created the selected transaction. open product dialog. We don't have this one. We need to create an open product dialog. The product dialog we don't have. We need to create it. That's why you see we are getting this error here. Product form dialog we don't have. We need to create that. And then we search for the transaction, handle error, is loading, all of that. So we just create a function here, fetch the transaction, and then we make the request to manager / transaction. We haven't defined this one. We need to define it, and then we pass. We check the session. If we have the token, we pass the token here to get the transaction. Once we get the transaction, we create an array and then check. But the data is coming there is already array, so we just set the data. Is already in the array format. We set the data. If you have error, we set the error. Finally, we just set loading to false. Here the loading is true. Okay, use effect since we just want to load one, so we don't pass any dependency, but we could pass a session. We don't pass anything. Yeah, if you want to pass session, is okay. Handle open product dialog. So this is just to we pass the transaction. This is a callback. We pass the transaction and then we open the dialog. So handle open the dialog. So here we just open the dialog, which is edit or view the transaction. So if you go to our original application to view when you view the transaction, we can see we have a button here which is says view or edit the transaction. And then so this is it. So we have a table body which we show transaction, the sellers, or transaction price. So this is the table body, and then this is the headers. So as usual, so we don't have much we are creating here. We just do the map on the body. So we do map.transaction. So we just get all the transaction. We map through the transaction list and then I show the data. After that, we just going to we show the dialog. So for the dialog also we can correct it as usual. So we can correct this as usual to check if it's open. Can add if it's open. So we're just going to show this one. Show the transaction, and then also this handle form. So we're just going to show handle open form dialog. So just going to show this one. But before going to our back end, we need to fix this one first. So we need to create the form, the transaction. So you can go to product and then product form dialog. So if you want to show that, what is the job for that? If you go to here, you're supposed to open the job, the product, sorry. You're supposed to open the product. You can open the product to see. But since we are not really, we don't want to implement that, because here the job for that is just to, if we see the job, the product ID. I might keep saying talking about jobs. So if you can open the product to see where is the product ID, you can open to see the product transaction for that product. So this depends if you want to implement that or not. But we can skip that for now. We can skip that. So we can just fix this one is loading. So some component we can skip it because it does the same thing. It does the same thing, so we don't need to keep repeating. So for this one, this component, we can check for that. Component and then loading body spring. want to see what else required there. Just for the transaction. So we want to get this error, failed to fetch the transaction. So for that, we can go to, we need to define the route. I don't want to type everything. Why? Because this is the same thing. So this is, we are using the same material UI table. So we are much focused on the back end. So just we make a request to the back end, get the data and show the data. So let's go to our back end and get the transaction. Organize the transaction route. So if and go to manager route, not manager rule, but manager route. Manager route, we don't have the transaction there, but so we need to create the endpoint for the transaction. Right. So for transaction, we can close this one and then also close this and this one. So manager route, we can make we can create another route here. So get transaction, get transaction. So for that, AI can complete the transaction, right? So we just pass the transaction, authenticate, and then check if it's manager and get to the transaction. So I pasted some function, created some function here, get a transaction, because we don't want to type all of that. It's the same thing, as usual. So transaction, get all of the transaction, we just limit them to 20, and then process the transaction. So we process transaction. So we take the transaction, we do a promise all, and then a transaction.map. So transactions.map. So we map transaction. We take transaction, we get the product, find product by ID. If there's no product, we return nil, and process product. We also process product. So this depends on what we want to do. So we also fetch the buyer, who is the customer. You can call it customer or buyer. So we pass the customer ID. We find the transaction. If you go to transaction, say to transaction, it's supposed to look for transaction. We have transaction model, but we didn't add the transaction. We didn't add the transaction model. In fact, we are only using one model, which is a payment transaction. So we can still get. We can get we can find the transaction. Let's see. So if you go to transaction, we want to make request by buyer. So we have a buyer, which is just a user. Yeah. So in our transaction, so if you have we get the transaction, and so we get the user by buyer, which is the user, which we get the user by ID, which in this case is buyer. If you go to transaction, payment transaction, this is the one we are using here. So this is the model we created last time, previously. And then we just get the user. So the user is actually the buyer. We could also, if you go to seller controller, you see what we are doing here. So you can do select. If you here, you can also add. Let's see. Yeah, here you can also change some method to skip the password, all of that. So get the user, skip the minus password. So you don't want to show the password. You don't want. So it depends on whatever you want to show there. We don't want to show the password to the end user. So you must protect the password from the end to the end user. So after that, we just return the transaction, transaction ID, product, process product, payment status, and then commission, sales price created at store data, buyer, which is the customer, then payment date, status sellers not created at. Created at is twice. Yeah, can remove created at. After that, we just return a process transaction. If we get error, we return failed to load the transaction. That's it. I also added sales report, so we are not there yet, but we will get there. So for our route, also we just have a route, a simple route where we make a request, authenticate the user, check if the user is manager, and then get the transaction. So that's it. Go back to our front end and then reload. So we'll now go to the transaction. We're getting error, 500 error. So let's see the error. Okay, payment is not defined. Payment transaction is not defined. So we need to bring in the payment transaction. This is the model. So we need to bring in this model. We don't have it up here. So you can do const. You can bring product. You can also bring const transaction. Sorry. Payment. Payment transaction is equal to get payment transaction. We want to see what else is required in there. Go to transaction. Get again 500 error. Processing product, or need to also bring in that. Can give some space between. It's too much close. Const process product is equal to, so you bring in the process product. Then make request, reload again. All right, let's check for. All right, so this is supposed to be process single product. This is the one we are using. If you like process single product, then scroll down. This is the one we are using here. All right. But we could see the data before returning. Could console.log. Console.log process product. See them. Let's try to go to our front end reloader. Go to transactions. I want to see the data we are getting. So this is the data we are getting now. See the user, there's no password there. Have an email and role, all of that. So this is the transaction. This is how we are getting the transaction data. So ID, product is also an object. Payment status is undefined. We need to correct that, and then store is also undefined. So we need to correct a few things here. And then payment status complete. So for store, so you need to add the store. Sorry, you need to add the store. So to get the store, you can correct this few things before going back to the front end to go and do the rest. Since we already have a process product, we can since we already have a product, we can get the store from here, or we can actually ignore the store. since we already have a product, so we can access the product, the store from the product. So you can remove this one. What else there? Don't need to return. You have the store payment status. We have a status here. If you take the payment transaction, um, we have the status here. So we don't have payments. We don't need to return payment transaction. So we can clean up this one. Can remove this one. You can include much information you need there. So this is just an example of how you can accomplish this one. How you can complete this project by filling in some information, modifying some stuff. So this was just to show you how much you can handle few things in here. Right. So if we reload again, we don't need the store, because the store you can still access from the product. If you take the product, there's an object. So in the product, we can access all the information there. Seller, we have the seller ID, and then we have the note. So in the note also includes some information there. Okay, let's go and try that again from our front end. Right, so from our front end, reload again. We are getting some errors. Go back to our back end. See what we are getting. So you are getting this is the data we are getting. So you have ID, product, commission. So when we go to our front end, we need to make some changes. We can remove this one since we don't want to see the product. We don't want to open the product, so it's okay. If you want to open the product, we can keep this for now if you want to open the product. So it depends on if you want to show the product details, product form, we can show it. But to make this video a bit short, we have to skip some things, some stuff. Right, so the data we are getting, we want to go through the data we are getting. So we are getting product, and then product is an object, and then the ID. So in here, when we go to product, if you want to show the product details or IDs, okay. So it depends on which data you want to show, but in this case, sellers is actually an ID, is a string. So we can show name. It's because this one is an object, so you cannot show it. That's why you are getting an error from the front end. Front end, we are having errors, which is show that supply to offered the reference table cell. So we're having an error here. The type of data we are passing is not correct. So you need to pass name. So you can check if name, else just pass to non-applicable. And then for this one, it's supposed to be store name instead of ID. So you can change this depend on what you want to change. And ID, we don't use the underscore. If you go to the table you're getting, is not underscore, so it's just ID. So I can reload, then go to transaction. Now to see if you get the data. Let's see, check our back end. Looks like I'm still waiting for the data from the back end. Can we reload again? Go to sellers. All right, so this was just the connection timeout for MongoDB. Right, so now you see we can view everything. So if you go to transaction, you're also able to see the transaction. So the product is showing you non-applicable, but we need to change that. You need to show the product ID, product name. Sorry, this is yeah, supposed to show the product name. So if here, whenever you are getting, you can also try to console.log product to see. We want to get the product first. Find one by ID. Can console, since we only need the product name, so we could just let's first of all let's see the product we are getting. We can actually comment this one. We just want to see the ID, the product name. So I can console.log product. It's a product. All right, let's try to reload. Now go to transactions. Want to see the product name. So this is the product we are getting here. So instead to process it, you could just return it because we are not even doing much there with the product. So you could just return, and then here just return product because you are not doing much with the product. So now go back to transaction again. Now you see we have the name. All right, so if you want to open the product, you can open it. If you want to show the dialog to view the product details, you can see. You can also add it. So now in this case, you can change it to get the store, whatever. So this depends on how we want to do it. So we don't want to repeat so much things here. All right, next we want to show the suspended sellers. So if you go to the original application, suspended sellers, we just show the list. There's actually nothing much to show there. It's the same thing. You can work on this by yourself. Add sellers. Add seller is just input, so we can actually skip suspended seller and then just add this one. Show this component, add seller, and then also work on show the report. Go to reports. So for report, sales report is actually correct, but for this one is a static, just sample data. All right, let's work on add seller first. All right, so for add seller, I have a template. I have some code here. I'm just going to paste it. As usual, you don't have to type because it's the same thing. We're just repeating the same component over and over. Just redoing the same component over and over. So add seller. You want to see if we can close this one. If you go to admin, so we have this component suspended seller, but we don't have add seller in here. So since you don't have it, you can actually skip this one. You can skip this one instead. Just welcome. So sorry, suspended sellers. So suspended seller is actually a list. So we just show the list of sellers, suspended sellers, which we can suspend and suspend all of that. So you can decide to show that or skip that. So because we have so much features we need to cover. let's see. Okay, we have cells. You can go to cells. You have cells, so let's work on cells first. All right, guys. So for cells report component. So you need to install the you need to go to type npm install Richard. So we want to you want to use Richard Richard for this component for this chart. So to do that, you can go to after installation. After installation, you can just copy and then go to your stuff. I have it installed already. I have it installed already, so you can just go to npm to your terminal, run npm install Richard. So this will install. I have it installed already. So and then next we're going to create we create now we go to a component. This is component, and then we create now our component called admin mix Richard. This is the component. We can call it the component with whatever name you want to use. You can call the component any name. So in the component, we can actually build it from the scratch. This code was just here to show you, but I can, if you want, we can build it from the scratch since it's not a lot. But also I can just explain to you what we have. So after that, we import a pure component from React, and then we import bar chart, bar X. We import XA, XA, and the XIX. So we import all of this one. So you just after installation, you can just go follow along with this. I just follow along with this one, import all of this one, all tools, legend, all of them, and then a responsive from a Richard. So you can also follow the Richard documentation and go to the GitHub and then follow the documentation, all of that. All right. So we import all of this, and then just to create our component admin mix chart. So create a component admin mix chart, and then we render. This is what we render, and then we take the data. So the data, we want to get the data from from prop types. So we do that chart data is equal to this prop type to the report. If there is nothing, we just return an empty array. So it's this data we get here. So now we pass the Richard as a data, pass our data. So if we don't have data, this will be empty array. So we pass, and then Richard bars, bar Richard. So we pass the margin top to 20, right to 30, and then left and bottom, all of that. So XA, XIC, XA, and XAXIS data key, we pass to the date, which is this one. If you go to original application, is this one. So we pass the date. We also pass the date. We pass also the XY, which we pass now allow decimal false. So tooltip now, if you allow this one, the one you see showing the number, all of that, the commission transaction, that's the tooltip. So if you allow that one, and then legend. So if legend now is the bottom one, and then the color, the bar for the chart, we show it set to blue. We can set to green, any color you want to set there, which is now the color we have here. We have different color, and then also you can see the same color is showing on the tooltip. So we have the transaction count, you have a commission, and then sales report. The same thing, you have a product sold, and then sales, active sales, active sales. So make sure that you wrap this in a responsive container, and then we just return the admin chart. That's it. All right, so what we want to do now is to go to to our admin, and then go to reports. We have sales report. We want to check first of all what we have in here. So we have a report and then sales report. For ours, you can see sales report is empty, so we need to add this one, these two components, because if it's there, we go to our original application, so we see we have it, this one. So let me go and add this one. We can also add together. To add this, you can go to, you need to go to, all right, so here you see we need, if we go to our original application, let's give time to reload. To our original application, you see we need the sales. If you click on sales, you see we are going to the component. But so to fix this error, this problem in ours is not error because you haven't created the component yet. First of all, you need to create a component. Sorry, you need to create a component. So you go to partials, you need to create a sales component. We don't have it here. But what you could also do, you can just duplicate one of this component to speed up, or you can create from scratch. So if you take one of these component, for example, orders, we just fit things we need in here. But we can create from scratch. So just create a new file called admin sales report. Admin sales report template .jsx. So now we can now create the template. So in here we don't have anything to show for now. We can import use state and use effect and use state. Right. So that's it. We will work on the rest later, but for now we want to redirect the user to this sales report. So in the sales report, we actually have few things. We have a couple of things we need to show. We have a couple of things we need to show. First of all, you see that in sales report we have sales report and then also traffic. So meaning we need to create also the traffic. So let's work on that. So we need to create another template called admin traffic report template .jsx, and then we're just going to show the template here, so you can import the same thing, use state and the use effect. So the rest we are going to work on it. All right, so first of all, let's go and show this. Let's go and show this. Here we see, for example, here we are checking if transaction, if sales. So this component is admin dashboard, our main admin dashboard component. So if you go to, this is the partial, we have partials, and then we have minimize this, we have partials, and then we have our main admin component, so which represent the whole template, the whole admin panel. So in admin panel, in this template, first of all, if you go to where we are checking for the we are checking for all this, and we are showing the component, the active component. or active template, we are not showing the sales and or traffic. So we can also check for that. So for that, if for example, if we go up here, you see that for the where we are showing a report, here is the report. So here is the report, and this is the children. So this is, we have a report, and then this is a sub component. So to handle this, you see that if you go to report, so you have to go to children, and then children we have sales and then traffic. So we need to do that here. So that means we need to access the report. If you are in the report segment, the part, this you are in the report part. So we need to go now to also check for the children, for the current child there. So we can check right after this one, after sales. That's suspended. We can check here. Check for sales and traffic. So if you go for that one, you can see AI can maybe suggest us, but you can do it. So case, if case is equal to, okay, if case is equal to sales but not sales, so we need to pass the report first. If is equal to report, if is equal to report slash sales, we show that, and then if is equal to report slash traffic, so we'll show this one. So we need to show admin report, admin traffic, and then this one is admin sales. Admin sales, right? So save this one and then go back to our UI, our browser, and then try to access. Now we have this one, and then also we have the traffic. All right, so this is good. Now we just need to add now the rest of the. We can close this. We have a couple of things we need to do in here with the usual functions you have to create, and then call the data, get the data from the back end. Right, so we can get the same function in here. If you want, you can get the same function here, or we can also just create. It doesn't matter. All right, so first of all, let's can bring session. Let's bring session. Session is equal to use authentication and then session. So we need to import it. So I need to import the session. Import use session. Make sure we don't use the curly braces. Just going to import it like that. Next, we also need to import create is loading. Can create is loading variable, and also create error, also error message, and then also report, const report. Report. So this will be data, the data we get from the back end. We can call it sales report or just report. It doesn't matter. Okay, report, we get this one, so that's it for now. Right, so we can use effect. Use effect to fetch the data. First of all, we need to check if the current user is authenticated, so we can check. If it's not loading, so we can get the report. But before that, we need to check if the session exists. If there's no session, we can just return. If there's no session, we can return, but we can call the method here, which we use to automatically just lock user out, sign out. Can import sign out. Sorry, that's the function. So we don't need this one, just need sign out. So if there is no report, we just call sign out. There's no session.token, so just call sign out. All right, so next, if we have, we can pass to the second one. So we check if it's not loading, so we call again the reporter. And then for the dependency, we can just pass the token. And then we can now call the get reporter, get report function. You can pass the dependencies, we can pass the session as a dependency, or you can leave it just like that, because we just load once. We will load once. You could also pass session and then also pass the report. Pass the session and the report. For now, let's go ahead, just go ahead like this, and we will get back to that. All right, so for get report, so we just set is loading to true, and then also make sure to set the error to true, to false, to nil. So we do try catch. Try catch. So const response is equal to await axios dot get, and then we pass our server base URL, and then we pass. We're supposed to pass manager. This is the endpoint, manager, and then we can say sales report. Sales report. So we haven't defined this one yet, so we'll define it. So sales report. Now the second param we can pass here. We can pass the header. We pass the header, and then content type, and then also pass our token. So this one will help to get the user to authenticate the user. Okay. Next, we need to import a couple of things here. First of all, we need also to close this. Need to close this one. Okay. We also need to set the error message to empty or nil. If we get the error, error, we can also show the error here. Axio is not there. We need to import Axios. Looks like we've got something here to fix. It's not defined. We need to import Axios. So we can import Axios, and then also import can import also server. And then also we need to import we also need to import the admin mix chat bars, this component. So we need to import it. But for now, we just want to make the request to the server, get the data, and then see what to do with the data. All right. So this is what we have. So all right. So I think we need to pass a session here. Just pass the session so that you can check for reload. Can check for session token. But first of all, we need to show a couple of things here. We can also load them, and also import loading body, our component. So for this one, now down here, first of all, you need to check if it's loading, as usual, to check if it's loading, so that we can show the user, the end user, the processor. So we can do first of all, we can do return return if it's loading. So show the loading. Check if it's loading. So if it's loading, we need to return the component. But for that, we prefer to, all right, you can just return the component if it's loading, and then else we just return the data. Else we just return this one. Okay. So, but also, if we get error down here, we can check if we get errors. Remember, we also have our error handler, which is display error message. So we can use this one to display the error message. So we can check here. Let's check if error. So if you have error message, we can actually call the display error message. Close that. So else we can now show we can show now the data. We can show the data. So for the data, we can just do something like this is the message, some message like this. Let's see. We could also shorten this one. We could also correct this by doing just if error message. Just undo this, and then another way you can actually do this is way you can check if error message. So we can just return display error message. Display error message function. So this the function will show error message. The function also take it takes error message, then also set error message, which will have this one. If you see the function, we take error message and then set error message. So this is what we have here. Else we just return this one. All right. So if you save, I hope we will get. I'm sure we'll get some errors if you save that. Then okay, we get now 404. So if you want to customize the error, we want to clean up the error. You can wrap this in a div. You can wrap this. Let's put, for example, padding. Add, for example, padding to 4. So now the message will be here. So this one can clear the message actually. So for is loading also is actually the same thing. If you go to sales, sales is supposed to show you also the loading, but you can also just style it a little bit. Now the padding to 4, and then pass the error. Okay. So we need now to see now this. We need to set the first of all, we need to go to our back end. Here is our back end. So we need to go to admin route. Sure, you are in admin. We are in the route, and then we need to go to admin route. So in admin route, you see here we are getting a transaction. So we need also to duplicate the same thing so we can get to the sales. Need to do the same thing. Just a second. So need to pass sales report. So for sales report, if you save that, we need to call a function. You can close this one, but when you go to manager, we have a function here I created. I didn't explain to you, but we are going to work on it. We are going to work on it step by step. All right, so we need to call now this function, sales report. So if you come to sales report, so we just do aggregate data. We create a function, a variable to store the data. So payment to the transaction, and then we do aggregate. So we group the data by ID. So we take sales. We have sales price, and then commission, and then sum, which is just 1. So count transaction per day, and then also we have unique sellers per day. So this okay, the purpose of this is just to check. If you go to our original application, you see, for example, that they're showing you daily So this is sales daily. We have, for example, active seller daily from this date to this date, active seller, active sellers, transaction count, and then we have total sales per day, all of this. This is all the report is about. So this is what we are doing here. We do aggregate, sorry, backend. Here we do aggregate, and then we just group the data the way we want to group it. So for now, you can just follow along with the function. So just follow along, create the way it is. So in future, you can start playing around with it. But for now, just follow along so I can help you to just go through the function. Because I don't want you to type everything. It's the same thing we're doing over and over all along with this course. So we just go through the function. And then the following one, now you have to we format now the data, count unique sellers per day. Yeah, format the data, all of that. So follow also this one, just create. The rest, we're just going to return the data, formatted data. If you have error, we return the error. We throw error, then also return the error. You can stop the video and follow again, complete again the function. It's very easy, it's very short, so there's not much to type in here. All right, next, make sure to save this. Next, so we make sure also to have the endpoint. If you see, if you go to app.js, you see that we have manager here. So API/manager, where we register everything about manager. So if you go back to our front end, so we are passing manager here, and then we pass also sales reporter. So we are making a get request to the server, and then we pass the header. So we must pass the header, the bearer token. Why? Because we need to authenticate the user and then also check if the current user is manager before getting the report from the back end. All right, so after that, here we could just show if we get the report, just show the report.length. So if you go back to application now, you see we have two. It shows us two. So we can confirm the data by just reloading this, and then you see the go to network. Go to the network, and then report sales report. Which one was it? It's sales report. Oh, traffic. Looks like we worked on the traffic instead of sales report. We can change that one. And then also you see we also have a problem with the request. Looks like we are making so many requests. We will work on that. But I just want to walk you through the data we received from the server. You see, okay, we have array. We have array 2 data. So we have commission received. So this is the date which you have 2024 December 11. And then also we have sales count, which was also 2. And then we have total sales, which is this is the price, the price, the amount of the price. And then transaction count 6. So we had 6 transactions. So this is it about the report. So the more you have a report, the more you sales or report, all of that. So you receive it in here as an array. All right, y'all, let's go and work on displaying the data, UI, all of that. All right, so next, what you can do now is we want to show now admin mix chat bars. Is actually very simple. Also, if you can see, we're just importing the pure component bar chat, and then all of that. So you can follow along, import to all of this one, and then we just create the render function, which we just return the render function, and then we also get the data. So get chat data is equal to this props dot report. So if you have report, or return an empty array, we create an empty array. So once you have the data, this is everything you have to you can show. You can also follow along with the documentation, as I said before. You can follow along with the documentation for Richards. So we import this, and then you create responsive component, and then we just show the data. There's nothing much here, so just follow, type everything, and then you are good to go. There's no prop types here, so we don't have prop types here. Right, so once you have the data, we can now go back to, in fact, this data we have here, this component is supposed to be sales, so we made a mistake. So we can correct this. We can switch by just going to this one. Instead to redo everything, we can just switch the name, type the name. So you do Control plus Shift plus L to edit everything. So I've changed the name, and then so now we can, if we go back a little bit, so we can take this name and then switch it back here, change it back here. So do Control Shift plus L and then change the name. So we can also change the name for this component. Since it already exists, we'll get an warning message. The component already exists, but we can do like this: save it, and then take this one. Also switch this one, change the name. So now we can now rename this one to the name. Remove now this guy here. All right. So now the component is okay. So if you reload, then you go back to our front end. Go to report and then sales. So now you get this from sales, and then the traffic, the admin sales is there. Okay, we will work on this one. This one, we don't have much to work because the data, the just sample data we will show in here. We don't have to request from the back end. Okay, so once you get, so instead to return this one, we can just return admin mix chat. Can return admin mix chat, and then you pass the report. So if you save that, we won't have error. Let's see. Admin mix report. All right, you guys. So now we access the data, the report data from the props. So we can console.log the data to see what we get. Okay, going back to admin sales report template. So you need to make sure that you pass the data, you pass the reports, and then you pass the data we receive from the server. This is the data we receive from here. We pass. You can also handle that if there is no data, show data, or something like if there's no data. Let's say if we have data, show data, else show error, show there's no data found. So just depend on how you want to handle it. But let's just go with this example. So you pass that. So here we can just log out the data to see. Let's log out the data, and then if you go to, now we have the data. If you try to reload again, go back to sales, and then we have the data. So you can see now we have the report. So depend, you can customize the style, the color, the look, all of that. You can do all of that. Doesn't matter how you want to handle it. But if now we go to log, you'll see here we have the data. You see we are getting array of 2. We don't have much data in here. Right. This is how it looks like. So it's pretty much the same as the one we have in here. So the thing is, here we have got much data and then got much date. If it's only one, if it's, you see right here, right now you see it's only two. That's why you see big like this. But if it's many, this will be much smaller. So don't worry about that. You can try the experience creating much data, cells, example data, and then you will see the results. All right. Let's go and add this one, the traffic. The traffic cells. So this one is the traffic is actually we just have sample data. We don't have much work to do there. I will create a template and then show you how it works. Thank you for watching. Okay, so for traffic cells, so if you go to the component, our component for traffic cells, so I'm just going to paste this here, the template we have here, and then we make sure that we rename the title. So the function name. So I'm going to explain to you. Yes. So it's the same thing as usual. It's the same thing from admin sales report. We also import container. We also import container from material UI, and then typography, all of that. All right. Here we create sample data. Since we are not collecting the user's traffic. So if you want to see how to collect user traffic, impressions, clicks, all of that, the checkout. So please leave the comment on the description and request that. So I will create a great video to show you how you can handle that. So in future, we can implement things, for example, collecting the location, the impressions, clicks, abandoned carts, checkout, all of that. So this is just sample data. So we create the sample data, which we have date, impressions, clicks, abandoned carts, and then checkout. So this is the data we have. And then the rest, we just sales traffic. Sales traffic analysis. And then we create again the responsive. We use again the responsive. For this time, we wrap it in a container. So I wrap in container to just show you that in here, you can use container to wrap it. Or you can also wrap it in the container plus container. Or like we have here. So container, and then we have the title, which is just show the title. And then we show the responsive. And then chat LAN chat, and then we show the data, which we pass our sample data, and we pass now the margin, and then cut, and then you pass the cut, and then we pass the cut, and then we pass all the data. So for now, we can just try to just follow the design. So if you want to match about Richard, you can go to search for Richard. Richard. So here is the Richard. So you can from the Richard official documentation, you can see we have so much. We have so much you can follow here. All right. So this is what we have here. So just follow along. So they don't have much. We do exactly the same thing. You can see that we don't have much here. So you can go to Richard and then find any good template you see, and then you will just follow along with that. We have so much examples here you can see. All right. So once you save that one, and then you will get this. Once you save our data, you will get this one. So here we have the cells, and then we have the traffic here. So if you don't get anything, or you have some confusion, something, please don't hesitate to leave some comments. Make sure also to hit the subscribe button, and then also activate the notification bell. All right. Make sure to hit the subscribe button, and then also activate the notification bell. All right. What next? We want to add. We got the report actually we had two reports here in our application. So we have this one and then this one. So we have to decide to remove one. Since we have already done this, we can just get rid of this, or remove this one, put here. Integration, there's nothing. We don't have anything with integration, so we just leave that. Now we can just go to overview. So overview, if we go to our original application, we have overview, which we just show the sales, total sales. That's it. The rest, they are statics. So the rest, you can put anything you want there. So it depends on the data you want to show. All right, let's go and work on that. I'll show you to remove this one. So you can do this very quick. It's simple. You can go to admin. Is admin. So you want to remove one of that. So I mean, you can remove this one. Copy this one, and then here we have a break line. So we can replace here. So if you save that, go back. Now we only have one. So the other one is gone. Right, let's go and show the overview. So that should be the end of the admin panel. So for admin overview, this one for overview is the same thing as this. So we only need to get the transactions, active stores, and then total commission received. So the rest you can work on that by your own. It's not complicated. So to get that, you need to go to our VS Code. So go to partials, and then we have this component which we the template called admin welcome screen. So on that, we have to get rid of this. Okay. For that, you see this is the data you are showing. So if you make some change here, you can see that you are seeing that here. So to handle this one, first of all, we need to make a request to the server. You can use effect. First of all, you need to get the session. Const session is equal to use authentication. So we can import use authentication. We also need to get you need to create some variables here. You need to get variables where we can store the data. So let's call for example just call is loading. Let's set is loading, but also call create the data, say summary data, then set summary data, and then we have empty. For that we could set actually to just nil. And then we also can set the error message. This one's supposed to be is loading, set is loading, and then set is loading, false. Set is loading false. Yeah, that's correct. So you can also do error. So if you have error message, you can set error message to nil. Just need to give some space here. So we can check. We can use effect. Can use effect to actually We can get summary data, which we don't have. We will create that, but we can also pass session here to check data. So for summary data, we can check in the session. We can also import logout, sign out just as usual, sign out. So we check if session, if there's no session, if we don't have a session token, we just log out and then return. So else we call this function, but we want to make sure if it's not loading. If it's not loading, we want to load this function. All right. We want to call the function. Sorry. So we can create now const get summary data, and then we just make the request. So we set it error message to nil, to false, to empty, and then make a request. We get store the response in a response variable. So this part we don't have it. We can call it. We can actually call this one overview. Overview, and then pass the bear token, and that's it. If you have error, get the error, catch the error. So here we could we can actually simplify this one. We can check, since we also have our error handler. So we have error handler, and then we also have another. But first of all, let's close this function first. Else we need to close the function. So since we have our loading, we have our loading spinner body, so we can show the loading spinner body. Well, we don't show this one, we just return. So we can actually show both of them like this. So we can return, can do return. So we can return if it's loading. Return loading. Loading spinning body, which we have, I believe we have it somewhere. The name, we have to check the name. Else you can also return display error if we have. So display error, we will pass the set error, all of that. We can return all of that one. Let's fix this one. Let's just handle that. So we can return, if it's loading, we can return our loading. Let's find that loading spinning body. This is the one. Loading spinning body. Then just close. So loading spinning body. If it's loading, but you can also down here we can return also if error message, you can also return display error message. Display error message. Should have function, our component, and then just close this. Okay, so else we will just get the data. So here we need to pass the error message, and then also pass the set error. So if you reload that, you get that error. But you can also add some style here, padding to 4. The same padding to 4 you will just pass here, pass padding to 4. here, or depend on how we want to do it. So just keep it simple so that we can complete our project. So we show error. You can also now we can clear the error. But if you have the data, if you have the data, we can now show, for example, in here, here you have edit account, but in here we can check if summary data. So if summary data, if our summary data, we can now show summary data, but we also want to show summary data. We want to show this one, our component, but else we can show this. We don't have data. Here I'm going to show no data, no data available. Just show no data available, and then close. So here we'll just show our data. That's it. If you save that, reload, and then we show it's no data available. So we can try to, you can customize this to show to center all of that. So it depends on how you want to style this one. But for now, let's just keep it simple that way. All right. So we are getting 404. If you save that, you see that you are getting 404. And then Axios is not defined. First of all, we need to import the Axios. So you can import Axios, import server, and then also import Axios. Import Axios. Let's see again what else requires. So now we are getting 404. So we need to define that URL path. This one. So we need to go to manager, go to backend, go to manager. Go to manager. You can duplicate the same one. Can do route, get, and then all of that one. But you can get manage. We want to get the overview, so you can call overview. We don't have overview. If you go here, we don't have overview. Search for overview. You don't have it. So we can create overview here. Can do overview. All right, you can create overview, which is equal to function, which is a function, and then let's try to not follow AI. So for that, we can do try catch. Can do try catch. We want to count the transaction and do transactions is equal to transactions dot found. You want to get all the transactions. You don't want to count them. If you want to count them, it's okay. But for now, we just want to. So this depends on the data you want to show. So just want to show you example. Can do. We get all the transactions, and then we can do. We can get the commission. Commission receive. Say get commissions. Commissions receive. So for that we do you do a commission const commissions received is equal to, so we take the transactions dot reduce, then total transaction, and then we take the total transaction. We do now total transaction plus total plus transaction dot commission. Transaction dot commission. So that's we do sum. So here we just pass 0. Okay, that was a commission. So you want to get can do get amount, get sales amount. Get total sales amount. For the total sales amount, we can do total sales amount. We just take AI help us complete the rest. So we have to work through them. Total sales is equal to transaction dot reduce total transaction. We take sales price. Total plus transaction dot sales price. So count unique seller or store. So unique sellers or store, we just set but the easy way you can do this one, easy way I can show you that we can do. For example, here we need to call this store. Stores is equal to product is equal to await. So we need to get products, and then we do product because we only want to get the store. We did the data, the store we got the data, got the product, active product. So store.gstank store.gstank. So we can do store.gstank, and then sorry, product.gstank. So we just get the store. So we get the store. So this one will help us to just get the store. So everywhere there is product. So if there is product, we get now product. We know now. Okay, if you see here product, if you see product, each product requires a store. The store is required. So if there is product, so that means there is store. So this is what we just want to get here. So this is all. We don't have much. We don't need this one, and also don't need this. All of this one. So what will we return here? We will return amount. We need to return amount, which is total sales, and then commissions, and then stores. Received commission, and then store. But for store, we just need to return length. Store.length, because this is the only thing you need to return here. So what else here? For that, we need to do store. So I need to do store. Yeah, need to do store, and then just return store.length. For this one also, you can correct if you want. All right. So we have amount, commission received, and then store. So if you go back to our route, so make sure you are using this overview. Back here, we return 200, but if you get error, we return error. So save that and then go back to our front end. We need to reload to see what we're getting there. If you have data in overview, it's supposed to, yeah, if you have data, we show this. So we can just access try to modify this one. Let's go to front end. So once you get the data, once you get the data, summary data, we can console.log summary data to see what you get in there. Console.log summary data. I can say here is summary data, and then you pass the data. But let's pass this one, the one you received from there, the one you set already. Let's try to reload, go to console. So here is summary data. You see now we get the amount, and then we get the commission, and then we get store. It's only one store. We don't have much data created here. Right. So if you get, we don't know what you are getting. So we can go to here. We want to show sales overview, which is can close it. Open this one, sales overview. So we want to show the total amount there. So you can show something, for example, here. You can do if we have if data, so we can show data. You can show data. Sorry, if you have data. If you have data and data dot amount, amount, so we can show data dot amount. Yeah, save that. That's one. Oh, that is order. You need to show data. Sorry, you need to go to sales. This is the one, but you can add dollar sign. You can add a dollar sign, or you can do it in here. So if you want to do it in here, so means you have to change, but here could be much better. So you can do just add dollar sign here. Add dollar sign. Then if you save that, this is what you get. But you want this one to come at the bottom. Since we are using Tailwind CSS, we could wrap, first of all, we could wrap this in a div and a paragraph. And then we could do here, this is going to be a block. Like this one. Let's see what we get. Yeah, if you want to, can add text center, class text center. Add text center. Now text center, so you can increase it, say base, and if it's large, you can set to XL, and then you can also set font to extra bold. So you get that. Right, so you see now the rest we have to just do the same thing. So now you can just copy the same thing here, and then just make some change. This one is order overviews. Since we don't have orders, we don't return orders. You can also add orders there. So it depends if you want others. Since we don't have orders, we can just return a number here. Say for example 32, but you can return orders. So you can check, remove this one. So check if you have orders. If you have orders, yeah. If you have orders, we just return orders. If you have orders, we return orders. else return 0. So we don't have orders. Also this one is total sales. So here I can here is total seller, or total, can say active seller, can change to active sellers. So this one we need to show first of all the orders. This is supposed to be orders, show their orders. And then this, if you have stores, so we show stores. Else you can just show 0. Store or show 0. So you get that one. Active say, oh, need to change that. Remove this one, sorry. Yeah, remove that one. The total products you can also show. Total product, so you can change that. Total product. Here could be product also to make sense. So total product. So you can show if you have whatever, and then product. So we can show product. Remember this one, we're going to show length of the array. Else to show 0. So if you save it, oh, we need to remove this one here. Show total product will show 0. So if you want to show the product, this is easy. Just go to your backend, can add product, which for product you can create a const. Just create a variable here, const product, await product, and then if you get it, or you can do a product document.count count. Let's try to do say get product length, or get total product. Get total product. So that we will do can do const product is equal to document counter. The document count. Yeah, and then we just return to here. What else you need to return from the front end? We have products, and then we have stores, we have orders. So orders, you can also count the orders, also do orders. Can just check total orders, order.length, get total orders. You can do array found. You can do found and then get the length. Even here, let's try to reload that first to see what we're getting there. Am I wrong on there? Document.found. Yes, I think it's supposed to do it's not a function. Let's do dot found. dot found, and then just pass. Once you get it, you just return. You can also call count. If you call count, so that means you're supposed to get length. There's so much documentation there to read. You just make sure that you are able to read all. So you can return, just get product and then return the length of the product. Then save that. So the error is gone. No, we have another error. It shows what? Sales reported orders is not defined. Oh, order is not defined. We need to bring order in. Const orders is equal to require orders. Let's reload. Okay, so now total product we showed 45. Active seller is just 1. Orders is 12. Then sales. Alright guys, so thank you for watching. Please make sure to subscribe and then activate the notification bell. Alright, so now we just want to jump to sellers dashboard so that we can show we can go now to sellers and then show the sellers. For sellers, we don't have much to show there. Actually, we don't have much to show. We just have to go to user, to customer, to show the tracking information, all of that. All right, let's go and do that. All right, guys. So now I'm logged in as a customer. So this is a customer. We don't have much for customer right now. So we are not going to cover everything. We can just cover dashboard overview, orders, and card. So the rest we can keep it like that. So we don't have to do everything here. All right. So for this one, you can see we can actually reuse the overview component. So we can go to here is the admin welcome screen, the one we just did. So we can copy this one, and then also I need to close this one and this ones. So I need to go to user. Is it customer or customer overview? Customer welcome. So customer, this is in the customer. So this is overview template for customer. So I can paste this one here. So we'll have a problem telling you here now is an issue about the data. We can create this summary data. We don't have it, but we can create it here. Const summary data is equal to summary data, right? So we have open edit information. So this is actually the same thing. We can create this function. Okay, we need to create this function. Is actually if you go to this screen, we can actually copy most of these things here. Need to copy most of this and this one, most of this one, and this. So just go and use it here. Right, so we'll import. We will import the rest of the things. Can import all of this one. So for edit screen, after importing it, we need to use it down here. We also need to take this one, so we can use it down here. Store credit, you can just show it here. So if you save that, we don't want to if you keep this one, you'll get an error, but you want to make sure that you getting overview. So we can check from our back end which one you want to use to get overview. We can use auth route to get overview. Let's get overview or account overview. So we can use our route which we authenticate the user and then we call account overview. So that means if you go to take app.js, where this is how we register order. So that means if you go back to our front end, you have to change here to order, and then you need now to go to auth controller. You can search for auth controller and then just use this one. If you search, we don't have an overview. Let's see. Yes, so we need to create this one. Overview. So there we need to return. Let's see. If you get to error, so return error and then close that. So for the data we want to return here, data we want to return, can set access true. Let's set orders. We can give an example of orders. We will check on it. We will get the real data. So we can also check transaction if you want all of that. Transactions. Let's say, for example, transaction is equal to $1,000. That's a transaction. No, transaction. Let's say to 12, and then amount. And then let's set amount. Amount. Let's say, for example, to 120. So just anything like that. Doesn't matter. We will come back to actually get the real data. But we don't want to get the user from there. Since we want to get the user, const user is equal to, well, how is it here again? Okay, so this is how we get the user, but we can check if there is no user. If there's no ID, we can return an error. Please not found there. User not found. These are not found. Please log in and try again. All right, so this is what we return here for overview. So if you go back, we get now the just URL path, and then go back to, you can close this one, go back to our front end. This is what you're supposed to get. So if you reload, this is what we get. This is what we get. So you can edit the information. This is the information. You can edit and update them. Let's say, for example, no update. Information was updated successfully. All right, so this is it. But we want to do a couple of things in here. We want to get orders. We want to show orders. But we can choose to not show orders. We can skip it because we have already covered this part, this component. So we already covered. We can Of course, we can show the order so that we can show the tracking, and then we just show the card, so we can skip the transaction. So we don't want to make the video very long, since these are things we have already covered, so we don't need to we don't need to go through it again. So example of orders, when we go back to our back end where we are getting the user or to here, so we want to get the orders, orders, but we first of all, we can go to get the orders. First of all, you can see that we want to get order. Let's say, for example, orders is equal to await orders. We found where the user ID. So let me take you to orders first, to order model. So this is the order model. The user is actually, this is the customer. Can call customer. So we have orders, and then we have the product. But if you see where we are creating, go to PayPal, where we use it, we are using to create orders. Here, this is the PayPal controller. So we create order, you pass the user ID. So this will only created if the user has completed the payment. So that means in here we can access orders. Doesn't matter. We can access all orders. So that means we can do something. For example, user orders.length. .length. This will be empty because this user hasn't purchased anything. So if we save this and then go back to our front end, we want to see it here. We get an error, request failed with. Let's see. We need to go to backend 500 error. I will make sure that we have order. What we can do, first of all, let's try to see if we have orders here. We need to import order model. Order is equal to order required. Let's try to reload again. Right, so orders is 0. Because this user hasn't purchased anything else, hasn't make any order, hasn't made. This user hasn't. The user hasn't purchased anything. So there's no order for this user. Another thing is if you go back, you can actually we can also get the transaction. So to get the transaction, so if we also take the transaction, payment transaction, you see that we are passing the buyer, which is actually the user. So we can also get the transaction const transaction is equal to document the transaction, find the transaction. So this is just a basic way you can do it, but we can actually use cache to just load the data once and then store it in the memory on the front end. Transaction payment transaction is equal to payment transaction. Right? So if you load, also we get 0. If you reload here, this will be 0 because there's no transaction for this user. Transaction total product total. So here we're supposed to first of all change this one. Here to show active sellers, all of that. No, we don't need to show active sellers. We can instead we could even just show the card, total cards. product. We don't have these ones. All of these we don't have them. So we can remove two of this one. Just have orders and then total card. That's it. So if you go back here, you can remove two of this one, total product, because there's no total product for this one, and then also remove this one. So here we'll just show orders, and then we want to also show card and show shopping card. Okay, just call it card in short. So you only show card, and so here you can then just show the total amount in the card, and then overview of orders. Store credit. So this you can complete. You can add much of the things you want to add here. So now let's bring in the card first. All right, so we want to bring in the card, so we can use a card context. So this is our card template. So if you go to where order welcome or overview, you can bring card context. Just a little bit. Okay, card context. So this would be use card. Can use card. So we don't need all of this one. We just need total item. Don't need the rest of the things. If you want, you can show total item or just amount. So depend which one you want. If you want to show a total item, so that means down here, let's say card. So you can just show, say if you have card, and the card, if you have card, let's see. Yeah, if you have card, you can show total items. So it depends if you want to show total items here, but you don't want to show total item here. Instead, in fact, we just want to show, let's say we just want to show the amount, card total amount. You can show just card, if you have card, and if you have total amount, so we just show that one. Get rid of this to here. We just show this. Yeah, total amount, that's 0. If you save that, oh, you need to import that to make sure that you imported it. But you also, since we are not using all of this one, can move it, and then we can make sure that you import the card. So we are importing it correctly. Go to hooks, and then card context. Let's see. Yeah, use card context. Let's save that. Something wrong here, so we are not showing the card correctly. You can actually copy what is in here. Card total amount. Oh, sorry. Card total amount. Yeah, we can show it here. Copy that one. Yeah, that's correct. So if you have a card total amount, you can just take it and can use it down here. Where's the error coming from? All right, guys. So error is actually from here, so make sure that is a curly bracelet. So we get use card, and then but we also want to access the card items card items, because we want to check the price. So I can check um, if card items, if card items is the length is greater than 0, so we show the amount, else we show 0. So if you save that, we get $0. So you can you can choose to show whatever you want to show. And then we have orders, which will show also just show they are 0. But let's work on the orders first. But for orders, we need to create. If you want to work on orders, you can close this one for now. We don't need to do anything there. Yes. For orders, where was the customer orders? Yes. For orders, we need to show a list. So since it's the same thing we are going to do, so I'll just paste the template and then I'll explain to you. All right. So we are getting error here, so don't worry about that. I've just posted, changed this one. So customer orders. We've got so much here to import. Just as usual, we are importing our server, importing the Axios is loading. So this one we need to check. Need to go to component and then loading body spin. Typography and the box, table body, table cell, all of that. We are importing all of this one from material UI. All of this so you can import all of this one from material UI. So the only thing we need to create here is the tracking order, which we don't have. So you can create that in components. So / tracking order. So let's go and create that before continue. So you can go to components here and then create tracking order .jsx. So in here you can just create the template. Right, save that so that you avoid the error. So you can try to import it. Now we get the tracking order is there. All right, tracking order, and then we have our customer orders. So I didn't want to type everything because we just created the same function, create the same variables, and then we we check the session. If there's no session, we return 0. We return, but as usual, we can also do the same thing to just call the sign out. You can call also sign out method here, function here, sorry, sign out, and then here now we can change to call sign out and then return. Okay, then we get order. So we create a function, get order. So the function, we do the usual thing. So we make a request to orders, to users orders, and then to get the orders. So the function, it does the same thing. Set order, set is loading to true, all of that. So there's nothing special here. It's the same thing. So the only thing you will work on is the orders /user /user/orders. So you can also try to change that, depend if you like to. And then we have a handle track order. So if you go back to the top, so you can see the variables we have. Before that, you can try to create these variables. We have orders, we have a loading, and then we have open tracking order, which is a boolean. So to set is loading, to set the so open tracking order. So this will help to open the tracking order. So I can give you an example. If you go to our current our application, the original application. So if you go to view profile, go to profile, then go to order. So this user here is logged in as a customer, so this user can track the order. So this we choose to show failed to load the error tracking information, please try again. So if the so this is just how we choose to show if there's no tracking information. Or you can still also show the pending, the pending tracking information, or pending tracking, whatever you want. All right. So for this one here, if you go, that's the job for that component. That's the job for the component. So this is just to set the variable to show it. If you scroll down here, now we just set to true or set to false. Handle the set to true or set to false if you get the order ID. This is what we have. And then we have a show error. So we can use can handle this show error, showing you this one, or you can use our display error, the function we have. And then the rest is just going to show the title. So we use the typography to show the title. And then if you have orders, if you have orders.length, and then we, as usually, we show table container, material UI. So we set the table header. So you can set this table headers, and then fill order ID, the total price, payment status, product, shipping, order details, track order, all of that. That's the rows, and then the rest now is the body. So we define the table body. So we look through the table body to show now the ID. If product ID, order price, the total price. So we set to fix it. Then order payment status, total, order the product length. So we show how many prices are there, how many products are in there, the total, shipping, all of that. So this is it. You just show the cell. So there's nothing special here. So you do the same, just define the cell and then show the information. So the only thing we will show here is the button. So when you click the button, we pass the order ID. So pass the order ID, and then we set to true. So that is the only thing here. So track the order. So that will open now the dialog model. If we don't have order, we just return no orders found. And then box. So this is just showing if it's loading, we showed loading body. So this is the main function return. So this was a function we used to show the orders, and then our main function is return now the box. So show if it's loading, return the spinning body, else you show the error or show the data. And then our tracking order template, which we created here. So I have data for this one, so I don't have to spend time typing this one, because I'm just going to explain to you. It's usually the same thing. Is a material UI, dialog, all of that. Let me paste and then I explain to you. This is the tracking order. Is the same thing. Is usually our component importing. So import from a React, use effect, all of that. import prop types, and then also Axios, our server, dialog, and then dialog title, then dialog content, all of that from material UI, and then also circular progress from material UI, and then use authentication. So for using authentication, make sure to remove curly braces, and then import link from React to route, React to DOM. So now we have the tracking order, which you just take the order ID and then open. This is a boolean. So you also set on close this a function. So define our variables which have tracking data. Set the tracking data is equal to nil for now, and then loading, which is equal to boolean, and then error message session. Okay, so here now, if you have order and then it's also open, so we just fetch the tracking order. So we call the tracking order, and then for the tracking order, we check the session. We check the session, then set it to true. So it's usually the same thing. We set to true, set the bear token, all of that. So if we get the data, we set the data. If we get we also console log the data here. Set loading to false. Set the error if you have error. So that's it. Finally, we just set to false. If the user is not exist, if there is no user, here we check if you have user. If there is no user, just show message, please log in to track the order or track your order. And then tracking order template. So the template is just to calculate. We have the product price sum, so just calculate the sum, and then show the track the delivery of order. We pass the order ID. Order ID, and then the data we get. So the data we get, the function take the data payloader. So the data we get, we look through the data, we take the data, and then we take the product. So we will work through the server. We go to a back end, and then you will see how we return the data we are returning. And then we just look through the data, show the data, the store, all of that, and from all of that information. So here we could change here to image, since our product, we have a product.image. So we have this link to the store. So if you user want to visit the store. All right, this is it. We just look through the data. We show the data, all of that. So we will come back to this one. If you want, we'll come back to this one to see the historics, all of that. Yeah, we'll show the delivery date, historic. So I will come back and explain to you step by step. You can also share the template with you here. If you didn't get the template, please leave the comment in the description, so I will provide the template. So first of all, we need to work on tracking delivery, and then also fetching orders. Let's go and work on the back end to get to set up all of this part here, and then get the data, so you can continue now. Please make sure to hit the subscribe button and the notification bell. Thank you. First of all, let's start with the orders. This part you don't have it, so this part you will make customer make a request to get orders. So we can go to our back end. Here is a back end route, so we are within the router. So in a back end route, so we need to define here, say route dot get. We don't want to that. Instead, we want to pass user, and then orders. So authenticate the user, and then get user's order. So we have to go to orders, get to order controllers. Get user is not there, so we need to define this function. We need to define this function so we can import it. We have our order controller is here, so go and define user get orders. So define this one, get orders, so just return nil. Yes. So now if you save that, and then here on the front end you go reload, you will now get error. We have now some errors to fix. You need to fix this one, so you need to remove the curly braces. All right, now we can go and try to reload. Just reload to see the orders. Supposed to see orders here, but you are seeing that okay, no orders found. But if you go to our back end, you can see that we have orders. So actually, first of all, we need to. All right, let's check the logs. Okay, so now I updated the function a little bit. So as usually, we just get the user from the requester, the current authenticated user from the request. We check if the user is nil, we return error, unauthorized. Else we get now the product. We get now the order. You found the order, and then you find order by user ID. If we have nothing, we just return empty array. But okay, as we do the same thing as usual up here, we do process all promise.all, so that we can map now through the orders, and then we can now get we can process every single order, and then we just return the orders. So down here we just filter to find if the order is empty, and then we can if the order does not exist, so to just return existing order. This is what we are doing here, and then we just return the filter. So there's nothing much. This is the same thing we cover from up here. So this is what we are doing here. So if you just save this from the back end, we will get the data, and then now we see the tracking information is actually needed. So you can choose to include the tracking information. So if you want to include the tracking information, so that means here, once you get the order, let's see. Once you get the order here we return the order. So process, now we can do, so that means we need to assign this to a new order is equal to we pass the, can call this process to order is equal to this or just change something to avoid conflict. And new process order. So once you get this one, we can assign process order dot tracking info tracking from we can go, first of all, let's go to our front end to see which key we are using here. So that for that we need to go in tracking. Once we get the order, here is actually getter. So we don't need to do anything in here actually. So we don't need to change anything here. since we are making the request, here, if you look at here, so you are making the request to get the tracking information to the back end. So if you go to back end, go to tracking, let's close all this one. Search for tracking. You'll see that you are making tracking information. You are making a request here to track the order. So if you take the controller, so this is where we are getting now. We are getting now the tracking information. So we have this, and then also we have customer tracking. This is the customer tracking information. To get the order tracking information or delivery tracking. So the only thing you could do is so the user can just wait for admin to update. So once admin update the tracking information, and then user will get the information. So this is it for the order. So we just save this one. This is it for the order. So if you go with the user, you can just see the order, total amount, the amount paid, the start you completed, all of that, and then wait for the tracking information. So for tracking information, now is up to admin to update, and then the user now can see the information from here. For the card, we don't need to cover that because we have already covered the card here. So already covered the card here. So it's up to you. Just bring the card in here. Transaction, we don't also need that because I've already covered all of this one. So we are just covering the things we haven't. That's it. All right, guys. So this is it for the MERN Stack application, full stack application e-commerce, the platform for multi vendors, where the sellers can post the product. Also, admin can manage the product to sell and then get commissions, all of that. All right. So thank you very much for your support, and see you in the next video.